Chapter 42-26. Although the woman in green's pill was about the same as the one that Ling Xiao had eaten, she had just stepped into the threshold of level 3. But for a level 2 alchemist, this was already extremely difficult. After a while, suddenly, a poo sound came from Green Spirit's side. The fusion failed. Damn it, just a little bit more. Green Spirit's expression was somewhat ugly. As expected, the difficulty of refining the 5 elements body tempering pill was too high. Don't panic, let's do it again. The leader of the Lu sect secretly transmitted his voice. Green Spirit nodded and began to refine the pill again. When the time entered the 3rd hour, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the entire arena. At the same time, 3 golden lights and 6 red lights flickered above Yu Dan's head. This meant that the pill she had refined was also a level 3 pill. However, the quality was much better than the pills refined by Ling Xiao and the woman in green. 10 red lights were equivalent to 1 golden light. This girl's pill was already very close to level 4. Amazing! She actually succeeded in refining it on her first try. Everyone could not help but exclaim. This made Yu Dan's pretty face a little more proud. Refining a level 3 pill was not easy. For her, she was only 60 to 70% confident. She did not expect her luck to be so good that she actually succeeded on her first try. This could be considered her best performance in this alchemy convention. However, Yu Dan's happiness did not last long. Soon, another exclamation was heard. This time, the one who succeeded in refining the pill was Old Demon Han. People discovered that there were 3 golden lights and 7 red lights above Old Demon Han's head. In terms of the quality of the pill, Old Demon Han actually won by a level. This made Yu Dan frown slightly. Old Mister, you've really hidden your strength well. Old Demon Han was not particularly outstanding in the previous assessment. However, he was still ranked at the top. However, no one took him too seriously. They all felt that he could not compare to Yu Dan, Green Spirit, and the others. I'm sorry, Miss Yu Dan. I'm slightly better. Old Demon Han finally revealed his proud smile. All along, he had been very low-key. He had never shown his strong and proud side in front of others. Now, he could be arrogant for a while. Hearing that everyone else had succeeded in refining pills, Green Spirit's heart was unable to calm down. In his panic, he actually made a mistake while extracting the medicinal herbs. Another failure. Damn it! Green Spirit's hands began to tremble. He felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Green Spirit, don't forget your hard work last night. What you need to do today is to demonstrate what you learned last night. I didn't give you the deviant flame for you to be dispirited. There was still plenty of time, so there was no need to be so nervous. So what if someone else succeeded? As long as the quality of your medicinal pills is higher than theirs, wouldn't it be fine? Every word from the leader of the Green Vine cult made Green Spirit feel extremely ashamed. He took a deep breath and isolated himself from the outside world. He began to focus on refining pills. At this time, Ling Xiao's second medicinal pill had been successfully refined. Boom. 3 golden lights and 7 red lights. Amazing! Everyone was astonished. Sure enough, Ling Xiao dared to eat the first pill because he was really confident. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to do so. Ha ha ha, I knew he could do it. The shopkeeper of Baoha Hall laughed. But he took longer than Old Demon Han, and he only succeeded after 2 tries. If we compare, he's still not as good as Old Demon Han. Yu Shangtian frowned. That's true. The shopkeeper of Baoha Hall laughed bitterly. But this kid is really amazing. He modified the medicinal pills on the spot, and he actually succeeded twice in refining pills. And his speed is so fast. Others haven't completed it once, but he's done it twice. He's really a genius. What a pity. Yeah, what a pity. Because today's champion will be me. Suddenly, Fire Emperor laughed loudly. Everyone looked over and saw that Fire Emperor's medicinal pill had basically taken shape. Above his head, there were 3 golden lights and 9 red lights. Just one more, and he would be able to refine a level 4 medicinal pill. Using the medicinal herbs provided to refine such a medicinal pill, Fire Emperor's alchemy skills. No one could compare to him. He's the real champion. Old Demon Han looked at Fire Emperor and shook his head with a bitter smile. He thought that he was about to succeed after all the hardships. He didn't expect it to be such a result. Sigh. Helpless. Boom. Green Spirit's side was in an uproar. When he heard that there were 3 golden lights and 9 red lights in the pills refined by the Flame Emperor, he was shocked. He knew that he was done for. No matter how stable his state of mind was, it was gone. Another failure, and his entire body went limp on the ground. Despair covered his face. We lost. We all lost, Sigh. Lost? I don't think so. Compared to Green Spirit's despair, Ling Xiao's face was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Yo, Senior, your alchemy speed is really fast. You only used a little more than 3 hours to complete a difficult medicinal pill like the 9 spirit wall breaking pill. Sigh. If it weren't for me, this championship would have been taken away by you. However, with me here, this championship naturally won't fall to anyone else. Just when everyone thought that Fire Emperor would definitely win the championship, only one person objected. That person was Ling Xiao. Kid, you lost the bet. Don't go back on your words. Fire Emperor laughed. Did I say I'm going to go back on my words? Don't forget, I still have one more chance. Ling Xiao chuckled. After saying that, he swallowed the second pill once again. What the fuck? The camera was pointed at Ling Xiao. Everyone felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through their hearts. A pill that others couldn't concoct even if they tried their best. He actually ate it again. Boom. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that his body's strength had broken through. His demonic black martial body had unknowingly reached the peak of 8th Order Emperor realm. From now on, even if he fought one-on-one, he wouldn't need the help of the giant demon. He wouldn't be afraid of a peak 8th Heavenly Core warrior. There are so many benefits to concocting pills. Ling Xiao laughed. Kid, what are you laughing about? Look at the time. There's only half of the time left. Are you sure you can successfully concoct the next pill? Fire Emperor angrily said. Of course I'm sure. Didn't Senior notice? My success rate in concocting pills has always been 100%. Have any of you seen me fail in concocting pills? Unless I want to fail, otherwise, I will always succeed on my first try. Ling Xiao laughed. You're still laughing? Look at how arrogant you are. Fine, let's take a step back. Even if you can successfully concoct the pill, at most, you can only concoct a 3rd grade pill with 3 golden lights and 9 red lights. You won't be able to surpass me, since you've lost in terms of time. Fire Emperor really didn't know where Ling Xiao got his confidence from. Oh, about that, it doesn't matter. I didn't say I was going to concoct a 3rd grade pill. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. After that, he focused on extracting the ingredients. What did he just say? He said he wasn't going to concoct a 3rd grade pill? Yu Shangtian thought he heard wrong. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Chapter 42-27. If it's not a level 3 elixir, could it be a level 4 elixir? The leader of Lulua cult shook his head gently and said, in theory, it's impossible to refine a level 4 elixir with the herbs provided this time. I think so too. I don't know what Ling Xiao is thinking. This guy has always been unpredictable. Let's just wait and see. Maybe he can really create a miracle. The shopkeeper of Baoha Hall was obviously confused by Ling Xiao's words. Only the Fire Emperor's mouth twitched fiercely. His level was higher than the leader of Lulua cult and the shopkeeper of Baoha Hall. So he knew that the herbs provided this time might be able to refine a level 4 elixir. But with his level, the success rate would not be more than 20%. So he didn't do it, because it was really too difficult. Ling Xiao, this brat really dared to do it. Kid, it's not that I look down on you, but if you plan to refine a level 4 elixir from the beginning, you really shouldn't have wasted the first 2 opportunities. You still have to learn to act according to your ability. People who overestimate themselves generally don't have a good ending. The Fire Emperor said with a smile. Then you just wait and see the result. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. No longer talking, he washed the glass bottle clean. Then he began the 3rd refining. At this time, all the alchemists present had either been eliminated, or they had finished refining. All eyes were on Ling Xiao. Did this young man who made such bold claims have the strength to match his arrogance? Everyone was waiting to see. Ling Xiao acted as if nothing had happened. He still began to extract the herbs. With the previous 2 training sessions, this third time, not only was his speed faster, but his movements were also more skillful. It was as if he could do it at his fingertips. There was no lag at all. Whether he can succeed or not, just this exquisite technique is enough to be admired. The shopkeeper of Baohe Hall sighed with emotion. I'm afraid that his control of the immortal fire will cause his vital essence and soul force to be unable to keep up. He has already wasted it twice before. This time, the immortal fire won't stop halfway, right? The leader of Lulua cult said. However, before he finished speaking, the other side, however, burst into flames with a loud bang. Ling Zhao's body burned with white immortal fire. He looked like a fire elemental. This magnificent flame gradually flowed into his hands. Previously, Ling Xiao had only been refining pills with one hand. But this time, he actually began to refine pills with both hands. Both of his hands were burning with immortal flames. The strangest thing was that the immortal fire had 2 different colors. His left hand was black, and his right hand was white. One exuded a holy aura, while the other exuded an evil aura. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Why do I feel like this brat is deliberately slapping my face? The leader of the Green Vine cult laughed bitterly. After the failure of the Green Spirit, he no longer had anything left to fight with Ling Xiao. So now, his hostility towards Ling Xiao was not as obvious as before. No, he must be doing this because he needs the medicinal pills. The shopkeeper of Baohe Hall smiled and shook his head, but I have to admit it. This kid was really amazing. He's actually able to control 2 types of immortal flames at the same time with such proficiency. This guy, the Fire Emperor, was also stunned. Ling Xiao was even more outstanding than he had imagined. His desire to take in a disciple was also becoming more and more urgent. As for winning or losing, he still believed that he could win. Controlling 2 types of immortal flames at the same time meant that they were still immortal flames in essence. There wouldn't be much of a change. In just 3 minutes, the refinement was over. This was much, much faster than before. The Fire Emperor couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, no one said a word. It was as if they couldn't bear to interrupt this thrilling scene. It was as if they were worried that their voices would cause them to miss the most exciting process. It's starting to fuse the pills. I wonder what kind of pills will appear this time. Everyone was looking forward to it, including the Fire Emperor. If someone could really surpass him, he would really have to admire them. After all, there was never an end to alchemy. Half an hour later, the embryonic form of the pill could be seen. Fragrance filled the air. Above Ling Zhao's head, 3 golden lights and 4 red lights had already appeared. And this was only the embryonic form. If this pill was in the pill furnace, others would definitely not be able to see it. At this moment, everyone could see it clearly. The pill was still in a viscous state and had not solidified. It was only the embryonic form, but it already had such a powerful quality. If the refinement was successful, what would happen? The Fire Emperor even forgot that he was competing with Ling Xiao. At this moment, he was staring fixedly at Ling Xiao's every move. He was watching very carefully. The pill spun in the middle of the black and white flames. It was constantly condensing, but it was still unable to solidify. However, at this moment, the light above Ling Zhao's head had already turned into 3 golden lights and 8 red lights. Heavens! Even though he hasn't completed the pill, he's already surpassed me. This guy is indeed powerful. Old Demon Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. No wonder Ling Xiao was confident that he could refine pills again. This guy was really powerful. This is too shocking. Yudan felt that she no longer had any adjectives to describe her excitement at this moment. Ling Xiao had done something that no one here could do. Maybe he can really succeed? The Fire Emperor was not very confident. What kind of pill is he refining? Yu Shangtian could also sense the energy contained in the pill and could not help but ask. I don't know. The shopkeeper of Baohe Hall and the leader of Luluo cult shook their heads. If you want to know, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until the end. But now this kid has encountered a problem. The leader of Luluo cult said. What problem? Yu Shangtian asked curiously. If he relies on immortal fire alone to solidify this pill, it will take at least 4 hours. In other words, he doesn't have enough time. If the herbs are too poor, it will take a long time to refine a level 4 pill. But he can't afford to wait. The leader of Lulu cult replied. Then in that case, he's going to lose? Tyrant asked. I'm not sure either. Since he chose this step, he should have his own ideas. The leader of Lulu cult was also very curious now. What was Ling Xiao going to do? It seems that the immortal fire is not enough. Then I can only use my trump card. Boom. Suddenly, the temperature of the small world rose. In Ling Xiao's left hand, the white flame gradually had a yellow glow. What is that? The leader of Lulu cult stood up. Divine fire. That's actually the divine fire, Crimson Sun Flame. The Fire Emperor was dumbfounded. He could not believe that this was real. Something like divine fire was too precious. Except for the Tianlong continent. It was almost impossible to see it in the other continents. It was extremely difficult to control it, unless you had a martial soul derived from it. Otherwise, if you touched the divine fire, you would instantly turn to ashes. And Ling Xiao actually had a divine fire. As the Fire Emperor, he could not believe this. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of this book. Chapter 42-28. The Fire Emperor had searched the entire 4 major regions, except for the Eternal Desert. He had never seen anyone who could use divine fire to refine pills. Divine fire was also called sacred fire in some places. But no matter what the name was, there were only 12 types of divine fire. Unlike immortal fire, although rare, they didn't have a fixed name. Crimson Sun Flame, it really is the Crimson Sun Flame. No wonder this guy is so calm. If he has divine fire, refining level 4 pills shouldn't be a problem. But the pills he's refining are obviously of yin and yang attributes. I'm afraid one type of divine fire won't do. The Lulu cult leader frowned. At this moment, as if to answer him, in Ling Xiao's other hand, the black flame suddenly became cold and sinister. It also turned dark blue. Another type of divine fire, cold extremine flame. The Crimson Sun Flame and cold extremine flame were both brought by Ling Xiao from the heavenly dragon continent. In addition to these 2 types of flames, he also had the civil and martial sacred fire, death dark flame, and samadhi true fire. But there was no need to show off in this pill refinement. Just 2 types of flames were enough. The Crimson Sun Flame and cold extremine flame fused together to refine pills. The speed at which the pills solidified kept increasing. In just an instant, the light above Ling Xiao's head turned into 3 golden lights and 9 red lights. What a powerful kid. He's actually reached this level. It seems that we've all underestimated him. Yes, he actually has 2 types of divine fire. It's really unbelievable. Boom. Once again, a huge rumbling sound rang out. Everyone was surprised to see 4 golden lights shining above Ling Xiao's head. It's done. The shopkeeper of Baohe Hall shouted excitedly. Level 4 pills. Oh my god. He actually managed to refine a level 4 medicinal pill. It's like a dream. The Fire Emperor was dumbfounded at that moment. After a long while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He directly sat there. He lost. He lost again. Although he didn't know what kind of pill Ling Xiao was refining. However, a level 4 medicinal pill was better than his 9 spirit wall-breaking pill. There was no doubt about that. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, what kind of monster are you? Today, I've seen it for myself. When the light above Ling Xiao's head turned into 4 golden lights and 3 red lights, he had finally reached his limit. The sound filled the entire small world. Ling Xiao also retracted his flames. He placed the pill into a jade box. Some pills were suitable for jade boxes. However, some pills were not suitable. Ling Xiao liked jade very much. What a confident young man. He had successfully concocted 2 pills in a row, but he had destroyed the nearly perfect pills. He had to refine it again. I didn't expect that he would actually refine such an outstanding pill. Yudan looked at Ling Xiao with a strong sense of worship. It could be said that after her master, Ling Xiao was the person she admired the most. Perhaps her master, the Devil Emperor, was much stronger than Ling Xiao. But in terms of alchemy, Ling Xiao's level was something that her master could never catch up to. Concocting pills with divine flame? And it was a pure flame. He didn't even use a cauldron. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. He's so much better than me. I've been boasting in front of him all this time. This is ridiculous. Outside the small world, Green Spirit looked at Ling Xiao. He felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. It made him feel like he couldn't breathe. His opponent was too strong. He was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Divine flame, I didn't expect this. Not only does he have a divine flame, he even has two. This young man is so scary. The Fire King had given up on resisting. Although his pill was one of the best amongst all third-grade pills, but it was still nothing compared to a fourth-grade pill. Ling Xiao, can you tell me what kind of pill you concocted? What are its effects? The shopkeeper of Baohe Hall asked. This pill is called the Yin-Yang Harmony Pill. As everyone knows, a divine core warrior wants to break his core without suffering any harm. Therefore, the yin and yang must be balanced. Once the yin and yang are out of balance, the core-breaking process will fail. This is the biggest obstacle for a divine core warrior to break through to the core-shattering realm. The Yin-Yang Harmony Pill is much safer and more peaceful than the core-shattering Divine Water. Of course, the core-shattering Divine Water can still be used after breaking through to the core-shattering realm. The Yin-Yang Harmony Pill is more suitable for a 9th-level Divine Core Warrior to break through to the core-shattering realm. Ling Xiao explained, Yin-Yang Harmony Pill? I think I've read about this pill in some ancient books. The sect leader of the Green Radish cult suddenly said, That's right. The immemorial divine pill scripture states that the Yin-Yang Harmony Pill was concocted by many alchemists 60,000 years ago. But the recipe was lost. This time, Junior created it based on the effects of the Yin-Yang Harmony Pill I read about in the ancient books. Its effects are exactly the same as described in the immemorial divine pill scripture. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, Immemorial divine pill scripture? How come you've read that book? Isn't that a supreme treasure that only alchemists from the immortal court can read? The Fire King couldn't help but ask. Please forgive Junior for not telling you. It's a secret, Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. He was pretending to be mysterious because he wanted to mislead others into thinking that he had an even more powerful backer behind him. If that was the case, if those mighty warriors wanted to attack him, they would have to consider the person behind him first. It would make him safer. Hee, I'm being a little rude. The Fire King smiled and didn't say anything else. The shopkeeper of the Baohe Hall said with a smile, If that's the case, I don't think anyone has any objections about the champion. The Yin-Yang Harmony Pill concocted by Ling Xiao is a 4th-grade pill. He deserves to be the champion. Hold on. Suddenly, Yu Shangtian stood up and said with a smile on his face, In order to make everyone feel that it's fair, why don't we have a more detailed evaluation of the top 3 pills? Patriarch Yu, you don't believe in the pills I concocted? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. No one objected, but this Yu Shangtian did. Obviously, he didn't want Jiang Chun to be the champion. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want everyone to feel that it's fair. Yu Shangtian's answer was dignified. Oh? Then I'd like to know, how are you going to judge? After all, among the people present, no one is stronger than me in terms of alchemy skills, and no one can refine the Yin-Yang Harmony Pill. Ling Xiao sneered. Yu Shangtian was a little embarrassed. He really didn't think about this matter. He just didn't want Ling Xiao to get first place, so he subconsciously shouted it out. But now it was a little troublesome, although there were people present who could refine 4th-grade pills. But whether it was the success rate or speed, they couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. Could it be that people who were not as good as Ling Xiao were going to check Ling Xiao's pills? Wasn't that equivalent to asking primary school students to check college students last night? It would become a joke. How about this? I have a proposal, Ling Xiao said with a smile. In this matter, he was too lazy to continue to argue with Yu Shangtian. Anyway, his pills were real, and real gold was not afraid of fire. If the other party wanted fairness, then he would give him fairness. What proposal? Yu Shangtian asked curiously. 3 little schwa network. Superscript 1. 3 cubed carat x carat m is worth collecting. Chapter 42-29. In the end, Whether a pill is good or not depends on its effect. If someone eats my yin-yang harmony pill, he will be able to break through from the 9th level of the divine core realm to the shattered core realm. Does that mean my pill is a 4th level pill? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Shangtian and said with a smile. Although the ingredients for the yin-yang harmony pill were precious, if one wanted to find them, they could be found easily. Also, compared to ordinary 4th level pills, the ingredients for this pill were much easier to find. If Ling Xiao wanted to use it, he could just concoct another pill in the future. This pill wasn't the final product. It was just that all the ingredients for the test had been used up, and it couldn't be improved any further. If someone was lucky enough to eat this pill, then they would be in luck. That's a good suggestion. Before Yu Shangtian could say anything, the Fire King said with a smile, only a 4th level pill can achieve such an effect. No one would be dissatisfied with that. Even Shangtian Devil King, who doesn't know anything about pills, will agree, right? Yu Shangtian was startled. He didn't know why the Fire King was helping Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's suggestion was the best one he could think of. Even he couldn't reject it. All right, Yu Shangtian had no choice but to agree. In his opinion, there were very few people in the audience who were at the 9th level of the divine core realm. Who wants to try the effect of this pill? Ling Xiao raised the pill and asked with a smile on his face. Right now, not only the warriors in the audience, even the audience in front of the screen could hear his voice and see what was happening. Those from the Yu family could be said to be the first to enjoy the benefits. Besides, the Yu family had the most warriors at the 9th level of the divine core realm. When they heard Ling Xiao's suggestion, all of them wanted to try it. But Yu Shangtian's attitude made them feel helpless. Obviously, even an idiot could tell that Yu Shangtian didn't want Ling Xiao to be the champion. If no one stepped forward to try the pill then, no one would be able to prove the effect of Ling Xiao's pill. The champion would be given to whoever Yu Shangtian wanted. They could only watch with drool dripping from their mouths, but they couldn't participate. Time passed by slowly. Ling Xiao, I think we should just give up. This time, the champion should be given to that gentleman. After all, your pills are brand new, so it's hard to confirm the effects. If you're crowned as the champion, I'm afraid others won't be convinced. After a full 20 minutes, Yu Shangtian said. He wanted the Flame King to become the champion. Let the Flame Emperor suppress Ling Xiao. In this way, he would have the upper hand in the negotiation with Ling Xiao. I think so too. Although your elixir pill has the phenomenon of a level 4 elixir pill, it's still very rare. However, no one could say for sure how effective it would be. Even if you say that this pill of yours is inferior to a tier 2 pill, it's still fine. The leader of the Green Vine cult could tell what Yu Shangtian was thinking. Haha, no one wants such a good pill. Fortunately, I came in time. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance. A travel-worn person rushed over. You've finally come. This is a big gift for you. You owe me a favor. Looking at the newcomer, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and shot out a medicinal pill. It was caught by that person. Ghost Sword. That's the Devil Sovereign's disciple, Ghost Sword. That's right. I heard he broke through to the 9th Divine Core Realm during the battle in the Fengdu Devil Forest. He can use this yin-yang harmony pill. Senior disciple. Yu Dan looked at Ghost Sword with surprise. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a good relationship with his senior disciple. It seemed like a capable person wouldn't lack friends no matter where he went. Ghost Sword swallowed the pill. After that, he could feel a strong energy rushing into his body. He quickly sat down with his legs crossed. Just 10 minutes later, the sky was covered by thick clouds, and lightning was flashing. This was the phenomenon of a 9th Divine Core cultivator breaking through to the core fragmentation realm. He did it. He really did it. A golden beam shot out from Ghost Sword's body. Yu Qiren, Yu Shangtian, the Green Vine cult leader, and even the Flame Emperor used a special method to check Ghost Sword's cultivation. First level of the core fragmentation realm. He really broke through. Yu Shangtian smiled bitterly. He didn't expect it to really work. He thought even though this yin-yang harmony pill was a tier 4 pill, it was still a new pill. The effect shouldn't be this good. But from the looks of it now, he was really wrong, ridiculously wrong. Not only did he fail to suppress Ling Xiao, his relationship with Ling Xiao had become awkward. I have to make up for it. With that thought in mind, Yu Shangtian took the lead and said, "Yin Yang Harmony Pill. No wonder it's a Tier 4 pill. Ghost Sword's cultivation has indeed broken through to the core fragmentation realm from the peak 9th Divine Core realm. And he didn't suffer any setbacks during the process. There weren't even any side effects. This is amazing. I hereby announce that the champion of this year's alchemy competition is Ling Xiao." Since Yu Shangtian had announced it, there was no need for the shopkeeper of Bao Hall to repeat it. Instead, he took the lead and started clapping. The applause was like thunder. Cheers rose and fell one after another. The audience was able to enjoy an exciting duel. Many of them even put themselves in Ling Xiao's shoes. Therefore, Ling Xiao's victory was their victory. The deafening cheers didn't stop. The entire Baoha Hall had become a sea of excitement and noise. Perhaps even Yu Shangtian didn't expect this. This alchemy competition had actually helped Ling Xiao. It had made Ling Xiao the most dazzling figure in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Sigh, it'll be even harder to deal with him in the future. Yu Shangtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. This was truly a miscalculation. Ha ha ha, I knew that young master would have no problem. But I'm really surprised that he was able to win against that old man, Fire King. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame excitedly stood up from his seat. He knew Fire King's alchemy skills very well. He was the strongest alchemist in the Golden Heavenly region. Even in the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds, he was one of the top 3 alchemists. Even he had lost to Ling Xiao. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills had reached the top 3 in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This was too frightening. Yeah, I really didn't expect this. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus couldn't help but sigh, although she supported Ling Xiao. But the moment Ling Xiao won the championship, she still felt like she was dreaming. I'm afraid that from today onwards, there will be many powerhouses in the entire Heavenly Demon Ghost region who want to befriend him. It might even include the Demon Emperor. After all, his current alchemy skills have already surpassed Fire King. When the Demon Emperor went to find Fire King to refine pills, he was rejected. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed. What you said is really a problem. Some people want to befriend him, and some people want to capture him for themselves. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus frowned. Don't be afraid. With that old man Fire King here, unless the Demon Emperor comes personally, don't even think about it. Although old Ancestor Scarlet Flame didn't like his uncle, but he was still very sure of his uncle's strength. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. He had experienced too much. This bit of vanity could no longer affect him. He believed that from today onwards, Yu Shangtian would definitely be respectful to him. This was one of the benefits of him winning the championship. Of course, there was another benefit, which was the champion's reward. 3 little Schwa Network Superscript 1. 3 cubed carat x carat m is worth collecting. Chapter 42:30. Ling Xiao, congratulations. Yu Dan stretched out his hand and said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gently held Yu Dan's hand and said with a faint smile, "There's nothing to congratulate me on. As far as I'm concerned, this is nothing more than an ordinary alchemy session." "Aren't you too arrogant?" Yu Dan smiled bitterly. "Arrogant? Why do people always treat the truth as arrogance?" Ling Xiao let go of his hand and said with a faint smile, to him, this alchemy actually didn't have any competition from the beginning to the end. If one had to say that there was competition, then it would be him competing with himself. Because to create a pill that was lost in the eternal divine pill scripture, this was a very difficult challenge. Fortunately, he succeeded. This made him have a strong sense of pride. Damn it, even if he was already convinced by Ling Xiao's strength, losing to Ling Xiao, for Green Spirit, it was still a shame. He definitely couldn't tolerate such a failure. Of course, winning against Ling Xiao in alchemy was almost impossible. After all, even his master couldn't do it. So he had another idea. That was to kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao died, no matter how powerful he was, it was meaningless. In alchemy, I'm inferior to you, but in combat strength, I don't lose to you. Moreover, among the people I associate with, there are many powerful ones. Green Spirit gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He had already remembered this humiliation in his heart. This hatred must be avenged. The alchemy conference is over. The runner-up and runner-up will follow the shopkeeper of the Baoha Hall to receive the prize. Champion, I will personally reward you. Yu Shangtian announced the end of the alchemy conference. Only then did people leave reluctantly. Ling Xiao winked at Green Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. The three of them left quietly. Winning the championship was of course a good thing, but there were also many troublesome things. If they didn't leave early, they would probably be surrounded later. Brother Ling, why are you leaving so quickly? I haven't had time to thank you yet. Near the Yu family, he met Ghost Sword. There's no need to thank me. You just need to remember that you owe me a favor. Ling Xiao smiled. Forget it. But although the alchemy conference is over, there is still the selection of the successor of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom. Aren't you going to participate? Ghost Sword asked. I don't have that qualification. You, on the other hand, as the disciple of the Devil Emperor, should have that qualification. Ling said, I'm not interested. The position of Demon Venerate of the Fengdu Demonic Nation is far inferior to the position of Demon Emperor. Moreover, I'm not from Fengdu Demon Kingdom. On the other hand, Qi, Black Pearl, and the others have already returned. It's just now. They asked me to bring a message. Don't miss them. Also, I wish. Ling Xiao nodded. Moreover, he believed in the character of those people. All right, I won't disturb you from receiving the award. But let me remind you, you still have to pay attention to Yu Shangtian. That person is very patient and ambitious. He will definitely try his best to poach an alchemist like you. If soft methods don't work, I'm afraid he will use hard methods. You must be careful. After saying that, Ghost Sword disappeared from the street. Looking at Ghost Sword's back, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The danger has never been less. Why would I be afraid? Sister Qingli and Brother Qihua, you guys go back first. I'll go receive the award alone. Now that the demon's son hasn't recovered, they won't dare to do anything to me. All right, if there's anything, remember to call us. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let anything happen to you. Ancestor Qihua said, Don't be afraid. Isn't there still the Fire King? He wants to get the owner of the heavenly demon's heart. Moreover, he lost the bet to me, so he will naturally protect me. I believe that even the strongest demon king of the Yu family shouldn't be his match, right? Ling Xiao smiled. That's why I say you're smart. This matter is too beautiful. You made the Fire King your bodyguard. In the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, you can definitely run amok. I'm not bragging, but even if the Demon Emperor comes, the Fire King will still have the power to fight. Ancestor Qihua said, All right, stop bragging. Let the young master go receive the award. The reward this time is very rich. Sword Maiden Qinglian pushed Ancestor Qihua, and the two of them went to the residence from the side door. As for Ling Xiao, he went to Yu Shangtian's residence from the main door. The champion's reward was personally awarded by Yu Shangtian. Congratulations, young hero Ling. You've really achieved a great victory this time. Entering Yu Shangtian's room, Ling Xiao heard his hearty laughter. This guy really knows how to act. He clearly didn't want him to win the championship before. There's nothing to congratulate. It's nothing to me. Where's the reward? Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. This is the pill formula of the Shattered Pill Divine Water. Yu Shangtian didn't play any tricks. He gave the pill formula of the Shattered Pill Divine Water to Ling Xiao. This Shattered Pill Divine Water could be said to be the best among level 4 pills. It could be used until one advanced to the Divine Body realm. Therefore, it was much bigger than the Yin-Yang Harmony pill. Ling Xiao grabbed the pill formula, and a wave of soul fluctuations came. A large amount of memories poured into his mind. Yes, this is indeed the Shattered Pill Divine Water. Ling Xiao was excited. Once the Shattered Pill Divine Water was successfully refined, it would be of great benefit to him in the future. The most direct purpose of him winning the championship this time was for this pill formula. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Actually, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope young hero Ling can help me. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to leave after taking the reward, Yu Shangtian became anxious. He hurriedly stopped him and said, Let's talk about the matter of helping tomorrow. I'm already very tired today, and I still have to heal the demon's son later. Today is also the last day, and it's very important. Ling Xiao didn't need to think to know what Yu Shangtian wanted him to do. Naturally, he didn't want to help, so he delayed it. He had no reason to help the Yu family refine the shattered pill divine water. After all, these guys from the Yu family were his potential enemies. That's true. Young hero Ling, go back and have a good rest. We'll talk about this matter tomorrow. Yu Shangtian thought for a moment and said, "Goodbye." Ling Xiao turned and left. Not long after, Yu Qiren came out of the small house next to him. "Father, this kid doesn't know how to appreciate favors. He's obviously shirking. We spent a lot of manpower and resources to hold this alchemy conference just to find a powerful alchemist for the Yu family to refine the shattered pill divine water. Not only for the demon's son, but also for our family. Why don't we tie him up?" Yu Qiren gritted his teeth. "Are you crazy? He's a distinguished guest of the City of Gold. If you tie him up, do you believe that the City of Gold won't fight with you? Now that we've gradually stabilized, we can't fight with the City of Gold. Otherwise, those guys who are watching the show will definitely benefit." Yu Shangtian shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. He's still in the Yu family anyway." Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Chapter 42-31. Ling Xiao went to Ling Jiaojiao's place for a while. He found out from his venerable master that everything was going smoothly, but the process might take longer than expected. Ling Xiao had already expected this. How could the demon lord's soul be destroyed so easily? As long as everything went smoothly, it would be fine. After that, he returned to his residence and cultivated with Green Lotus Swordswoman and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Because of the pills, his body had reached the peak of the 8th Order Emperor realm. But it wasn't that easy to break through. In order to continue improving his combat strength, he could only focus on the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Now that his body had become stronger, he could try to cultivate the 12 Divine Beasts technique to the 3rd level. For the first one, he chose the Blood Diamond Rat, which represented blood and slaughter. For the second one, he chose the 9 Heavens Glacial Dragon, which represented ice and frost. As for the third one, he didn't have many choices, because he only had 2 top-grade demon beast cores left. One was the one-eyed thunderstorm bull, and the other was the flying flaming lion. Fire and water were incompatible. When ice and fire met, it would be difficult for them to fuse together, but the destructive power would be amazing. Therefore, he decided to cultivate with the flying flaming lion. The flying flaming lion represented destruction and flames. The second level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique could unleash a power close to the peak of the 8th Order Emperor realm. Then, the third level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique might even surpass the heaven-covering palm and reach the true peak of the 8th Order Emperor realm. If he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, his power could even reach the 9th Order Emperor realm. This was too important for him. If his cultivation wasn't good enough, he could make up for it with martial skills. There had to be a way for him to become stronger. He believed that as long as he cultivated the 12 Divine Beasts technique to the 3rd level, with the heaven-covering palm, he should be able to kill a mere late Heavenly Core Warrior in an instant. As for a peak Heavenly Core Warrior, he could definitely defeat them alone. He didn't need to rely on the Giant Devil. After all, the Giant Devil was an external force. It could help him get through the crisis during this period, but it wasn't something that could last long. In the long run, it was more useful to increase his own strength. His perception was already very strong, and with the Tai Chi Eye, cultivating martial skills was already very easy. Besides, he had the experience of cultivating the Blood Diamond Rat and 9 Heavens Glacial Dragon. They were all existences of the same level. With experience, it would be much easier. He reckoned that he would be able to complete his cultivation today. At this stage, he could only rely on the 12 Divine Beasts technique and heaven-covering palm. The Plum Blossom Acupuncture Hand and Falling Plum Blossom Clear Shadow Steps could also be used as support, fighting together with the Beast Spirit Martial Technique. As for the other martial skills that he had cultivated in the past, they could no longer keep up with the increase in strength. After a night of cultivation, he had already grasped the basics of the Flying Flaming Lion move. However, if he wanted to use it in actual combat, he would have to think about it a little more. Anyway, he had nothing else to do today. He only needed to go to Ling Jiaojiao's place at noon to check on the situation. He seemed to have forgotten what Yu Shangtian had said yesterday. She had something important to discuss with him today. After breakfast, Ling Xiao prepared to continue cultivating. There was a knock on the door. A young man stepped into Ling Xiao's residence. This person wasn't anyone else. It was Yu Luan. Ling Xiao, and he could be considered old acquaintances. After the battle in Fengdu Devil Forest, the two of them hated each other. Ling Xiao wanted to find an opportunity to kill Yu Luan. Yu Luan also wanted to find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. However, the two of them showed rare forbearance under such special circumstances. There was also an unfamiliar man who came with Yu Luan. His strength was not as good as Yu Luan's, but his arrogance was bigger than Yu Luan's. He stood there with an impatient look. A sinister look flashed across Yu Luan's eyes, and then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Mr. Ling, the patriarch invites you in. He said that he had discussed with you yesterday and that he has something important to discuss today." Something important? What is it? Ling Xiao had indeed forgotten, because he only cared about cultivation and left other things to the back of his mind. You're so forgetful, aren't you? As for the specifics, I actually don't know either. Won't you understand when you reach the patriarch? Yu Luan smiled. Why didn't he come to me? When Ling Xiao had something to do, he didn't want to waste time. Bastard thing. Who the hell do you think you are, to actually dare make the patriarch come to find you? I heard that you won the Alchemy Summits Championship. What a joke. So what if you're an alchemist? In the end, aren't you still working for us, martial artists? Pretending to be virtuous, my ass. Yu Luan spoke very politely because he knew Ling Xiao's prowess. But the person beside him was different. He only knew that Ling Xiao was the Alchemy Summits champion and did not know anything else. In addition, there were people instigating from the side, saying a lot of bad things about Ling Xiao, resulting in his impression of Ling Xiao being very bad. His words were also very impolite. "Yu Zhong, how can you talk to Mr. Ling like that?" Yu Luan said angrily. "Remember, Mr. Ling is our Yu family's honored guest. He killed quite a number of our Yu family's people. Yu Chun and Yu Zhan were both killed by him. But the patriarch didn't say anything. You still dare to be disrespectful to him?" Yu Luan's words seemed to be reprimanding Yu Zhong, but no matter how one listened, it seemed to be deliberately adding oil to the fire. Humph, the patriarch is too spineless. This person killed so many of our Yu family's people, and you still want to invite him. If I were the patriarch, I would definitely not let him off. Yu Zhong snorted coldly. Who sent this idiot? Does Yu Shangtian want me to be angry? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He felt that today's matter was a little strange. To invite him, Yu Luan should have come alone. But he actually let this Yu Zhong follow. This was clearly looking for trouble. This Yu Zhong was probably more stupid normally. He did things without thinking, so he would be used by others. Bastard, who are you calling an idiot? Yu Zhong's strength was still quite outstanding among the young disciples of the Yu family. He couldn't go to the Fengdu Demon Forest because he was sick. He had always felt uncomfortable in his heart. He always felt that if he went, he would definitely be able to get the demonic epiphyllum. But he didn't think about it. Yu Feng, Yu Luan, and even Yu Qiong, who were stronger than him, couldn't do it. What right did he have? However, this person was such an idiot. He wouldn't think about these things at all. He would only arrogantly look down on others. As he spoke, he was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Yu Luan. Yu Luan, I understand your little thoughts. You just want him to provoke me and then let me deal with him. This Yu Zhong should have some powerful background, right? Ling Xiao saw through Yu Luan's little thoughts with a glance. Little guy, you don't dare to provoke me, but you let an idiot be the vanguard. Not bad, you're good. My father is the patriarch's brother, Yu Wentian. Yu Zhong didn't feel ashamed, but rather proud. Ling Xiao had already made it so clear, but he still didn't realize that he was being used. Forget it, I'm not interested in knowing who your father is. Yu Luan, lead the way. I'll go find your patriarch. No matter what, I'm still eating and drinking for free in your family. Ling Xiao suddenly changed his mind, because he felt that it was not suitable for him to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yu Shangtian now. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 42-32. Ling Xiao thought about it. Now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yu Shangtian. Ling Jiaojiao's treatment was not over yet. He still had to stay here for a few days. It's good that Mr. Ling can understand. Yu Wan smiled, but there was some awkwardness in her smile. Her little trick was seen through by Ling Xiao. It was really a slap in the face. Sister Qinglian, Brother Qihua, come with me. I guess the Yu family's patriarch asked Yu Wan to invite me so seriously. There must be something important. I'm still young, and I'm afraid I can't handle some things well. I need the two of you to help me. Ling Xiao was worried that this was a trap, so he asked Qinglian's swordswoman and ancestor Qihua to follow. This way, if they fought, they would not be at a disadvantage. Not just anyone can attend the banquet prepared by the patriarch. Today, the patriarch only invited you. As for the two dogs beside you, they don't deserve it. Yu Zhong suddenly spoke, full of provocation. Originally, Ling Xiao did not take this idiot to heart. He felt that this guy was just a fool who was being used. But when he heard these words, his face immediately became ugly. He suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying killing intent wrapped around Yu Zhong. Yu Wan had no intention of stopping him. This was the effect he wanted. If Yu Zhong was killed by Ling Xiao, he would be happy. Since he did not stop him, Ling Xiao would not be polite. He directly pointed his finger, and Yu Zhong's mouth was full of blood. Half of his tongue had been cut off. Ah! His tongue was painful. Once it was broken, it would really hurt to death. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Yu Zhong was a martial artist after all. After suffering a great deal of pain, he forcefully activated his vital essence and recondensed his tongue. But it was obvious that this guy was terrified. You actually dare to cut off my tongue? Are you crazy? Yu Zhong finally understood why Yu Wan was so respectful in front of Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. In fact, the moment Ling Xiao made his move, he was very pleased with himself. He felt that his provocation was effective. He could use this as an excuse to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. However, he couldn't see Ling Xiao's attack at all. It was too fast. The angle was too tricky. He was a late heavenly core warrior, but in front of Ling Xiao, he was just like a pitiful baby. He was really useless. He was too useless. Crazy? Didn't Yu Wan tell you that I killed Yu Zhong yesterday? Ling Xiao said coldly. Hearing this, Yu Zhong was stunned. She looked at Yu Wan with some confusion, then turned to look at Ling Xiao and said, Yu Zhong is just a branch family's disciple. He was indeed very strong, but his status was nothing much. I'm different. I already told you. The patriarch had two brothers and a younger sister. The four of them were the true rulers of the Yu family. The patriarch often went into seclusion to cultivate. The affairs of the Yu family are all handled by my father, Yu Wentian, Yu Dingtian, and Yu Lianhua. They are my third uncle and auntie. They help me from the side. Since you killed Yu Zhong, maybe the patriarch won't do anything to you for some reason. But you cut my tongue. The patriarch won't forgive you. Hee. Is that so? Thank you for your reminder. But let me tell you something. I'm a guest invited by Yu Shangtian. I'm not a servant of your family. If you don't provoke me, I won't do anything. But if you provoke me, not to mention that you're Yu Wentian's son, even if you're Yu Shangtian's son, I'll still kill you. Stop talking nonsense, lead the way. If you dare say anything disrespectful again, I won't just cut your tongue. I'll cut your head off. Crazy. Yu Zhong didn't expect Ling Xiao to not be afraid even after he told him his father's identity. This made him feel very unhappy. But he couldn't do anything about it. Looking at Yu Wan's cowardly face, she wouldn't do anything here. He couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. It looked like he could only think of a solution during the banquet. With this thought in mind, he stopped talking nonsense. He followed Yu Wan and led the way. Ling Xiao also followed. Young Master's personality is even more domineering than his grandfather's. I'm afraid his future achievements will be higher than his grandfather's and our master's. Ancestor Scarlet Flame followed behind and sighed. If it's just domineering, it definitely won't work. Young Master is not only domineering, he also has many trump cards that others can't imagine. Most of the enemies who went against him were destroyed by him. If this Yu Zhong still jumps around like this, He will definitely be killed by young master. Green Lotus Sword Maiden also nodded and said, young master is an existence that can even trick Fire King. I'm afraid others won't be able to play with him. These two naturally had a high opinion of Ling Xiao. They were captured, and their cultivation was sealed. They thought they were going to become cripples. In the end, after Ling Xiao returned, he refined 2 pills that miraculously helped them recover their strength. It even allowed them to make a breakthrough. It wasn't that they were disrespectful, but even Huang Jindi couldn't do it. That was why they had an idea. Ling Xiao's future achievements were something that even Huang Jindi, Demon Emperor, and the others couldn't compare with. Where are we going? Ling Xiao didn't know much about the Yu family. Because the Yu family's mansion was too big. It took up a quarter of Fengdu City. It was even bigger than the capital cities of many countries that Ling Xiao had seen before. It was such a big mansion. He wasn't in the mood to wander around. The meeting hall, Yu Luan replied. Every big family had their own meeting hall. This was the place where every family held their meeting. The Yu family was a big family, so of course, they weren't that powerful. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that the meeting hall was already filled with people. Basically, all the higher-ups of the Yu family had arrived, except for those who were in secluded cultivation or out on missions. The rest were all waiting for Ling Xiao in the meeting hall. The 300 elders of the Yu family, all of them 9th-level divine core warriors. This time, there were over 200 of them. There were also a dozen grand elders, all of whom were experts in the core fragmentation realm. There were also 10 of them. In addition, there were nearly 100 outstanding disciples. These people included Yu Qiong and Yu Feng. Both of them were the strongest amongst all the outstanding disciples under the age of 50. However, they weren't the strongest amongst those under the age of 100. The strongest amongst those under the age of 100 was naturally Yu Qilian. 9th level Shattered Core Realm. No one could compare with him. Besides that, the manager of the Yu family's auction house, Yu Haoyan, the manager of the Baoha Hall, and the sect leader of the Green Luo cult had all arrived as well. Most of them were his family. Even if they weren't his family, they were still his allies. Yu Shangtian wanted to let Ling Xiao know how powerful the Yu family was. Then, he would make a request, and it would be easier for Ling Xiao to agree. It was a threat, but at the same time, it was a lure. It was a direct threat. Most of the warriors here were stronger than Ling Xiao. It was also a lure. As long as the Yu family was strong enough, they would be able to get more resources. If Ling Xiao was willing to become the Yu family's alchemist, his future achievements would be limitless. End of chapter. Chapter 42-33. After arriving at the meeting hall, Yu Zhong ran directly to his father to complain. Yuan looked at Ling Xiao with a smile and said, Mr. Ling, there are a lot of people here today. I didn't expect you to bring these 2 seniors here, so I didn't arrange a seat. I'm sorry. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to walk outside. Playing this kind of show of strength, don't you know who I am? He had already noticed that Yu Shangtian and Yu Qilian were already present. In the crowd, he even saw the figures of Fire King and Old Demon Han. It seemed that the Yu family didn't just invite him. They also invited Fire King and Old Demon Han. As for Yu Dan, she was the disciple of the Demon Emperor. Of course, they didn't dare to invite her. Poaching the Demon Emperor's disciple? Unless they didn't want to stay. Lu Ling stayed behind the Lu Luo cult leader and stared at Ling Xiao. She couldn't wait to bite Ling Xiao to death. Mr. Ling, don't be anxious. When Yuan saw that Ling Xiao was about to leave, he was speechless. Damn, he was actually so direct. His original intention was to give Ling Xiao a show of strength, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be even more domineering than him. He turned and left. If Ling Xiao left, he would be in trouble. At the very least, Yu Shangtian would definitely not forgive him. What else do you have to say? Ling Xiao sneered. Don't worry, although there are no seats, with my identity, I can still help you find 2 seats. Yuan smiled bitterly and walked to the side of the 2 disciples. He made the 2 of them stand up. When the 2 of them saw that it was Yuan, they didn't dare to say anything. Not only was Yuan talented, but his father was also Yu Dingtian. He had a respected status and couldn't be offended. Young master, please sit. Green Lotus Swordwoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame really treated Ling Xiao as their young master. In the past, they only followed Ling Xiao because of his relationship with Hong Qi. It was a bit awkward to call him young master, but it was different now. Ling Xiao continued to perform shocking feats. Not only did he obtain the demonic epiphyllum, but he also took first place in the alchemy conference. His alchemy skills surpassed the Fire Emperor's. They truly admired Ling Xiao and were willing to treat him as their young master. Of course, more importantly, Ling Xiao had unsealed their cultivation and healed their injuries. He even helped them achieve breakthroughs. To them, this was no less than Hong Qi's kindness. They willingly called him young master. Seeing this scene, not only was Yu Shangtian surprised, Fire King was also surprised. Even he didn't respect Green Lotus and Qihua that much. He was actually so respectful to a little fellow. It seemed that their relationship was not shallow. The Flame Emperor was also very fond of Ling Xiao. Although he had lost both bets, he did not hate Ling Xiao. Instead, he wanted to befriend him. It was impossible for him to become a master, but friends were still necessary. His alchemy skills had been unable to improve, and he was looking for an expert to give him a few pointers. Ling Xiao had appeared. So from this moment on, he would definitely protect Ling Xiao. Yu Shangtian's thoughts were even more complicated. At first, he was still skeptical of Ling Xiao's words. But now that he saw this scene, he was even more convinced that Ling Xiao was a relative of some supreme expert in the Golden City. He really couldn't afford to provoke him. Everyone sat around a huge round table. The table was filled with things that were usually hard to eat. Not only were they delicious, but they were also extremely beneficial to a cultivator's cultivation. In any case, mortals would definitely not be able to eat them. The design of the round table was not bad. As long as one turned it gently, they could eat the dishes they wanted to eat. Although Ling Xiao did not know why Yu Shangtian invited him to such a place. But since there was delicious food, he naturally would not be polite. Although he was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire, but he had never eaten any of the delicacies on the table. After sitting on the table, he simply started to eat and drink. He did not treat himself as a guest at all. Azure Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame sat on the side, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. Everything about this young master was good, but he was too stubborn. You two, don't just watch. Hurry up and eat. While eating, Ling Xiao asked the other two to eat as well. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone. Actually, many people were unfamiliar with Ling Xiao, although they knew that someone had won the alchemy competition and his name was Ling Xiao. But the key was that they had never seen him before. Who is this foodie? Is he here to eat and drink for free? Sure. He is that Ling Xiao who won the alchemy competition. Ling Xiao? Hee. Mid-Earth Core Realm? Wasn't his cultivation a little too weak? Those from the Yu family who are qualified to enter this place are at least at the early Heavenly Core Realm. He is not strong, but his alchemy skills are amazing. I heard that he can control immortal flames. He even has 2 divine flames. I think the Patriarch is trying to recruit him, but he doesn't look like an alchemy master at all. He looks more like a beggar who has never seen the world. He looks like he hasn't eaten for 8 lifetimes. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. Although his cultivation base isn't high, his combat strength isn't weak. I heard that Yu Zhan went looking for trouble with him, but he was killed. What? He killed someone from the Yu family, and he still has the guts to attend the banquet? Everyone was surprised. They wondered who gave Ling Xiao such courage. If it was someone else who killed someone from the Yu family, they would have run away by now. Unlike him, after killing someone, he still dared to eat here with no qualms. There was no one else like him. Bastard. Who pressed down on my table? Suddenly, Yu Wentian slammed the table and stood up fiercely. While eating, Ling Xiao looked at this man. Compared to Yu Shangtian, this Yu Wentian was taller and had a ferocious look. But, compared to Yu Shangtian, his strength was far weaker. He was even weaker than Yu Qilian. However, under the divine body realm, his strength was definitely considered strong. Beside Yu Wentian sat a young man with half-white and half-black hair. He looked young on the surface, but he was actually more than 100 years old. Over there was Yu Dingtian, Yu Wan's father. This person's face had always been very gloomy, as if everyone owed him money. His eyes were constantly revealing an expression that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles away. Right? He was not only Yu Wan's father, but also Yu Feng and Yu Chen's father. This person definitely knew that Ling Xiao killed Yu Chen. He must hate Ling Xiao to death, but he didn't show it. So, he was even more sinister than Yu Wentian. Further to the side was a middle-aged woman, Yu Lianhua. She was also Yu Shangtian's sister. She was quite good-looking, but her appearance reminded Ling Xiao of Yu Na. Could she be Yu Na's mother? Damn it! 3 of the 4 patriarchs of the Yu family had great enmity with him. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of these people. With Green Lotus Swordswoman and Patriarch Crimson Flame, they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was still afraid of Yu Shangtian. A Divine Body Realm powerhouse could only be killed by a Divine Body Realm powerhouse. That was why he set a trap for the Flame Emperor and made him his bodyguard. Even if Yu Shangtian was angry and wanted to kill him, the Flame Emperor definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Chapter 42-34. Kid, I'm asking you a question. You're not the only one at the table. Why are you pressing on the table? Yu Wentian saw that Ling Xiao did not respond and asked directly. When did you become blind? I'm holding food in both hands. Is there a third hand pressing on the table? Idiot. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said in annoyance. Buzz. His words caused everyone in the meeting hall to stop moving their chopsticks and stop talking. Damn, so strong. That's Yu Wentian, Yu Shangtian's brother, one of the leaders of the Yu family. He actually dares to speak like that? Does he want to die? Yu Wentian was also stunned and only came back to his senses after a while. No wonder Yu Zhong said that you're arrogant and condescending. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that you're really like that. Don't think that you can be condescending just because you're the champion of the alchemy conference. Let me tell you, this is the Yu family, not the city of gold. Regarding Ling Xiao's matter, Yuan Tian also heard about it from Yu Xiangtian. However, he believed that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even if the Almighty of the City of Gold came, they would have to follow the rules of the Yu family. I'm arrogant. I'm condescending. What can you do? Look at you. Your patriarch didn't say anything, and you're still finding fault with me? Let me tell you, Yu Zhong dared to insult Qinglian and Qihua. I'm already giving you a lot of face by not killing him. You even dare to complain. Do you want to die? Ling Xiao stepped on the stool and looked coldly at Yu Wentian. You want to kill me? Come on. I want to see if I die, or if your Yu family is destroyed. He was not giving Yu Wentian a way out. He wanted to make a big deal out of it. Because if he made a big deal out of it, he would have a reason to reject Yu Shangtian's proposal. Moreover, he had to be arrogant because of his current identity. Otherwise, no one would believe him. Yu Wentian did not plan to do anything to Ling Xiao. He just wanted to avenge his son. Just let Ling Xiao apologize and admit defeat. However, now that things had turned out like this, it made him feel very awkward. It was hard to get off the tiger. He had no idea how to end the situation. Admit defeat, it's too embarrassing. But if he went head-on, it would disrupt Yu Shangtian's plan. What a contradiction. Hee, what's there to argue about? One is the head of the Yu family, and the other is an honored guest of the Yu family. Aren't you afraid of being seen as a joke by others? Take a step back. Big brother, sit down. Mr. Ling, please take a seat. You don't look good standing on the chair. Don't insult your status. At this time, Yu Shangtian came out to be the peacemaker. He had to do this. Otherwise, if a fight really broke out, there would be no way to end it. Yu Wentian took advantage of the situation and said, Patriarch is right. I was too impulsive. That's right. You were impulsive. Not only were you impulsive, you were also stupid. Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. What was this kid trying to do? Even Yu Shangtian came out to be the peacemaker. Why didn't he stop while he was ahead? How would they know? Ling Xiao was prepared to reveal a little of his strength today. He wanted to expose the fact that Sword Maiden Qinglian and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame had recovered from their injuries and had broken through. He wanted to suppress the arrogance of the Yu family. In this way, even if someone didn't like him and wanted to cause trouble for him, they would have to think twice. Yu Shangtian's expression was very ugly. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant that he didn't even give him face. Patriarch, you heard it too. This kid scolded me. Originally, I thought that everyone was at fault for today's matter, so I let it go. Who knew that a little brat like him, who hasn't even grown all his hair, would actually scold me? This is intolerable, Yu Wentian said angrily. First of all, this young master's hair is all grown. Secondly, this young master is not targeting anyone. Yu Wentian, and your son are both trash. Since he wanted to establish his power, he had to find someone who was easy to bully. Although Yu Wentian was not easy to bully, relatively speaking, he was much weaker than Yu Shangtian. He was also weaker than Yu Qilian. With old ancestor Scarlet Flame's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take him down. As for Yu Zhong, he was even easier to bully. Hearing these words, the Yu family was unwilling. Although Ling Xiao was only scolding Yu Wentian alone, but Yu Wentian was the head of their Yu family. Wasn't this scolding them too? The group of people were furious. Who do you think you are? You're just relying on the fact that the demon child is your sister, so you dare to be so arrogant. That's right, relying on your sister to intimidate others. Who do you think you are? You're only at the middle stage of the Earth Core realm. If senior brother Yu Zhong is trash, then you're trash among trash. You're really shameless. Everyone, stop arguing. Although he's not strong, he's still an alchemy master. He won the championship of the alchemy conference. Yu Luan suddenly said. His words seemed to be persuading them, but in fact, it was adding fuel to the fire. Originally, these people were already dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, and when he said this, it made them even more unscrupulous. What's wrong with being an alchemist? It's just giving people a hard life. That's right, in the end, he's just a slave. When such words were heard by Fire Emperor and Old Demon Han, their faces suddenly became gloomy. The cult leader of Lulua sect was also unhappy. You're scolding Ling Xiao. Why are you also scolding me? This was really too outrageous. Don't say any more. Today I must teach this kid a lesson, so that he knows what it means to be an honest person, what it means to do things honestly. Yu Wentian waved his hand. He said loudly. At this time, Yu Shangtian had no intention of stopping him. It seemed that he was ready to let Ling Xiao suffer a little. This was because Ling Xiao was too arrogant, and this made him very unhappy. You actually want to teach our young master a lesson? At this moment, Ancestor Scarlet Flame stood up and looked at Yu Wentian mockingly. What the young master said is true. Yu Wentian, are just trash. You've only cultivated to this extent at such an old age. What qualifications do you have to teach our young master a lesson? You have to know that Fire Emperor wanted to accept our young master as a disciple, but he failed. Fire Emperor was drinking tea and almost spat it out. Damn, why do you always have to belittle me when it's your business? Am I shameless? When the people of the Yu family heard Ancestor Scarlet Flame's words, they were furious. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like master, like servant, Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Hee, your cultivation has long been crippled, and you still dare to clamor here today. Are you courting death? Yu Wentian sneered. There's no other way. This is my personality. If you dare to be disrespectful to the young master, I'll beat you, trash. Ancestor Scarlet Flame had been pretending that his strength had not recovered for the past few days, which was very sullen. Today, he had a chance to vent, so of course he was excited. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of the reading website. Chapter 42-35. I really want to see what can happen after beating your young master. Yu Wentian couldn't stand Ancestor Scarlet Flame's sarcasm. This guy had a bad temper. He was the most impulsive of the 4 siblings of the Yu family. He was mocked by Ling Xiao. Now he was mocked by Ancestor Scarlet Flame. His anger immediately surged up. A violent aura burst out of his body. Then he jumped directly onto the dining table and punched Ling Xiao. The plates on the dining table immediately shattered, and it was a mess. The terrifying fist wind pounced on Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. This guy wasn't like Ancestor Scarlet Flame, but he only beat up Ling Xiao. Obviously, His resentment towards Ling Xiao was deeper. "Oomph, you want to hurt our young master?" Ancestor Scarlet Flame snorted coldly. He didn't show any weakness. On his right fist, raging flames were rolling. Then he punched out. It was like a fire dragon roaring. At that moment, everyone in the Yu family widened their eyes. Because in their impression, this Ancestor Scarlet Flame's cultivation should have been sealed. And his injuries were so serious that it was impossible to recover in a short time. But the power of this punch was not inferior to Yuantian's. It even seemed to be stronger. Boom. The two fists met. Even the air seemed to explode. The entire dining table was completely shattered. The people around the dining table also retreated. Most of the martial artists were shocked until their faces turned pale. They were terrified. Some of them even vomited blood. One had to know that this was a battle between the top experts of the core-shattering realm. Except for a few people, no one could stand this kind of explosive feeling. This was only a collision, and both of them had actually held back. Otherwise, if they really fought, the meeting hall would probably collapse. Bang! In the end, Yuantian was still inferior to Ancestor Scarlet Flame. He was beaten back a few steps and directly hit the wall. The entire meeting hall shook. The current Ancestor Scarlet Flame was a 9th level expert of the core-shattering realm. Yuantian was at the 8th level of the core-shattering realm. Naturally, he couldn't be compared to Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but his cultivation also broke through. Yuantian gritted his teeth. This was really a troublesome matter. Back then, he was able to capture Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Green Lotus by himself. But now, he might not even be able to defeat Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Was all of this caused by Ling Xiao? He looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. Wasn't Yu Xiangtian the same? If there was one person who could cure Green Lotus Swordswoman and Forefather Scarlet Flame, then this person must be Ling Xiao. Why wasn't such a talented person from the Yu family? Damn it. Forefather Scarlet Flame was already so powerful. The Green Lotus Swordswoman was definitely not bad either. The two of them were at the 9th level of the Shattered Core stage. This was a huge threat to the Yu family. Unless Yu Xiangtian, a divine physique echelon expert, personally intervened, it would be really difficult to deal with them. Both Yu Xiangtian and Yuantian were shocked. Not to mention the ordinary martial artists of the Yu family. Although Yuantian was not as good as Yu Xiangtian in their eyes, he was still an ancestor-level mission. He was a great being that one had to look up to. They had never thought about surpassing him. They only wanted to worship him. But now, a cruel fact was told to them. Ling Xiao, who they looked down on, actually had two terrifying existences that were even stronger than Yuantian by his side. What was the situation with this Ling Xiao? What was his identity? Why did these two powerhouses call him Young Master? They couldn't understand. They couldn't understand at all. But at this moment, they seemed to understand one thing, and that was why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. With such experts by his side, it was impossible not to be arrogant. But at the same time, they were also very jealous. They were all from the Yu family. They were the geniuses of the most powerful family in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. They were also a top force in the entire Heavenly Fiend Ghost region. But why didn't they have such experts by their side? What was so good about Ling Xiao? Was it because he knew how to refine pills? It really made people uncomfortable. The reason why they were uncomfortable was mainly because Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. As for the rumors that Ling Xiao killed Yu Zhan and Yu Chen, even those who witnessed it with their own eyes felt that Ling Xiao had used some scheme. Today, they saw Forefather Scarlet Flame make a move. They thought so even more. They felt that Forefather Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Qinglian were supporting him from behind. At this time, Ling Xiao drank a cup of wine. He threw the cup into the pile of ruins. He sighed with emotion and said, "A good table of dishes was ruined just like that. What a pity. Patriarch Yu, your hospitality today is not satisfactory. I am very unhappy. So let's end today's banquet here. Scarlet Flame, Qinglian, let's go." He angered Yuantian in order to make Yu Xiangtian unable to make any requests. This way, he would have more reason to refuse. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to think of an excuse. And today, it was not him who took the initiative to find trouble, but Yuantian who came to find trouble with him for his stupid son. He couldn't admit defeat. These words were very reasonable, but in Yu Shangtian's ears, it was a great irony. Everyone in the Yu family looked at Ling Xiao with anger in their eyes. But Ling Xiao didn't care. Yu Shangtian now had a favor to ask of him, and he was afraid of the people behind him, so he didn't dare to attack him. But he wanted to seek justice for Sword Maiden Qinglian and Forefather Scarlet Flame. Who was the one who tortured them? Who was the one who injured Sword Maiden Qinglian and Forefather Scarlet Flame? He hadn't forgotten this grudge yet. It was just that he didn't mention it when there were no conditions. Mr. Ling, I won't beat around the bush. What conditions can make you refine the broken pill divine water for my Yu family? Yu Shangtian suddenly asked. Perhaps he felt that today's banquet was ruined. He might as well get straight to the point and ask. It's very simple. First, let my sister go with me. Second, hand over the person who hurt Scarlet Flame and Qinglian. I want him to suffer the same pain. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Forefather Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Qinglian were both stunned and moved. They really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually care about the two of them so much. Yu Shangtian's expression didn't look good. 2 conditions. He couldn't agree to any of them. Ling Jiaojiao was the devil's son, so she absolutely couldn't go with Ling Xiao, because Ling Jiaojiao was going to marry Yu Qiren. As for the second condition, it was his son, Yu Qiren, who hurt Sword Maiden Qinglian and Forefather Scarlet Flame. It was even more impossible for him to hand it over. So, the cooperation is not possible? Yu Shangtian frowned. At this moment, if it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao was still healing the devil's son, if it weren't for the powerful existence behind Ling Xiao, he really wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Ling Xiao. Whether we can cooperate or not, the conditions are there. It's up to you to decide, not me. Ling Jiaojiao is my sister, and I will treat her well. But for other things, if you can't meet the conditions, don't bother me. After saying that, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked outside. Since the matter was done, he naturally had to leave. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Chapter 42:36. Stop right there. Suddenly, Yu Zhong shouted out. But this guy had been hiding beside his father, not daring to stand out. Obviously, he was frightened by Ling Xiao. What's wrong? You want to fight with me? Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, don't ask those 2 men beside you to help you. Fight with the genius of our Yu family like a real man. Yu Zhong shouted out. That's right. Those who rely on their background will be looked down upon the most. Who do you think you are? The others started shouting out as well. That's right. Without those 2, without the Golden City, who do you think you are? How dare you show off in front of our Yu family? If you have the guts, don't rely on your background. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at these idiots who were shouting like roosters. He suddenly laughed out. Are you idiots talking about yourselves? Without the Yu family, all of you useless people would have been killed long ago. Trying to show off in front of me? Why don't you take a look at yourselves? Well said. Ancestor Scarlet Flame shouted out. These bastards. All of you act as if you're some big shot. But in fact, you're all trash. During the battle in the Fengdu Demon Forest, our young master stole the heavenly devil epiphyllum, and you still haven't learned it? All of you under the age of 50, do you have the guts to fight with our young master? I don't believe it. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Senior disciple Yu Qiong is an early 9th level divine core warrior. How could he possibly lose to you? Senior disciple Yu Feng and Yu Luan won't lose either. That's right. It must be a rumor. Most of the people who said this didn't go to the Fengdu Demon Forest, or didn't see Ling Xiao steal the heavenly devil epiphyllum. Stop embarrassing yourselves. He's right. The heavenly devil epiphyllum was stolen by him. But that's because he used some dirty tricks. Yu Feng suddenly said. Hearing this, many people shut their mouths. The heavenly devil epiphyllum was really stolen by Ling Xiao. This was truly embarrassing. But a moment later, they found a new reason. Shameless. Using despicable methods to obtain the demonic Sirius is also disgraceful. That's right. If you have the ability, why don't you practice in front of us? The purpose of these people was too obvious. He wanted to anger Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would impulsively accept the challenge. This way, they would have a way to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was no longer cooperating with the Yu family. In that case, if he was killed in a fair duel, the person behind him wouldn't come looking for trouble. After all, this was only the young people's business. Yu Xiang Tian, Yuan Tian, and the others did not intend to intervene. They just had to watch the show. It sounds like you guys really want to fight with me? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. It just so happened that Huang Xiaolong hadn't fought since his physical body had advanced to the peak of the 8th Order Emperor realm. Today, so many people were willing to be his sparring partners, so why wouldn't he be happy? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Anyone below the age of 50 can fight with me. Life or death. What do you think? Ling Xiao stood there like a proud emperor. He looked at those pathetic and cowardly scums with disdain and said loudly, "Life or death." Hearing this, many people wanted to back out, but there were still some who weren't afraid of death. Fine, life or death. I'll fight with you. The first person to stand out was an early Heavenly Core warrior. He was around 46 years old. Obviously, this guy didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. Or else, with his cultivation base, standing out was the same as courting death. You can't do it. Killing you is too easy. It's boring. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Are you scared?" That guy was acting tough. Ling Xiao wanted to give this guy a chance to live. Since this bastard wanted to throw his life away, why should he refuse? Fine, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. We can't fight here. Why don't we go to the Yu family's training ground? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Let's go. Today, the Yu family was the most united of all. Everyone had treated Ling Xiao as their enemy. They all wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The group of men walked towards the training ground. Dad, aren't we going to stop them? That Ling Xiao is not weak. Even Yu Zhan was killed by him. Yu Qiren walked at the back and asked Yu Xiang Tian. I've heard about how he killed Yu Zhan. I think he used the power of the giant devil. Later, when Ling Xiao uses the giant devil, we'll intervene. Yu Xiang Tian said with an indifferent tone. He's not that strong. Understood, Dad. Yu Qiren nodded his head. They didn't agree to this life or death battle. Therefore, at the critical moment, there was no problem for them to intervene. Soon after, they arrived at the training ground. The crowd dispersed. Ling Xiao and the early Heavenly Core disciple from the Yu family stood on the arena. They were about 100 meters apart from each other. The Heavenly Core disciple glared at Yu Xiang. Don't stare at me like that. I'll tell you the same thing. You're not my match. It's not too late to give up now. Otherwise, when you die later, people will say that I'm bullying the weak. Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly Core disciple and said with an indifferent tone, there was no skill required to kill this kind of trash. It wouldn't help him increase his strength either. He was too lazy to do anything. Humph, go die first. The Heavenly Core disciple didn't listen to Yu Xiang's advice. He immediately jumped towards Ling Xiao. You're just an Earth Core warrior. I can easily kill you without using my martial soul. While roaring, the Heavenly Core disciple turned into a black smoke. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. A frightening black blade appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Kill him. Kill that arrogant guy. Below the stage, the disciples of the Yu family were shouting. It was obvious that they hated Ling Xiao to the core. They wished that Ling Xiao would be chopped into pieces. Falling plum blossom steps, Ling Xiao moved his body. He dodged the Heavenly Core disciple's attack. He didn't use any weapons, and he didn't use any martial skills. He just kicked the Heavenly Core disciple away. He kicked the Heavenly Core disciple's head. Since it was a life or death battle, there was no need for him to show any mercy. The Heavenly Core disciple had already attacked. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The poor idiot was sent flying by the kick. The Heavenly Core disciple's head hung on a beam far away. The Heavenly Core disciple's head had exploded. As for his inner core, it had been destroyed by the terrifying True Yuan. Right at this moment, the entire arena was dead silent. One strike. He only used one strike. Ling Xiao had just killed an early Heavenly Core disciple from the Yu family. This kind of strength was too frightening. No way. Is this guy really a mid-Earth Core warrior? I'm confused as well. That kick was too powerful. Don't tell me he really got the heavenly devil Dutchman's pedal with his own strength? Humph. No matter what, he dared to kill a disciple from the Yu family. He's dead for sure. Listening to the shameless discussions of these people, a disdainful sneer emerged on Ling Zhao's face. If no one dares to fight, then let's call it a day. I'm not brave enough, and I'm afraid that the Yu family will come after me. Although, it was the Yu family's genius who was courting death. It has nothing to do with me. End of chapter. Chapter 42:37. Don't be so arrogant. Fight me if you have the guts. Another man jumped onto the stage. This man was tall, and he was wearing heavy armor on both of his arms. It should be a defense and also a weapon. There were runes flashing on it. It was obviously a piece of equipment that had been enchanted. He should not be easy to deal with. Mid-heavenly core warrior? You can't do it either. Either you change your opponent or bring a few more. Otherwise, it will be too boring. Ling Xiao looked at the man. Although he was sure that this man was strong, compared to him, he was still too weak. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, another 3 men jumped onto the stage. They looked 80% similar to the man in armor. They should be brothers. They might even be quadruplets. All 4 of them had strong bodies. One used armor to fight, one used a blade, one used a sword, and the last one used a crossbow. Crossbows were more suitable for long and medium-range combat. Obviously, these 4 men were good at cooperating. This Yu family is so shameless. For against one, aren't they afraid of being laughed at by others? Ancestor Scarlet Flame sneered. It was him who asked us to fight together. The man in armor said, "Are you his grandson or his son? Why do you listen to everything he says?" Ancestor Scarlet Flame said sarcastically, "All right, Scarlet Flame, don't tease them. Indeed, I was the one who said that they should go together. It's more fun this way." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "However, I still have to remind the 4 of you. If you die, don't blame me. You asked for it. If we were afraid of death, we wouldn't have come." The 4 burly fellows roared. "All right, let's fight." Ling Xiao waved his hand. Facing these 4 men, he knew he had to transform. Therefore, he instantly transformed into his Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul. This Beast Soul transformation helped him enter his Shadow Warrior form when he was in danger. It could help him avoid a lot of danger. Transformation? You're a Beast Warrior? The man in armor was stunned for a moment and asked. "Wrong. I'm a Beast God Warrior." Ling Xiao replied. "Humph. Even if you're a Beast God Warrior, you must be the lowest level Beast God. Otherwise, your cultivation wouldn't be so weak." The man with the saber coldly snorted. "Are you an idiot? I'm only 18 years old. The youngest of the 4 of you is in your 30s, right? Adding all of you together, you're more than 100 years old." His cultivation base was so low. "You still dare to say that my cultivation is weak? According to your age, you should have been to Fengdu Demonic Forest before, right? You probably didn't reach the peak of Thunder Mountain, right?" Ling Zhao's ability to mock others was not inferior to Ancestor Scarlet Flame's. The 4 of them blushed in embarrassment. "Who cares? Go to hell." The man roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had originally planned to repeat the same trick, using the falling plum clear shadow steps to switch positions. He saw that the crossbowman had actually shot out a crossbow arrow, but it was not aimed at him. Instead, it was stuck in the arena. In that instant, his surroundings were enveloped by golden light. He actually couldn't use his movement technique. "I thought you were an assassin. I didn't expect you to be a support." Ling Xiao frowned, and the arm guard man's attack arrived. "Brat, eat my fist. Let's see how you're going to dodge it." "Hide? Do I need to hide?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Since he couldn't dodge, then he would just attack. Facing the man's attack, he also threw out both of his fists. Seeing this, Yuan-Tian laughed. This Ling Xiao is really stupid. He actually dares to compete with him in terms of body strength. That brat's body was trained by me, and it's even stronger than a late Heavenly Core Warrior's body. Plus, there's the Vajra incantation on the arm guard. His body has almost reached the level of a mid-8th Order Emperor realm. Compared to many martial artists with weak physical bodies, he's really much more powerful. Before Yu Wentian could finish his explanation, suddenly, a shocking sound could be heard. Crack. For fists collided. His vambrace actually shattered. Crack. The man's arms were fractured. His body was sent flying away. Ling Xiao wanted to chase after him, but he was attacked from both sides by the man with the long blade and the man with the long sword. The man let out a sigh of relief. Although Ling Xiao's physical body was stronger than he had expected, Ling Xiao's physical strength had exceeded his expectations. But as long as he didn't die, his broken bones would have a chance to heal. He just needed a moment to heal himself. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. Facing the attacks from the man with the long blade and the man with the long sword, Ling Xiao didn't even try to dodge or block. They were still chasing after him. Clang, clang, bang. The three men hit their targets at the same time. The man with the arm guard's stomach was pierced through. His inner core was shattered. He died with a horrified look on his face. As for the attacks from the man with the long blade and the man with the long sword, they didn't even leave a scratch on Ling Xiao's body. Instead, the weapon in his hand was broken. Next, you're mine. A ghostly voice rang out. Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. Hell Shadow Strike. When he reappeared, there was a 1-foot-long sword energy on his cold finger. It pierced into the man with the crossbow. The cold sword energy was wreaking havoc inside his body. It tore his inner core apart. Since you like to sneak up on people, I'll use the same method to kill you. Is that okay? In just a split second, the situation took a strange turn. Originally, the warriors of the Yu family were expecting Ling Xiao to be besieged and killed by the four men. But in less than a minute, just like that, two of them were killed. The man with the long sword and the man with the long blade saw that the situation was not right. They turned around and fled. The four of them were no match for Ling Xiao. Two of their weapons were shattered by the impact. How could they fight? There was no chance at all. Since I've made my move, how could I let you escape? Two snake heads suddenly stretched out from behind Ling Xiao. They bit on the necks of the two men. The poison seeped into the bodies of the two men. Their bodies and inner cores were all contaminated. Corrosion. A moment later, they fell to the ground and died. They had already given up resisting. Why did you still kill them? Yu Feng said angrily. I've said that this is a life and death duel. I've already warned them when they went into the ring. They didn't listen. When they slashed at me with their sabers and swords, you didn't seem to say anything. What nonsense are you spouting now? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Feng contemptuously and said, Or do you also plan to have a life and death duel with me? Why wouldn't I dare? Yu Feng had been observing Ling Xiao's battle. He found that Ling Xiao's specialty was still his strong physical body, coupled with the strangeness of the beast god martial spirit. It was not easy to deal with, but the attack power was limited, and there were no overly powerful moves. If it was him, he should be able to win. When he was in Fengdu Demon Forest, he already wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he easily give it up? This was for him. It was a rare opportunity. Before, when he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, Yu Shangtian stopped him. But this time, he didn't know the reason. Yu Shangtian didn't speak. If he didn't make a move this time, he probably wouldn't have the chance to. You have backbone, Ling Xiao clapped his hands and said. But if you go on stage, you have to sign the life and death agreement and then let Patriarch Yu sign it. End of this chapter. Chapter 42:38. Of course, Yu Feng was different from those trash. If those trash died, the Yu family might feel some heartache, but they wouldn't turn hostile on the spot. But Yu Feng was different. Cultivating a perfect heavenly core warrior below the age of 50 was not an easy task. The Yu family definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to be serious. You want to fight? Sure. Sign the life and death contract, and the Yu family's patriarch, Yu Shangtian, had to agree and sign it. You want to stay out of this? Not a chance. Life and death contract, I'll sign it, Yu Feng said loudly. Ling Xiao had put it this way, if he didn't sign it, wouldn't that mean he was afraid? How could he stay in the Yu family in the future? I think we need to discuss this matter at length. One is the Yu family's honored guest, the other is the Yu family's genius. It's a pity for either of them to die. How about this? How about we stop when it's appropriate? Yu Dingtian suddenly said. Yu Feng was his son. Even if others didn't love him, he would. It wasn't that he didn't trust his son, but Ling Zhao's performance was just too eye-catching. If an accident really happened, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Stop when it's appropriate? Hee hee. Ling Xiao let out a mocking laugh and said, if that's the case, then forget it. I've had enough fun. It's the Yu family who doesn't have the guts. It's not that I, Ling Xiao, don't want to fight. After saying that, he was about to leave. Stop right there. I've already agreed to sign the life and death contract. Are you still not satisfied? Yu Feng roared. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. What's the use of agreeing? Actually, it doesn't matter if you agree or not. I don't care. What I care about is the Yu family's patriarch's opinion. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Shangtian and said calmly, how about this? We'll set a rule that we can't destroy each other's inner cores. What do you think? Yu Shangtian thought for a moment and said, as the patriarch, he had to protect the Yu family's dignity, but he couldn't just watch Yu Feng die. This was the most appropriate thing to do. As long as the inner core and soul wasn't destroyed, Yu Feng could still be revived. Fine, let's do it this way. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided that this was fine too. It was fine as long as it didn't affect his performance. It's good that you agreed. You managed to avoid a battle in the Fengdu demonic forest. Today, I'll let you know the true power of a perfect heavenly core warrior. Yu Feng revealed a ferocious expression. Not dying and being able to unleash his full strength, these conditions were extremely good for him. As soon as Yu Feng finished speaking, the Yu family's disciples, who had been feeling dispirited after losing the previous 2 matches, finally disappeared. What replaced it was excitement and revelry. This Ling Xiao is very powerful, but compared to a genius disciple like senior brother Yu Feng, he's nothing. That's right, senior brother Yu Feng. Avenge our dead brothers. How dare you behave so atrociously in my Yu family? Today, I'll make you lose all face. That's right, senior brother Yu Feng. Although we can't kill him, we can destroy his physical body to let him know. There was no point in having a strong body. On behalf of our Yu family, make him kneel down and sing conquer. These cowards didn't dare to come out when Ling Xiao challenged them. Now that they saw Yu Feng on the stage, they were excited again. What a bunch of despicable people. Dingtian, pay attention. If Yu Feng is in danger, immediately go and rescue him. Yu Shangtian looked at Yu Dingtian and said, does second brother also think that Feng, or isn't a match for Ling Xiao? Yu Dingtian asked in surprise. I'm not sure. Yu Shangtian shook his head and said, Ling Xiao was able to obtain the demonic epiphyllum. It definitely wasn't a scheme like those kids said. Let's wait and see. It would be best if Yu Feng can win. If he can't win, just remember to save Yu Feng's life. Understood. Second brother? Yu Dingtian nodded and looked at the stage. He became much more serious. There were existences like Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword in the demonic epiphyllum contest. For Ling Xiao to be able to stand out, he must have his merits. He couldn't be careless. Of course, Yu Feng also knew this point. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless. He personally participated in the Fengdu Devil Forest battle. It was also the time when Puppet City in the south resisted the beast tide. He personally witnessed Ling Xiao's speed and cunning. When dealing with such a person, he absolutely couldn't be careless. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Boom. Behind Yu Feng, a black shadow instantly appeared. This was the Yu family's ancestral devil shadow martial soul. The powerful part of the devil shadow was that it could transform into different shapes to help martial artists in battle. After the devil shadow martial soul was released, the surrounding air suddenly became gloomy. It was as if someone had moved the underworld to the mortal world. Yu Feng's entire body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Some of the young martial artists who were closer to the stage all retreated and felt their entire body trembling. Chills. This kind of oppressive might was not an illusion. Instead, it was a very real feeling. Senior brother Yu Feng is so scary. This feeling is already about to break through the extreme state of Dan. That Ling Xiao can't even withstand this aura. Someone muttered, that's right. I think that guy will definitely kneel down and apologize. However, when they looked at Ling Xiao, they realized that Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice that terrifying aura at all. Not only did he stand there without moving, but he also had a disdainful smile on his face. How could the will of the Sky Tyrant martial soul lose to a mere Devil Shadow martial soul? The Devil Shadow was just a small shadow in the Sky Tyrant universe. It was nothing to worry about. Facing Yufeng, Ling Xiao directly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul. The ferocious transformation revealed a cruel aura. This was also his most powerful combat strength without using the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He didn't draw his sword. At this moment, Ling Xiao's arms were two divine-grade, Heavenly King artifact swords. Sharp sword chi was released from his arms. The East Victory Sky Sword and East Victory Demonic Sword were too eye-catching. He didn't want to use them, nor did he need to, because now the strength of his physical body had reached the divine-grade, Heavenly King artifact level. It was even more terrifying than the celestial-grade, Heavenly King artifact in Yufeng's hands. Violent sword chi bloomed. A terrifying sword intent rushed into the sky. Ling Xiao's body released a bloody and murderous aura. There was a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. He looked at Yufeng opposite him and said, "Perhaps when we were in the Fengdu Demon Forest, I was indeed no match for you. But now, I'll let you make 3 moves. After 3 moves, it will be your defeat." Since he couldn't kill Yufeng, then he would have to torture him mentally. If he could still defeat him after letting him make 3 moves, then his opponent would definitely suffer a serious mental blow. It wouldn't be so easy to get back on his feet again. Arrogant to the extreme, Yufeng roared angrily. He was really being looked down upon. The Yu family's martial artists were also indignant, thinking that Ling Xiao was just putting on a show. However, Yu Shangtian, who saw the strength of Ling Xiao's physical body, frowned. This kid is arrogant, but he has the qualifications to be arrogant. His physical body is probably equivalent to a divine-grade, Heavenly King artifact-level defensive treasure. That's right. Only the City of Gold has such a powerful body-refining martial art, right? 3 little schwa network. 3 cubed carat x carat is worth collecting. Chapter 42-39. It seems that this kid is right. His status in Golden City is probably really high. The person behind him might really be second only to the Golden Emperor. He might even be the Golden Emperor. The more outstanding Ling Xiao's performance was, the more Yu Shangtian believed what Ling Xiao said before. The more he didn't dare to easily kill Ling Xiao. This was also one of Ling Xiao's strategies. Humph, shameless boasting guy, go to hell. Yufeng had already condensed his attack. The Demon Shadow martial soul turned into a huge black saber. It chopped down towards Ling Xiao's head. Demon Shadow Supreme Saber. Kill, kill, kill. He didn't intend to hold back. The first move was his most powerful attack. The surrounding black energy condensed towards the Demon Shadow Supreme Saber. It made the saber's power continue to rise. It formed a terrifying scene that blotted out the sky. Then, it crazily rushed towards Ling Xiao. This attack, even if it was a martial artist of the same cultivation level, would be chopped to death by this saber. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was just a martial artist of the middle stage of the Earth Core realm. It would be strange if he couldn't be killed. However, Ling Xiao just smiled coldly. He gently stepped on the ground. Yin Yang Universal Light Tiger Beast Soul, Universal Light Body, Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. His speed had reached the extreme. Even a martial artist of the extreme core realm would find it difficult to catch up with him. Not to mention a mere Yufeng. He admitted that Yufeng's attack was very powerful, but if he couldn't touch him, it was meaningless. Boom. The terrifying Demon Shadow Supreme Saber chopped down on the stage. The entire arena was split into 2 halves. This was a specially made stage. It turned out to be like this. If it was an ordinary stage, it would have shattered long ago. But it didn't matter if the stage was split in half. Anyway, the victory and defeat of the two had nothing to do with the stage. It was to beat the opponent until he couldn't fight back. 1 move. Standing behind Yufeng, Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He said he would let the other party make 3 moves, so he would let the other party make 3 moves. He meant what he said. Otherwise, how could he humiliate Yufeng? If you have the ability, don't dodge. Take my attack head on. Yufeng roared. Although your words are somewhat idiotic, I will fulfill your wish. I'm just afraid that you still can't hurt me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This time, I won't dodge. You can attack. Spectre Blade. The same attack came crashing down. Yu Feng's eyes flashed viciously. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Ling Xiao really didn't dodge. He stretched out his arms to greet her. His entire body emitted a golden light. He had already entered the state of invincible Vajra. Bang! When the Spectre Supreme Saber collided with the golden light, it had already lost most of its power. Although the golden light was shattered, but then, the saber energy fell. It was easily blocked by Ling Xiao's arm. What bullshit demonic shadow paragon saber? You dare to call yourself a paragon with something like this? Stop deceiving yourself. Ling Xiao mocked. That's the second move. You have one more chance. Hateful. Yu Feng felt the disappointed gazes of the Yu family's disciples around him, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He was second only to Yu Qiong among the Yu family's geniuses under the age of 50. But now, he was being played like a monkey. This feeling was really too depressing. Demonize. Yu Feng finally demonized. This was also the final trump card of a demonic cultivator. Although the Demon King could increase their combat strength sharply, but at the same time, it also consumed a lot of physical strength and vital essence. So they wouldn't do it until the last moment. But Yu Feng had no other way. Facing Ling Xiao, he could only do this. If he wanted to win, he could only do this. Otherwise, he would become a laughing stock. The increase in strength of demonization is really strong. Ling Xiao's expression became serious. However, it just so happens that I have cultivated the 12 Divine Beasts technique to the 3rd level. I'll use you to test my saber. He felt Yu Feng's strength. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He finally took out the Heavenly Victory Sword. What a powerful weapon. I feel that even if it's placed among the divine Heavenly King weapons, it's still top-notch. Ling Xiao really has someone behind him. The moment he saw the Heavenly Victory Sword, Yu Xiangtian completely believed Ling Xiao's words. He didn't believe that a person without a backer could get such a powerful weapon. Ding Tian, get ready to save him. Yu Xiangtian glanced at Yu Ding Tian and said, Understood. Yu Ding Tian sighed. Although the outcome hadn't been decided yet, the battle had already progressed to this point. If he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao by demonization, then his son Yu Feng was basically defeated. So, at that moment, he had to save Yu Feng, so that Yu Feng wouldn't be killed by Ling Xiao. Even if he wasn't killed, he would probably be seriously injured. He didn't want to see that happen. After demonizing, Yu Feng still used the same move. But the power had increased by dozens of times. In the sky, there were even black lightning constantly falling. The Yu clan's disciples were all terrified. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt, naturally felt the terror of this move. But he still maintained a faint smile. The Heavenly Victory Sword was brewing a powerful force. But he didn't prepare to attack, because he said that he would let the opponent make 3 moves. In other words, he would only defend and not attack. This was the 3rd move. He took out the Heavenly Victory Sword to counterattack. The moment the opponent's 3rd move was blocked, he would counterattack. He couldn't let the Yu clan rescue Yu Feng unharmed. Otherwise, he would suffer a great loss. He had to severely injure Yu Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. As for the method to block Yu Feng's attack, he had already thought of it. The Heavenly Victory Sword in his right hand began to brew 3 forces, preparing to counterattack. His left hand began to brew a terrifying palm wind. The moment the demonized Yu Feng's attack descended, Ling Xiao blasted out his left palm, heaven-covering palm imprint. The black giant palm was used as a defensive tool. Yu Feng's demonic saber's power was constantly released. The black power ruthlessly smashed onto the giant palm imprint. But it didn't have much meaning. Although the heaven-covering palm imprint was only cultivated to the small success stage, its power had already reached the peak of the 8th level Emperor level. It was indestructible. The 3rd move is over. It's my turn to counterattack. Ling Xiao sneered. He released the attack that he had long prepared from the Heavenly Victory Sword in his right hand. Blood-piercing rat, 9 heavens ice dragon, flying flame lion, roaring blood flying squirrel, flying silver ice dragon, blazing majestic lion. The three forces blended in the air and then condensed into one. It erupted with a terrifying power close to the 9th level Emperor-level martial skill. The entire earth seemed to be shaking. The scene was extremely shocking. When Yu Dingtian wanted to stop it, it was already too late, because Ling Zhao's attack had already been brewed. Next, it was only an instant launch. He soared into the air and wanted to stop it, but he was stopped by Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Don't worry, our young master knows what he's doing. Yu Feng won't die. In this moment of obstruction, the attack had already landed. 3 little schwa network. 3 cubed carat x carat O is worth collecting. Chapter 4240. The Power of 3 Different Divine Beasts. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword was filled with a destructive, murderous, and eerie aura. It shot straight towards Yu Feng. This move could be said to be the strongest move that Ling Xiao could perform at the moment. How was Yu Feng going to block it? Even with his devil form, Yu Feng's strongest martial skill was only at the peak of the 8th level Emperor realm. But the 3rd level of the 12 Divine Beasts arts was equivalent to a 9th level Emperor realm martial skill. In addition to the Eastern Victory Sky Sword's amplification, its power was definitely stronger than Yu Feng's attack. In the face of the oncoming sword chi, Yu Feng was completely dumbfounded at that moment. He couldn't dodge it. He couldn't block it. He could even feel that his life was under the most serious threat. The sword chi wrapped in this power tore apart all of his defenses. In the end, the sword energy wrapped around his entire body. No! Yu Feng let out a terrified scream. But it was useless. The sword energy had devoured him. Only his inner core was left floating in the air. Yu Feng's entire body was completely destroyed. A peak 8th Heavenly Core Warrior was pretty strong. Ling Zhao's attack had almost exhausted all of his strength to achieve this result. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Yu Feng. The problem was that he couldn't kill him. It looked like his cultivation base was still too weak. If he could reach the peak of the Earth Core realm, this attack would be able to kill Yu Feng in an instant. However, the current effect was already sufficient. After destroying Yu Feng's body, even if he wanted to recover, it would take him a very long time. By the time he recovered, Ling Xiao would have already left the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory. He wouldn't have this guy's noisy voice anymore. Hee, the top genius of the Yu family. You've really given the Yu family face. I said I'll let you have 3 moves, so I'll let you have 3 moves. I didn't go back on my words, but you still lost. Ling Xiao put away the Heavenly Victory Sword and glanced arrogantly at the inner core in the void. As long as he wanted to, he could shatter the inner core at any time. But, forget it. He didn't want to infuriate Yu Shangtian, which would make things difficult for him in the future. Feng Yu Dingtian hurriedly snatched the Niden and glared at Ling Xiao with hatred. Brat, you're ruthless enough. What a joke. I'm already giving your Yu family face by not killing him. What, are you planning to bully the weak? Ling Xiao sneered. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Sword Woman stood beside him and looked at Yu Dingtian, just in case Yu Dingtian suddenly made a move. After all, the members of the Yu family were rather shameless. Let's go. Ling Xiao sneered and left just in time. However, another voice was heard. You want to escape so soon? You seem to have forgotten that the most outstanding genius under 50 years old in the Yu family is me, Yu Qiong, and not Yu Feng. Yu Qiong, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. It was obvious that they saw that Ling Xiao had expended a lot of energy, so they came out to take the credit. How could I forget about Yu Qiong? However, if I were to fight with you, I wouldn't be merciful. It was better to fight to the death. After all, I'm not as strong as you. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiong, who was in the crowd. He still had a trump card, so he naturally wasn't afraid. Enough, Yu Qiong. Let him go. Yu Shangtian suddenly spoke. Yu Qiong was indeed very powerful, but Ling Xiao still had the giant demon that he hadn't used. If they were to fight, it wasn't certain who would win or lose. Yu Feng was already in such a state, and he didn't want Yu Qiong to take the risk. Family head. Yu Qiong was somewhat unwilling. Yu Qiong, since you want to be in the limelight, why don't I accompany you? All of a sudden, a voice rang out. A person suddenly appeared on the stage. Ghost Sword, why are you here? This is a matter between me and Ling Xiao. When Yu Qiong saw Ghost's sword, her expression instantly turned extremely ugly. The time between you and him? But I've been observing that your Yu family seems to be taking turns to fight, right? You have already changed 3 groups of people. Can't you allow him to change one person? Ghost Sword said indifferently. Why are you helping him? Don't forget, he's from the Golden Sky region, and you're from the Sky Devil Ghost region. Yu Qiong said angrily. I can't help it. I just owe him a favor. Do you want to fight? If not, we're leaving. Ghost Sword said indifferently. Hateful. Yu Qiong gritted her teeth. She didn't dare to fight Ghost Sword at all, because she knew that she was no match for him. Would she go up and make a fool of herself? Everyone in the Yu family could only watch as Ling Xiao and Ghost Sword left. Why is the Demon Emperor's disciple on such good terms with Ling Xiao? Could it be that Ling Xiao is the Golden Emperor's illegitimate son? Yu Shangtian, however, thought of another problem. But this guy's imagination was really wild. His thinking was too deceiving. With Ling Xiao's departure, the scene instantly fell into a dead silence. The Yu family members' expressions were very ugly. They even looked a little ferocious. Someone had killed their people in front of them, and even beat Yu Feng until he was left with only his inner core. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly as others left. This kind of sullen feeling was really too unpleasant. Damn it. A few moments later, a voice broke the silence. It was Yu Qiong's helpless roar. Was what happened just now real? That Ling Xiao is only a mid-earth core warrior, but why is his combat strength so strong? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Damn it, could it be that this guy is hiding his true strength and pretending to be weak? Also, why does he have such a good relationship with Ghost Sword? Ghost Sword is the Demon Emperor's disciple. This is really depressing. This is really unpleasant. After the silence was broken, the younger generation of the Yu family were filled with righteous indignation. Before this, they were mocking Ling Xiao for only knowing how to concoct pills. But after the fight, their faces were all slapped swollen. A bunch of trash. None of them were able to hurt Ling Xiao, but they were all beaten up by Ling Xiao. Yu Shangtian, Yu Wintian, Yu Dingtian, Yu Lianhua. The expressions of the 4 managers were also very ugly. What was that martial skill he used at the end? I feel like it's close to a 9th grade Emperor martial skill, but he's only a 7th grade Divine Core warrior. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to use it. Also, a martial skill of this level, how could any rogue cultivator get his hands on it? Yu Lianhua said with a frown. That's why I said he has a powerful background. Look at how nice Ghost Sword is to him. Yu Shangtian gritted his teeth. He was confused as well. He couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's true identity anymore. I don't care who he is, since he hurt my son. I'll make him pay. Yu Dingtian said while gritting his teeth. That's right, he must pay. Yu Wintian agreed. He has to pay the price, but not now. The Demon Emperor has reached a critical moment in his possession. This kid is helping us destroy his sister's soul like an idiot. It's almost over. Let's wait until he's done. Yu Shangtian sneered. We'll listen to the Patriarch's orders. The other 3 men cupped their fists and said. Yu Shangtian nodded his head. Then he turned to the geniuses and elders of the Yu family and said, You've all seen what happened today. If you fall behind, you'll be beaten. Geniuses memorized this site's address. Pinnacle Mobile version. Chapter 42-41. If you're not strong enough, you'll be bullied. I also hate that brat Ling Xiao, but he's right about one thing. You've all been too spoiled since you were young. You should suffer a bit to grow up. Now, young disciples, you can all leave. Elders, Grand Elder, come with me for a meeting. The other guests can also go back and rest. I'm sorry about today's banquet, but we can't continue with this. We'll definitely make it up to you in the future. Yu Shangtian was very good with words. Today's matter was a big blow to the younger generation of the Yu family, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In the past, the younger generation of the Yu family had been sitting on the merit book for too long and had forgotten who they were. From today onwards, perhaps they could work even harder to cultivate. Everyone dispersed, and the Yu family's upper echelons returned to the meeting hall, blocking the outside world's divine sense. They held a meeting. Patriarch, that brat Ling Xiao is too lawless. He must be severely punished. Otherwise, if he continues to be so impudent, our Yu family will become a laughing stock. Although he has an expert behind him, we're not that easy to bully. One of the elders said angrily, "Let's put Ling Xiao's matter aside for now. That brat still has some value. Once he's no longer useful, I'll find a way to kill him. After all, he still has the demonic Sirius on him. It's not easy to deal with him. If he's angered and uses the demonic Sirius, we won't be able to stop him." Yu Shangtian explained, "The most important thing now is the selection of the demon sovereign's successor. Once he becomes the successor, he will be taken away by the demon emperor to be personally trained and protected. This is a great honor and opportunity. Dealing with that brat is a small matter." "Shangtian, do you really think that's a small matter?" Suddenly, a voice sounded in the meeting hall. Then, a huge face appeared in the air. "Greetings, Demon King Patian." Yu Patian was the other demon king of the Yu family. He was Yu Shangtian's grandfather. He was also the father of the previous demon sovereign. The Yu family's 3 generations had produced 2 demon kings and 1 demon sovereign. It could be said that they were very honored. Because of this, they weren't willing to give up the position of demon sovereign. That was why they used such a sinister and cunning method to possess Ling Jiaojiao. Obtain Ling Jiaojiao's bloodline power. Everyone knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Only Yu Shangtian stood there, cupping his hands. As a devil king, Yu Shangtian still had this qualification. "Grandfather, what do you mean?" Yu Shangtian asked. "In the past few days, I've carefully observed that kid. He had the purest beast god blood. Moreover, the beast god's deity position was very likely to be a high-grade deity position. It was similar to Wang Quan and Tianming in the Eternal Emperor region. Naturally, it was the treasure of the Golden Sky region. If you really kill him, I'm afraid it will trigger a war between the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm and the Golden Heavenly region. At that time, our Yu family will be the first to bear the brunt. It was better to quickly send him away after he was done with his business." "This is a hot potato," Yu Patian said coldly. "He's actually a high-ranked divine beast god. No wonder this brat's father would bring him over from the western region." Yu Shangtian felt that many of his previous doubts seemed to have suddenly been solved. An alchemy grandmaster and a beast god martial artist. No matter where he was a treasure. That's why, don't provoke him. I don't think he's the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. If you don't provoke him, he won't cause trouble. Spend this period of time peacefully and treat him like a bodhisattva." Yu Patian said again. "Shangtian understands." Yu Shangtian nodded. He still suspected that Ling Xiao was Huang Jindi's illegitimate son. If that was the case, even if the demon sovereign was resurrected, their Yu family had 2 devil kings and 1 demon sovereign. They still couldn't provoke the Golden City. Huang Jindi alone could easily destroy their Yu family. The demon sovereign might not care about this kind of trouble, unless their Yu family could also give birth to a demon sovereign. But that was obviously too far away. It was impossible at the current stage. "All right, you guys continue to discuss. This old man is going into seclusion." The big face quickly disappeared. Yu Shangtian looked at everyone and said, "Remember, don't provoke Ling Xiao easily. Let him stay comfortably for a while, and then let him go." "Yes, eccentric, your father has something important to do in the next few days. I'll leave the rest of the trivial matters to you. Wentian, Ding Tian, Lianhua, the 3 of you must listen to eccentric. What he said is what I mean." After speaking, Yu Shangtian also disappeared. It seemed that the recent events had forced him to prepare early. If he really had to become enemies with the Golden City, he had to be prepared. At this time, Ling Xiao had already returned to his residence. "Thank you, Brother Ghost Sword. If not for you, I'm afraid I would have to use some extreme methods." Ghost Sword shook his head and said, "I have already said that I owe you, so I naturally have to repay it. If there's nothing else, I will leave first. If you need help, just ask. During this period of time, I will stay here until the Demon Sovereign's successor selection is over. This is also the task that Master gave me." "Brother Ghost Sword, please." Ling Xiao nodded, and Ghost Sword turned and left. "Ha ha ha, today is really cool. Look at those bastards of the Yu family. I really laughed to death. As soon as Ghost Sword left, Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't help but laugh. He was a straightforward person. He liked to take revenge and complain when there was a grudge. What he hated the most was naturally dawdling. Today's matter was very much to his liking. Teach them a lesson, and they will be able to restrain themselves. That's not what I'm worried about now. What I'm most afraid of is that they found out about Sister Jiao Jiao's current situation. If they know that I am helping Sister Jiao Jiao refine the demon sovereign soul, they will definitely stop me at all costs. I'm not afraid, but Sister Jiao Jiao is probably in danger. Ling Xiao said with a sullen face. This is indeed a problem, but those fools are only staring at you, so they won't be able to detect it, Ancestor Scarlet Flame said. I hope so. If they really find out, then we can only fight to the death. The demonic epiphyllum is used at this time. Although Ling Xiao hadn't used the demonic Sirius before, he could feel the terrifying energy and will contained within the demonic Sirius. Once used, it would be comparable to a divine body realm expert. At that time, he had to protect his sister Jiao Jiao no matter what. Oh right, Sister Qinglian, Big Brother Scarlet Flame, do you two have any martial skills that don't consume too much stamina for me? The 12 Divine Beast technique is very powerful, but it consumes a lot of stamina. And once I use it, others will know my identity as a beast god martial artist. It's too troublesome. It's okay to use it as a trump card at a critical time, but in a normal battle, I really need a set of martial skills that match my cultivation. It's best if it's a 9th stage Emperor martial skill. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Pinnacle mobile version reading website. Chapter 42-42. I do have this, but it might not be suitable for you, young master. I've cultivated a set of rank 9 Emperor-level martial skills. Young master can take a look at it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was not stingy at all. Then, he immediately demonstrated his 9th level Emperor-grade martial skill. Ling Xiao shook his head. It wasn't that Ancestor Scarlet Flame's martial skill wasn't weak, but it wasn't very suitable for him. What he liked more was sword skills. Therefore, if he could cultivate sword skills, he would try his best not to cultivate anything else. He already had the heaven-covering palm seal as an auxiliary martial skill. Then the main offensive martial skill should be sword skills. I do have a set of rank 9 Emperor-level sword skills, but because I'm a woman, the female sword skills are too feminine. I don't know if they're suitable for you. The Green Lotus swordswoman also demonstrated her sword skills. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. It still didn't work. Since he wanted to cultivate, he naturally had to choose the most suitable one. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. There was the heaven-covering palm seal and the 12 Divine Beast technique, plus the Beast God special skill. It was enough for him to deal with the enemy. This sort of thing like martial techniques, it indeed still depended on fate. It's a pity that we left in a hurry this time. Oh right, how about we go find the Fire Emperor? Ancestor Scarlet Flame suddenly said, Doesn't the Fire Emperor still owe you a condition? Good idea. Ling Xiao slammed the table and immediately stood up. Let's go. In any case, he had nothing else to do during this period of time other than helping Ling Jiaojiao refine the soul of the demon venerable. As long as there was a way to strengthen himself, he was willing to do it. The three of them went out and went straight to the inn where the Fire Emperor was staying. It was unknown if it was because Ling Zhao's performance today had intimidated the Yu family. When they left, they didn't see any form of surveillance from the Yu family. They probably didn't dare to do so. After all, Ling Xiao had Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Sword Maiden by his side. If they were discovered and offended Ling Xiao, Yu Qilian wouldn't let them off. Now, everyone in the Yu family followed Yu Shangtian and Yu Potion's instructions and adopted a strategy of avoiding Ling Xiao. They tried their best not to provoke him. Ling Xiao and the others soon met the Fire Emperor. He listened to Ling Zhao's request. The Fire Emperor smiled and said, You came at the right time. I do have a sword technique that is very suitable for you. It was called the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords. This sword skill was a 9th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. The higher one's cultivation level, the more powerful it would be. The highest one could reach was the peak of 9th Order Emperor Realm. Normally, Any peak heavenly core warrior would be able to cultivate it. However, one's physical strength must be at least at the peak of the 8th Order Emperor realm. Then give it to me, and our second condition will be eliminated, Ling Xiao said excitedly. This thing was perfect for him. Don't be hasty. The 23 dragon subduing swords that I mentioned is not in my possession. The Flame King added. You're taking a long breath. You might as well not have said anything. Ling Xiao said helplessly, Young man, no matter what you do, don't be impatient. But this old man knows where it is. The Fire Emperor said with a smile, Just yesterday, the Golden City sent us a secret letter. It said that someone had stolen the 23 dragon subduing swords from the Golden City and fled to the Fengdu City. The Golden City wants us to take back the 23 dragon subduing swords and kill this man. I don't think this man is weak. If not, how could he have stolen the 23 dragon subduing swords from the Golden City? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, No, you're wrong. This man's cultivation is only at the late heavenly core realm. The reason why he was able to enter the Golden City's Golden Ancient Records Tower is because he isn't strong. 20 years ago, he became a servant there, and he was responsible for cleaning the place. The reason he hid for 20 years was for the 23 dragon subduing swords. After he got it, he ran away. The Fire Emperor shook his head and said, If you can kill this guy, then I'll give you the 23 dragon subduing swords for free. If the higher-ups ask me about it, I have my own ways to deal with it. Anyway, just give me that guy's head. Really? Really? Then what are we waiting for? Give me this man's portrait. I'll go look for him now. Ling Xiao said impatiently, Don't worry, I'll give you the portrait later. But I have to remind you of something. Don't underestimate your enemy. The Fire Emperor reminded, just like how you can defeat a perfect heavenly core warrior with your mid-earth core cultivation base. This guy has been hiding for 20 years. He also has the ability to do so. Although he's not as strong as you, killing a perfect heavenly core warrior is just like playing around. When this guy left the Golden City, he killed many of his colleagues. There are a lot of heavenly core warriors. He's a cruel and merciless man, killing people like cutting grass. When ordinary warriors see him, they will be frightened by his killing intent. You can't underestimate him. Junior understands. Ling Xiao nodded his head seriously. He had really underestimated his enemy just now. He could even defeat a perfect heavenly core warrior. So why should he be afraid of a mere late heavenly core warrior? But after being reminded by the Fire Emperor, he became more cautious. It's good that you understand. This is the portrait. His name is Yu Biao. Yu Biao. Don't tell me he's from the Yu family? Ling Xiao said with a shocked expression. That's right, he is from the Yu family, and he has a high status in the Yu family. I heard that the 23 dragon subduing swords contains a secret left behind by the ancestors of the Yu family. Only cultivators can find out about it. This is the real reason why he stole the 23 dragon subduing swords. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. It seems like I'm fated to meet the Yu family. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. All right, let's go. I need to go out as well. The four of us will split up and look for this guy in all four directions. Whoever finds him will kill him. The Fire Emperor then arranged the four men to look for different directions. Ling Xiao was impatient, so he left first. Ancestor Scarlet Flame complained, My uncle, why are you not worried about our young master going out on an adventure alone? The Yu family has their eyes on him right now. Besides, this Yu Biao is not an ordinary heavenly core warrior. When he gets angry, I think even an extreme core warrior would be afraid of him. What are you afraid of? He's in charge of the East. The East is a busy city. That Yu Biao brought the 23 dragon subduing swords back. I'm sure he wants to find a place to cultivate. He won't easily choose a busy city. If he bumps into someone from the Yu family, the good stuff won't belong to him anymore. That's true. Ancestor Scarlet Flame nodded his head, finally feeling a little better. Actually, why are you two so worried about him? The way I see it, that kid only knows how to make others suffer, but he definitely won't suffer. Yu Biao is really unlucky to bump into him. The Fire Emperor said with a smile. Right at this moment, a commotion came from outside. A man pushed open the door and walked in. He was one of the Fire Emperor's men. Reporting to the Fire Emperor, something has happened. That Yu Biao is harder to deal with than we thought. He's very cunning. A few of our peak heavenly core warriors have been killed by him. What? Hearing this, the Fire Emperor was shocked. As for Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame, they were deeply worried. Yu Biao was able to injure a peak heavenly core warrior. It seemed like he was not someone easy to deal with. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Chapter 42-43. Where did he go? The Fire Emperor asked. We fought him in the west just now. Right now, he should have gone to the downtown area in the east. I wonder what his goal is. The man answered. Damn it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was speechless. Fire Emperor. Oh, Fire Emperor. You jinx? Green Lotus, let's go. He was really worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao, so he left with Green Lotus Sword Girl towards the east. Perhaps for the Fire Emperor, Ling Xiao was a friend worth making. But for Green Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Ling Xiao was a young lord that they had to protect. He was their benefactor. Let me go and have a look as well. The Fire Emperor gently shook his head. Although this Yu Biao's cultivation wasn't high, his combat results were excellent. When they were escaping from the Golden City, he had killed 12 late Heavenly Core Warriors and 7 peak Heavenly Core Warriors. He had even injured an early-stage peak Heavenly Core Warrior. Although he had no idea how this guy did it, but he was sure that he had some powerful skills. The Fire Emperor could only blame himself for being too careless. He didn't think of this. After all, Ling Xiao was only at the mid-earth core realm. Although he could kill enemies with a higher cultivation level, but it was still dangerous. If Ling Xiao was really killed, the Fire Emperor would have no place to hide his face. This old fool tricked me. After arriving in the east, Ling Xiao immediately realized the Fire Emperor's intention. This place was a downtown area. What Yu Biao needed right now was peace. As long as one had a normal brain, they wouldn't have come here. If he stayed here, he definitely wouldn't be able to meet Yu Biao. Sigh, but this old fool is taking good care of me. Looks like he really cherishes talents. Too bad. I, Ling Xiao, already have a master in alchemy. If not, I could really have a master-disciple relationship with you. Just as he was about to leave the east and try his luck in another place, suddenly, he saw a figure from the corner of his eyes. Yu Biao, he exclaimed in his mind. He didn't expect to meet Yu Biao here. He took a deep breath, then he carefully chased after the figure. The black figure didn't seem to realize that he was being watched. He was still walking at a leisurely pace. Ling Xiao was a little excited. Although Yu Biao was just a late Heavenly Core Warrior, he gave Jiang Chun an even scarier feeling than Yu Feng. His palms were sweating profusely. However, he had encountered extreme Core Realm martial artists before, so he had nothing to fear from Yu Biao. Along the way, the other party didn't change his footsteps at all. Clearly, he hadn't noticed him. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. But just as he quickened his pace, he suddenly realized that Yu Biao's figure had disappeared. Even with the Taiji eye, he was unable to lock onto the other party's figure. F***CK. He was indeed a difficult character to deal with. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that he had been tricked. It wasn't that the other party didn't notice him. Rather, he had noticed him long ago and was just pretending not to notice him. By the time he realized it, only then did he realize that it was a dead end. The surrounding walls were extremely high. However, no amount of scheming could compare to strength in the end. Ling Xiao sneered. Yu Biao, oh Yu Biao. If it were anyone else, they would only have 2 choices in this situation. One would choose to leave, and the other would choose to fight. But no matter which choice I made, I would still be tricked by you. But I'm different. Holding his breath, he stood there quietly and closed his eyes. His soul force spread out like tentacles. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the Shadow Warrior form. The reason why he didn't enter just now was because he wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. But now, he chose to transform into the Shadow Warrior form. It was because the poisonous snake had come out of its hole. Right when he entered the darkness, a bright light shot out from a dark corner. If Ling Xiao hadn't chosen to transform into the Shadow Warrior form just now, he would have been hit by the poisonous dart. The poisonous dart was coated with a deadly poison, and this deadly poison was something that even heavenly core warriors would be wary of. No wonder Yu Biao could kill so many heavenly core warriors. This guy had been treacherous since ancient times, and he was ruthless. Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine even though he was in the darkness. This Yu Biao didn't waste any time talking, he just killed him straight away. Compared to the opponents Ling Xiao had met in the past, he was much stronger. No wonder he was called Yu Biao. He was really strong. But since I've dodged your deadly attack, you'll be the next unlucky one. Ling Xiao had already located Yu Biao's location. While in the shadow warrior form, he still dashed out with great speed. Yu Biao was being very cautious. After the sneak attack, he immediately left. It seemed like he was looking for the next sneak attack, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's reaction to be so fast. And he didn't expect it either. Ling Xiao was much harder to deal with than he had expected. Hell Shadow Strike. Suddenly, a sword beam pierced towards Yu Biao from the darkness. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao would have been able to hit a warrior who was much stronger than him with a surprise attack like this. However, this time, he failed. Yu Biao's reaction was extremely fast. It could even be said that he seemed to have predicted the danger in advance, and his figure flashed. His figure flickered, and he easily dodged Ling Xiao's fatal attack. The most important thing was that Yu Biao didn't just dodge. While dodging, he released dozens of poisonous darts out of nowhere. They enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Good fellow, you're really a difficult opponent. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. His arm was hit by a poisonous dart, but he dodged all the poisonous darts that followed. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, even if one of the poisonous darts hit him, he would have died. He was really powerful. Good fellow, I was wondering why you dared to find trouble with me with your little cultivation. It turns out that you're practicing some kind of body refining technique. My poisonous darts can't hurt you. Yu Biao stood on the wall and looked down at Ling Xiao. His cunning face caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Ling Xiao had seen many difficult opponents, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Yu Biao. This guy was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It would definitely be a tough battle, but thinking about it, he was able to endure for 20 years to clean for others. Those who finally escaped from the Golden City wouldn't be able to do it if they didn't have this ability. You're a person who doesn't talk nonsense, so I guess you must have launched another attack. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. What kind of person had what kind of fighting method? Dealing with such a cunning guy, Ling Xiao wouldn't be the slightest bit careless. Yu Biao suddenly stopped talking, and he felt that something was wrong. So he immediately used Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. Sure enough, in the next moment, a black shadow jumped out from the corner of the wall. The cold light of the dagger bloomed and directly stabbed at the place where he was just now. Phantom Doppelganger? This is the favorite method of your heavenly demon ghost tribe assassins. But it's useless against me. Ling Xiao sneered, and the falling plum clear shadow had already stabbed at Yu Biao. Yu Biao's figure retreated quickly. He disappeared into the darkness. He also disappeared. It's really tricky, but this kind of opponent is the real challenge. I feel that the energy in my sea of cultivation, which has been stagnant for a long time, is surging crazily again. All the cells in Ling Xiao's body were in a state of tension. His potential cells were naturally the same. This was actually a good thing for him. End of chapter. Chapter 42-44. Yu Biao was really good at hiding himself, but unfortunately, he had bumped into Ling Xiao. It was like a PK master bumping into a R&B player. No matter how good your skills were, your opponent could still defeat you with a single piece of equipment. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye had seen through Yu Biao's hiding, but he pretended not to notice. Ling Xiao knew how to play dirty too. He wasn't a kid who had just come out to train. Yu Biao thought he had succeeded. All of a sudden, he appeared and tried to assassinate Ling Xiao. But, just as he was about to attack, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced through his throat. I've been waiting for you. Right when his throat was pierced, Yu Biao suddenly threw something out. Smoke immediately filled the air, and even the Tai Chi eye couldn't be used. You're really cunning. How did you manage to survive? Ling Xiao was surprised. Normally, Once a warrior's throat was pierced through, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But this Yu Biao was different. He actually thought of a way to deal with it. Yu Biao, who had disappeared into the darkness, was panting heavily. He had a treasure with him that could completely hide his aura. Any warriors below the divine physique realm would never be able to discover him. But the problem was, with this treasure, he couldn't move. He could only stay where he was. Right now, he was terrified and shocked. He had even killed a few perfect heavenly core warriors. But today, he had bumped into a monster. He was only at the mid-earth core realm, but the strength he displayed was much stronger than any perfect heavenly core warrior he had ever met. But the most troublesome thing was, this guy was extremely calm and cunning. He was on par with Yu Biao. Yu Biao was able to win every battle because of his cunning. But it didn't work on this guy. Damn it. What should he do? He wanted to escape, but as long as he exposed himself, that guy would never let him go. Should he wait here? But with his injuries, if he kept waiting, he would still die in the end. Also, the Golden City's pursuers had arrived. He had to make a choice. Yu Biao gritted his teeth. Aren't you looking for the 23 dragon subduing swords? Fine, I'll make you hesitate. Yu Biao revealed himself. However, he was holding a secret manual in his hand. It was the original copy of the 23 dragon subduing swords. There was only one such book in the world. As for the rest, they were all derived sword techniques. Although they retained the essence of the original, they had all been modified. It was definitely not the original flavor. Brat, you chased me so hard for this, didn't you? Why don't you guess what will happen if I destroy it? Yu Biao said coldly. Didn't you painstakingly hide for 20 years just for this set of martial arts? Destroy it? Then your 20 years of hard work will be wasted. Can you bear to do that? Ling Xiao said indifferently. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to know that I dare to destroy it. That's enough. Yu Biao said coldly. Oh, I see. You've already memorized its contents, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Yu Biao snorted coldly and didn't answer. Ling Xiao knew that he had guessed correctly. Therefore, a smile bloomed on his face. As long as you've memorized it, it's fine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Suddenly, he stepped on the ground and streaked across the void like a bolt of lightning. He instantly appeared in front of Yu Biao. Yu Biao responded in a panic. This guy was clearly seriously injured and bleeding nonstop. However, his reaction was still very agile. To deal with this kind of person, a sure kill skill could only be used at a critical moment. Otherwise, it would definitely be avoided. Therefore, Ling Xiao had been using normal attacks to deal with his opponent. His physical body was very strong, and he forced Yu Biao to retreat. He was like a small boat in the sea, floating here and there, although he wasn't fatally injured for the time being. However, as long as he had the slightest bit of carelessness, he would definitely be killed. Most importantly, he had already used up all the healing pills he had on him. At this time, his injuries couldn't be healed. He could only watch as his injuries continued to worsen. Even if it was him, there would be a time when his blood would run dry. Why? Why is this happening? Aren't you doing this for the 23 dragon subduing swords? You don't believe that I will destroy it, right? Yu Biao indeed couldn't bear to destroy it because there were other secrets related to the Yu family in the 23 dragon subduing swords. However, at this time, Ling Xiao was pushing him too hard. He didn't have the slightest hesitation. He gritted his teeth and directly destroyed the book. However, Yu Biao didn't see the scene he wanted to see. Ling Xiao didn't even bat an eyelid. He was still attacking wildly. Finally, his movements slowed down. He was stabbed by Ling Xiao again. Damn it, I can't accept this. Yu Biao gritted his teeth and released his martial soul. Then, he finally used the 23 dragon subduing swords that he had just learned. He was going to fight with his life. Because in his impression, a kid like Ling Xiao hadn't killed many people. He was still very afraid of death. How could there be a desperado like him? As long as he could injure Ling Xiao, he would have a way to kill Ling Xiao. A dragon has already reached the power of a beginner 9th level martial skill of the Emperor level. This 23 dragon subduing swords is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. When his opponent used a big move, his instantaneous movement speed would be slowed down. This was the opportunity to determine the winner. He didn't hesitate at all. Blood Sky Drilling Rat, Nine Heavens Ice Dragon, Flying Flame Lion. The three divine beasts merged into one and roared as they collided with the sword energy that had turned into a divine dragon. Seeing this attack, Yu Biao's expression changed greatly. His opponent's momentum was like a monstrous wave, but also like a towering mountain pressing down. It actually made him feel as if there was nowhere to hide, The air around him seemed to be confined. He couldn't move at all. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to pour all his strength into the 23 dragon subduing swords. For a fugitive, he had no choice. The result of being cornered was not to surrender, but to fight desperately. Boom! It was as if two mountains had collided with each other. When the two sword energies collided, a loud explosion sounded out on the street. But Ling Xiao had already unleashed his martial soul barrier. He didn't want anyone to know about this. No matter what, Yu Biao was still a spy for the Yu family. If the Yu family found out that he had killed Yu Biao, they wouldn't let him off easily. After all, 20 years of anticipation had been destroyed in just one day. For the Yu family, this was a heavy blow. When the two forces collided, Ling Xiao's body couldn't help but fly back a dozen steps. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. His blood and qi were boiling inside his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't completely suppress his opponent with the attack just now. This Yu Biao didn't just look cunning, his strength was comparable to a perfect heavenly core warrior. Of course, compared to him, Yu Biao's face was as if he had just lost his parents. He was sent flying, but Yu Biao's entire body went limp on the ground. Many of his bones had been broken. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 42-45. Yu Biao stared at Ling Xiao with a terrified expression. A ninth order emperor martial skill. Who are you? Why do you have such a terrifying attack? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Biao with a smile on his face. It doesn't matter who I am. Actually, I don't have any grudges against you. If you had handed over the 23 dragon subduing swords obediently from the beginning, I would have. Maybe I would have considered letting you live. But now, that's impossible. Yu Biao's expression became uglier and uglier, and his life force was rapidly draining from his body. Even if a divine core warrior's inner core wasn't destroyed, he could still be resurrected. But once the body was destroyed, the inner core would become extremely weak. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's attack just now had actually damaged Yu Biao's inner core. Can I ask you a question? I've destroyed the 23 dragon subduing swords. What's the point of killing me? Yu Biao asked. What's the point? I'll tell you now. Demonic Eye of Heaven. Soul Demon. The power of this soul demon was even more terrifying than the soul catcher. Not only did it have the ability to soul catcher, it could also obtain part of the target's memories. It could also leave a mark on the target's soul. It could also turn the target into its puppet. Ling Xiao unleashed the demonic eye's ability. Yu Biao's expression instantly became dull. Ling Xiao started searching for the secrets of the 23 dragon subduing swords through the soul demon. Got it. Yu Biao's memory was incredible. He had actually memorized every single word of the 23 dragon subduing swords. After Ling Xiao absorbed this memory, he could not help being overjoyed. The 23 dragon subduing swords could reach the level of a 9th order emperor martial skill. Currently, he was only a mid-earth core warrior. He could definitely use it for a very long time. Besides the 23 dragon subduing swords, he also found something interesting from Yu Biao's memories. It was about the Yu family. Yu Biao was actually Yu Shangtian's son, his biological son. Yu Shangtian was really generous. He actually sent his own son to the Golden City as a spy. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. Ling Xiao immediately became alert. He was on high alert. Who is it? The rustling sound once again. Then, a masked man in black walked out of the darkness. Ling Xiao felt that this person was much more terrifying than Yu Biao. His strength was at least in the core fragmentation realm. However, the aura was very unfamiliar. so it shouldn't be anyone from the Yu family that Ling Xiao had seen before. Your Excellency is also an expert. Why are you acting so sneakily? What are your intentions? Ling Xiao was not afraid of this person. He could feel that Green Lotus Swordswoman and Forefather Scarlet Flame were already nearby. The Fire Emperor's aura was also rapidly approaching. That person sneered and didn't say anything. Instead, he suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. It was so fast that Ling Xiao had almost no time to react. At this critical moment, a sword light pierced over from afar. At the same time, there was also a blazing flame. If the other party wanted to attack Ling Xiao, then they would have to endure these two attacks. Brat, consider yourself lucky. That person waved his hand. He rolled up Yu Biao's body and fled. Boom. The moment that person left, the attack had already landed. A deep pit was blasted out on the ground. Young master, are you all right? The two of them asked. I'm fine, let's go back. Ling Xiao didn't intend to pursue, because he had already used the demonic eye of the demonic eye. Yu Biao survived, but he was only his puppet. The masked man bringing Yu Biao back was exactly what he wanted. Aren't you going to chase? No. Ling Xiao shook his head and leaped away. The loud noise here had alarmed many people, so it was not a place to stay for long. On the way, they met the Fire Emperor, so they returned to the inn together. Thank goodness you guys came. Otherwise it would have been troublesome. After Ling Xiao sat down, he said to the three of them, Yes, although that Yu Biao's cultivation isn't high, his strength is indeed very strong. He's very difficult to deal with. The Fire Emperor said. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'm not talking about Yu Biao. Although Yu Biao is difficult to deal with, it's not to the extent that we can't deal with him. The troublesome one is the black-clothed man. I can feel his aura. He's at least in the core fragmentation realm. He might even be stronger. And it's not anyone I've met before. The Yu family is a big family. Maybe he's an expert who just came back from outside. The Fire Emperor thought for a moment and said, Maybe. Ling Xiao also thought so, but it was because of this that he felt more dangerous. In the future, if the Yu family wanted to kill him, they could send someone from the Yu family that he had never seen before. As long as it didn't involve the Yu family. It seemed that he couldn't go out easily during this period of time. But he needed someone to help him practice the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Humph. Yu family, this matter started because of you. Just as well, I'll use the Yu family as an example. I'll let you be my sparring partners. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He already had an idea in his mind. The cultivation of martial skills wasn't difficult for him. But if he wanted to improve, he had to find someone to fight continuously. Ordinary sparring wouldn't do. It had to be a real battle. It's a pity that Yu Biao destroyed the original copy of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Ling Xiao sighed. If it's destroyed, then so be it. The Golden City doesn't lack such martial skills. The reason why they wanted to kill Yu Biao was because he offended the dignity of the Golden City. Do you understand? He shouldn't have lied to the Golden City, and he shouldn't have killed so many people. The Fire Emperor waved his hand, not caring at all. If that's the case, I should have no problem practicing the 23 dragon-subduing swords, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Didn't you say it was destroyed? How are you going to learn it? The Fire Emperor was a little surprised. Ling Xiao pointed at his head and said, The book was destroyed, but the contents are still in my mind. You're really good, kid. You actually have such a good memory. Forget it. This is what you deserve. It's a pity that I don't know if Yu Biao is really dead. Otherwise, I can report to the Golden City. The Fire Emperor was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Ling Xiao really surprised him. Thank you, Fire Emperor, but this isn't a condition that you owe me. Also, I can confirm that Yu Biao is really dead. Ling Xiao smiled cunningly. No, of course not. You got this by killing Yu Biao. If you didn't say it, this old man wouldn't know. The Fire Emperor waved his hand and said, This old man won't take advantage of you. But this old man is confused. How do you know that Yu Biao is definitely dead? That guy is very cunning. He relied on pretending to be dead to injure an ultimate core realm expert. The reason is a secret, but if I say he's dead, then he's dead. You can absolutely believe this. Ling Xiao said with certainty, All right, this old man believes you. I'll write a report to the Golden City. You guys should also go back. If you're out for too long, the Yu family will probably say that you're up to something again. The Fire Emperor trusted Ling Xiao very much. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Ling Xiao never spoke empty words. Ling Xiao and the other two bid farewell to the Fire Emperor and returned to the Yu family. Although they might be monitored if they stayed in the Yu family, they were closer to Jiao Jiao. However, he was also closer to Ling Jiao Jiao. If anything happened, he could deal with it as soon as possible. This was Ling Xiao's choice. End of chapter. Chapter 42-46. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao began to study the 23 dragon-subduing swords. The 23 dragon-subduing swords could be used in close combat and in mid-range. It could be said that it was very comprehensive. Among all the 9th-level martial skills of the Emperor level, it was a very top one. In mid-range attacks, it could release the dragon-subduing sword chi. After cultivating the 23 dragon-subduing sword chi, its power was endless. The scene was also very spectacular. Often, before the attack arrived, the enemy would be intimidated by the momentum. In close combat, the 23 swords were like torrential water, endless, and each sword was stronger than the last. Every sword had the power of the divine dragon's roar. If the enemy couldn't stop your combo, then when you used the last sword, he would lose without a doubt. Because at that time, the power would have soared to the terrifying level of the 10th level of the Emperor level, surpassing the original level of this martial skill. Compared to mid-range attacks, it was more lethal and oppressive. This was really an excellent sword skill. The more Ling Xiao looked at it, the more he liked it. What the Fire Emperor said is right. This sword skill is indeed very suitable for me. It's very domineering, and it's a sword skill. It seems that the risk this time is absolutely worth it. Ling Xiao roughly went through the content of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. It wasn't long, but every sentence seemed to be the essence. People with average comprehension would really not be able to understand. The most wonderful thing was that the 23 dragon-subduing swords could be changed according to one's characteristics. For example, the dragon-subduing sword chi could be attached with different attributes. Ling Xiao had the immemorial Hell Dragon, immemorial Natural Dragon, and immemorial 5 Elements Dragon in his body. These 3 immemorial divine dragons could all be turned into dragon-subduing sword chi. They released completely different attacks. In addition, the bloodline power of the immemorial Golden Dragon King could also be transformed into attacks, although it was not as strong as the divine dragon's own attack. Compared to ordinary people using the 23 dragon-subduing swords, it was of course much stronger. This was the dragon-subduing sword chi. When it came to close combat, Ling Xiao's speed and physical body were top-notch among his peers. With the 23 dragon-subduing swords, it was very easy to achieve a combo. If it was used together with the 12 Divine Beast technique, his battle prowess would be greatly improved. It could be said that this thing was simply tailor-made for him. Actually, this 23 dragon-subduing swords was created by your grandfather, Hong Qi. Green Lotus Swordswoman suddenly said, "Your grandfather's age is probably much older than you think." He had once fled for his life when his cultivation had dropped drastically. Facing the attack of the dragon descendant, with great willpower and great perseverance, he displayed the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Kill the Dragonkin. When the Yellow Emperor of that generation passed by and saw it, he memorized this sword technique and carried it forward. Even we didn't know about this in the past. We only saw some records in the ancient books. It was said that before the previous emperor ascended the throne, he was traveling outside. One day, he witnessed a battle between experts and comprehended the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Later on, your grandfather also mentioned this matter and even laughed, saying that it was a sword technique that he had casually displayed. It actually became the treasure of the City of Gold. If this old man is so powerful, why didn't he teach me martial arts back then? Ling Xiao said grumpily. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled awkwardly. Green Lotus Swordswoman said, "That's because you don't understand his state of mind at that time. He had already become a cripple, and his heart was like dead ashes. He just wanted to raise you. He didn't even want you to practice martial arts. If it weren't for your stimulation, he wouldn't have been able to muster up the courage to cultivate again. But even so, didn't he give you something that you would be proud of for the rest of your life? Ling Xiao thought of the Tyrant martial soul. It was the original Mountain River martial soul. It was Hong Qi who had unintentionally given it to him. It was hard to say whether it was unintentional or intentional. However, he really didn't have the right to complain about the old man. If the old man hadn't given him this thing, he wouldn't have been able to fly out of that remote village and achieve what he had today. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. I'd better cultivate this 23 dragon-subduing swords first. Ling Xiao was a person who couldn't stay idle. This trip was for this 23 dragon-subduing swords. Since he had obtained it, he had to cultivate it steadily. 23 dragon-subduing swords naturally had 23 moves. The first 9 moves were formed to target the enemy's dragon descendants' attacks. Therefore, it was very targeted. The last 14 moves were sublimated. They were special and even more brilliant. They even absorbed the characteristics of the dragon descendants' attacks. The first move was piercing Dragon's Eye. The second move was destroying Dragon's Horn. The third move was breaking Dragon's Scales. The fourth move was piercing Dragon's Skin. The fifth move was piercing Dragon's Bones. The sixth move was pulling Dragon's Tendons. The seventh move was crushing Dragon's Flesh. The eighth move was destroying Dragon's Heart. The ninth move was killing Dragon Descendant. The first 9 moves and the last 14 moves were also cultivated separately. Only by mastering the first 9 moves could one understand the true meaning of the last 14 moves. The rest of the cultivation time was relatively simple. Although the 23 dragon-subduing swords was extremely difficult to cultivate. Yu Biao had obtained the 23 dragon-subduing swords for an entire year before he comprehended the first move. Its power was already so terrifying. It was enough to show how difficult this cultivation was. However, Ling Xiao was always a guy who would give him a headache, even if it was difficult. Yu Biao spent a year to comprehend the first move, piercing Dragon's Eye. He actually only used 10 minutes to comprehend it. When the Azure Lotus Swordswoman and the Scarlet Flame Patriarch saw this, they were simply shocked. This was definitely not a mortal. Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed be so fast? Although he had just started. But 10 minutes? Even the Yellow Emperor probably couldn't do it. It was no wonder that Hong Qi would introduce such a genius to the two of them. They originally thought that Hong Qi wanted them to protect Ling Xiao. But from the looks of it today, it might be the opposite. Hong Qi's intention was to let them follow Ling Xiao and bask in his glory. After successfully cultivating the first move, piercing Dragon's Eye, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate the second move. This time, he comprehended it even faster than the first move. It actually only took 8 minutes. Perhaps it was because it was still the same. Just like that, in less than an hour, Ling Xiao had actually completely comprehended the first 9 moves. What he had to do next was to master the first 9 moves. Cultivate to the transcendent realm. Then, its power would reach the level of a high 9th rank Emperor Realm martial skill. After that, he couldn't cultivate it for the time being. In the end, it was because his cultivation level was not high enough. If his comprehension was high enough, but his cultivation level was not high enough, forcefully cultivating it would only cause him to be injured. At the very least, he had to reach the heavenly core realm before he could cultivate the last 14 moves. But even so, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. The names of each move of the 23 dragons subduing swords sounded simple, but it was full of wisdom. Because it was a sword skill created during a battle, it was more practical. Although the scene was spectacular, the moves were actually very simple and direct. There were no fancy moves. This was also the way he liked to fight. Direct enough, domineering enough. There was no need to beat around the bush. He strived for the strongest lethality and didn't care about the form. This way, he could make fewer mistakes in battle and save more true yuan and stamina. Chapter 42-47. Young Lord, why do you think the heavens created such a monster like you? With you around, I don't even have the face to continue living. The first 9 moves of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Even now, I still haven't figured out the first move. You, on the other hand, have already learned all 9 moves. Ancestor Scarlet Flame sighed. I've only just started. If I really want these 9 moves to be effective, I still have to reach the small success realm. Therefore, I have to let those guys from the Yu family find trouble with me." Ling Xiao laughed. "Young lord, others find it troublesome, but you don't find it troublesome enough." Ancestor Scarlet Flame smiled bitterly. "There's no other way. My cultivation method is to fight. Constant fighting. Whether it's cultivation, physical strength, or martial skills, I need to constantly fight in order to truly cultivate successfully." Ling Xiao grinned. Moreover, he also liked to fight. Therefore, he was suitable for the martial artist profession. This chaotic world was also suitable for him. "I think there's no need for young lord to find trouble. Someone will find trouble with you." Although the higher-ups of the Yu family strictly ordered not to provoke you, but they didn't explain why. With the character of those young people, it's absolutely impossible for them to obey this ban. If young lord acts more arrogant, then this troublesome matter will naturally come to fruition. Green Lotus Swordswoman laughed. "That's true, but I have to go out and give them a chance to find trouble." Ling Xiao smiled and stood up. He was preparing to drink some tea and go out to find trouble. Sooner or later, he would have to fight with the Yu family. Therefore, it would be more advantageous for him to kill a few more of the Yu family's geniuses now. At the same time, in a room in the Yu family's mansion, Yu Dingtian looked at the people in the room with a gloomy expression. His son, Yu Chun, was killed by Ling Xiao. Yu Feng's physical body was destroyed by Ling Xiao. Now, he could only lie in the petri dish and live. The higher-ups asked him to give up on provoking Ling Xiao. He couldn't do it. "Tell me, what method do you have to make Ling Xiao seek death?" Yu Dingtian said coldly. The people sitting in this room were all members of their bloodline, including Yu Wan. Therefore, he was not afraid that someone would leak the secret. "Third Patriarch, I have an idea," someone suddenly said. "Speak," Yu Dingtian said coldly. "As long as your method works, I can agree to one of your requests." "Actually, it's nothing. Doesn't our Yu family have a forbidden area? Even if a member of the Yu family entered that place, they would have their legs broken as punishment." Ling Xiao definitely didn't know. When the time comes, all we need to do is to do this and that will be it. That person's words were repeatedly praised by everyone who heard it. King Treacherous. As long as Ling Xiao entered the forbidden area, even Demon King Skybreaker and Demon King Shangtian would not let this kid go. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to make Ling Xiao suffer. At the very least, he would destroy his physical body like his son, Yu Feng. Good. That's a good idea, but how are you going to trick Ling Xiao into entering the forbidden area? Yu Dingtian asked. "Leave this matter to me." Yu Luan smiled faintly. "All right, I'll leave it to you." After drinking tea for a while, he rested for a moment. He felt that his physical strength had almost recovered. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and was about to walk outside. However, because of the matter with the black-clothed masked man, Ling Xiao was now more vigilant. He directly let Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman stay in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. In this way, if any danger happened, the two experts would be able to help in time. After he went out, he saw a few sneaky figures near his residence. When these people saw him coming out, they all avoided him. It was as if they were avoiding the plague. From the looks of it, the battle where he defeated Yu Feng had really exposed his combat prowess. As a result, those who were weaker than Yu Feng didn't dare to find trouble with him. At the very least, no one dared to come alone. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao had Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame by his side. Their strength was even stronger than Yu Wentian. Who would dare to provoke them? Unless the two Demon King-level powerhouses appeared. Otherwise, Ling Xiao could do whatever he wanted in the Yu family. Of course, fear was just fear. The more afraid they were, the more they hated and hated him. They hated that they couldn't kill Ling Xiao to defend the dignity of the Yu family. Ling Xiao looked at these people with disdain. They were all trash with evil intentions but no guts. I gave you a chance to kill me, but you didn't dare to do it. Useless things. And, suddenly, he sensed a dangerous aura approaching him. Ling Xiao's body flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. The place where he stood just now had at least 4 attacks. The stairs were shattered by the attacks. He raised his head and looked. For masked warriors had appeared at the place where no one was. Since when did the Yu family have so many powerful warriors? Although these 4 men are only at the late heavenly core realm, in terms of combat strength, they aren't any weaker than Yufeng. They are all experienced veterans. Who are you? Why are you hiding your faces? Are you afraid of being too ugly? Ling Xiao stood there and said with a faint smile on his face. His opponents were strong, but he wasn't weak either. After the fight with Yu Biao, not only did he obtain the 23 dragon subduing swords, most importantly, the energy in his cultivation sea had been increased to 100%. He needed a hearty battle to advance to the next level. Just when he was about to doze off, someone came to give him a pillow. He was really happy about this. The 4 masked men didn't waste any time talking. They directly charged towards Ling Xiao. They gave Ling Xiao a lot of pressure from 4 different directions. Attacking without wasting any time. Looks like you guys are the secret forces of the Yu family. But attacking just to kill me, aren't you afraid that your secret forces will be exposed to the public? Ling Xiao said as he dodged the attacks. Because he wasn't familiar with their fighting style. Therefore, he had to observe the situation first. He was fast enough. Even when he was attacked by 4 men at the same time, he was still able to dodge with ease. Of course, he couldn't help but praise them. Facing these 4 men at the same time, he couldn't afford to be careless. He immediately transformed into the peerless heavenly mouse. He also took out the golden sword. He planned to practice the 23 dragon subduing swords. Dazzling form. A sword aura pierced through the air. The sword aura was like a divine dragon. It rushed towards one of them. But because it was only at the beginner level, its attack power was very weak. That person casually raised his hand and blocked it. But even so, blocking this attack made that person stop attacking and have to adjust his breathing. Obviously, his chi and blood were a little messy. Interesting 23 dragon subduing swords. It's only at the beginner level, but it's already so powerful. Once it reaches the lower level, it'll be even stronger. Therefore, he repeatedly used the first 9 forms to fight. He kept accumulating experience. The 4 men on the opposite side were also attacking wildly. The 5 figures fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. They even fell into the lake and were still fighting. Unknowingly, there were many small wounds on Ling Xiao's body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 42-48. Ling Xiao's physical body was very strong. But these people were not ordinary masters, and the weapons in their hands were also very powerful. It was inevitable that they would be injured. But this kind of injury was almost the same as a mosquito bite. It was really meaningless. The other party also applied poison. But the poison was useless to Ling Xiao. It was completely transformed into nutrition for the Hell Hydra. After a chaotic battle, the 5 people suddenly stopped. The 4 people opposite them were a little out of breath, and Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face. In terms of physical strength and vital essence, he was much stronger than the other party. So even if it was 1 against 4, he still had the advantage. Retreat. Seeing that they couldn't take down Ling Xiao after a long time, the 4 people wanted to retreat. You come and go as you wish. Do you think this is your home? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. Since you're here, don't leave. All of you, go to hell. 4 dragon sword chi of the 23 dragon subduing swords. For sword chi suddenly broke through the air. They turned into 4 Archean hell dragons. After half a day of fighting, Ling Xiao had already advanced the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords to the basic level. The power sword. It was time to reap the heads of these people. The 4 divine dragon sword chi rushed over. 3 of them were pierced by the sword chi. Their bodies exploded. Their inner elixirs and bodies shattered at the same time. However, one of them actually used an unknown spiritual talisman and jumped hundreds of meters away in an instant. He forcefully avoided Ling Xiao's attack. Humph! I must kill you today. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, put away the red gold sword, stepped on blood-red lightning, and chased after him. That person fled desperately, using the spiritual talisman every once in a while. It was as if the spiritual talisman was free. Young master, It feels like they're deliberately baiting you. Green Lotus Swordswoman said in the Dongshang Emperor ring. I know. All the more I have to go. Ling Xiao came out to find trouble. Since the other party wanted to bait him, then he might as well bite the bait. He wanted to see who was the one who set this trap. What was the other party's goal? At this time, in Ling Xiao's residence, Yuan walked out from the darkness. His complexion didn't look too good. He muttered to himself in a gloomy voice, "Good fellow, I didn't think that he would actually injure 3 dark demon guards." Fortunately, the plan was a success. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, as long as you enter the forbidden area, you will be able to escape. Then you're finished. Even the Devil's Son won't be able to protect you. He immediately took out a talisman and crushed it. Chunyin, I'm done here. I'll leave the rest to you. You are the guardian of the Yu family's forbidden area. Although her surname was not Yu, she was highly regarded by the family head. If someone breaks into the forbidden area, don't let them come out alive. After saying that, Yuan smiled coldly and chased after him. Ling Xiao could feel someone spying on him along the way. It was obvious that this was a conspiracy. Someone wanted to lead him somewhere. However, he was still a little confused as to how to deal with him. However, no matter how powerful the conspiracy was, it was no match for powerful strength. He firmly believed in this. The person in front suddenly entered a large door. Ling Xiao didn't even think before rushing in. The moment he entered, the large door suddenly closed. The environment in front of him changed. The surroundings were no longer man-made buildings. Instead, it became a quiet and secluded place. However, the black-clothed man was gone. A hint of mockery flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. This is the place you want me to come to, right? At most, it's the Yu family's forbidden area. Since I'm here, of course, I can't be at a disadvantage. There must be some secret in the forbidden area. Roar. A roar suddenly sounded. It seemed to be the sound of some ferocious beast. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be delighted. The demonic beasts raised in the forbidden area were definitely not ordinary. He leaped over. About 10 minutes later, he saw a ferocious demonic beast tied up with a huge metal chain. That metal should be some kind of special alloy. It was very strong and very strong. The demonic beast was actually a terrifying existence at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. Although it looked like a tiger, its fur was pure white and shining. It was like a shining diamond. Do you two know what this is? Ling Xiao asked. Shining holy light tiger. Green Lotus Sword Maiden replied, this is a good thing. Demonic cultivators also pay attention to the balance of yin and yang. Therefore, they raised this shining holy light tiger to cultivate. It seems that this tiger has been raised for some years. It's close to the period when its energy is at its peak. What it eats every day should be the high-quality light energy crystals provided by the Yu family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown like this. SK. Hearing Green Lotus Sword Maiden's explanation, Ling Xiao couldn't help but drool. He didn't know what would happen if he enjoyed such a good thing. If you enjoy this shining holy light tiger, I'm afraid the Yu family will really hate you to the bone. They will definitely kill you. Ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed. Then I have to enjoy it even more. They insisted on luring me into this forbidden area. If I don't take advantage of it before going out, wouldn't I be letting down their enthusiasm? Ling Xiao laughed and said, I'll have to trouble you two to help me kill this guy first. He definitely couldn't beat this shining holy light tiger at the 9th level of the core shattering realm. But Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Sword Maiden could. Think about it, then we'll do it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said, there's nothing to be afraid of. Sister Jiao Jiao's side is basically over. I also told Sister Jiao Jiao that she can pretend that her soul has been destroyed by the Demon Lord. If she wins the competition for the successor of the Demon Lord, she can receive the personal guidance of the Demon Lord. So it doesn't matter if we're here or not. At most, we'll kill this tiger and run away. With Fire King here, we'll definitely succeed. Ling Xiao laughed. Okay. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Sword Maiden nodded and began to attack. The shining holy light tiger was tied by a metal chain and couldn't resist at all. It didn't take long for the two to kill the shining holy light tiger. Sorry, even if we don't kill you, you will be killed by the Yu family. So, don't blame us. He held the shining holy light tiger's demonic beast core in his hand. This thing was one of the keys to cultivating the 12 divine beasts technique. He put it away first. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the energy released by the shining holy light tiger after its death. A large amount of light constantly poured into his body. At the same time, it was attacking the barrier of his cultivation. At the same time, it was tempering his body. To him, this was an excellent nourishment. About an hour later, Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation was showing signs of a breakthrough. Of course, the energy of the shining cosmic light tiger was too strong, and he couldn't absorb it all at once. A large amount of energy turned into potential and merged into his potential cells. He stored it. In the future, when he fought, he would naturally release it slowly. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? At this moment, Chun Yin rushed over and looked at Ling Xiao angrily and roared. Genius, 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 42-49. You're finally here. I've been waiting impatiently for so long. Tell me, why did you trick me into this forbidden area? Ling Xiao looked at Chun Yin. Although he didn't know this person, judging from his expression and reaction, he knew that he must be in cahoots with the people who framed him. What do you mean I lied to you? Chun Yin was stunned. Don't play dumb. If you didn't trick me in, how do you know I'm here? You're the guardian of this forbidden area. You let outsiders into the forbidden area and even killed the shining holy light tiger raised in the forbidden area. I'd like to see how you can bear this responsibility. Ling Xiao mocked. What? At that moment, Chun Yin felt that the sky was about to collapse. You actually killed the shining holy light tiger raised by the eccentric young master. Chen Yin looked in the direction of the shining holy light tiger. There wasn't a single thing left there. Even the metal chains seemed to have been cleaned up by Ling Xiao. Only the faint bloodstains on the ground accused Ling Xiao of his sins. To be exact, we killed it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame sneered. All right, looking at you now, you shouldn't be in the mood to care about us. You can slowly think of a way to deal with the problem here. We're leaving. Ling Xiao stood up. His cultivation had finally broken through to the late-stage Earth Core realm. Although his cultivation had only progressed a small step, his strength had increased by a large margin. Stop, you can't leave. Qin Yin roared and pounced over. However, he was slapped away by Ancestor Scarlet Flame. This is what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. You're courting death, don't blame us. Without looking at Qin Yin again, the three of them walked directly towards the forbidden area. On the way, Ling Xiao let Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman enter the Dongshang Emperor Ring again. If these two were next to him, those cowards of the Yu family would definitely not dare to deal with him. That would be meaningless to him. Although he had advanced to the late-stage Earth Core realm, he still needed to continue to improve his cultivation, continue to strengthen his physical body, continue to hone his martial skills. All of this required fighting. Just the lesser mastery of the 23 dragon-subduing swords was not enough. He had to become stronger. There was also the heaven-covering Great Palm imprint that he had to practice as well. That was only at the small success level. When he arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area, Ling Xiao saw a large group of people gathered there. Yu Zhong and Yu Luan were among them. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered coldly. Sure enough, it was the work of these guys. This Yu Zhong really knew how to court death. There was also Yu Luan. Are you planning to accompany your brother because Yu Feng's body was destroyed? Good. I'll fulfill your wish. Mr. Ling, you're in the wrong here. Did our Yu family not treat you well? The higher-ups have already said not to disturb your cultivation. I didn't expect you to become more and more impudent. This time, you actually entered our Yu family's forbidden area. Even if I wanted to help you, I can't. Yu Luan sighed. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing inside, so he was still very calm and acted according to the plan. When he knew what Ling Xiao was doing inside, he probably wouldn't be so calm. Yu Luan was just an opening remark. The people around them started to jeer. That's right. This Ling Xiao has always been very arrogant and has repeatedly killed our Yu family's martial artists. We didn't say anything. I didn't expect him to go overboard and dare to enter our Yu family's forbidden area. This was simply audacious to the extreme. Even we can't easily enter. Well said. Even if Ling Xiao has a powerful background and is the child of a big shot in the City of Gold. But you can't bully him like this. The men of our Yu family are not so easy to bully. If we didn't find out in time this time, I really don't know what you would do next time. Yes, this time he broke into the forbidden area. Next time, he will assassinate our patriarch. We must not let him go. Kill him. Even if we don't kill him, we must imprison him. We can't allow him to do whatever he wants. Ling Xiao found it hilarious as he listened to everyone reciting their lines one after another. Hee, what's the point of saying so much? Daddy is going to your forbidden area. What can you do about it? Come and kill me. Don't just talk without doing anything. Yulwan, are you going to do it? Yu Zhong, or are you going to do it? If you want to kill me, you don't have to use all these tricks. What are you doing? You even spent so much effort to lure me into the forbidden area. You even sacrificed 3 lives for this. Is it worth it? Why else would I say you are all stupid? I'm not targeting anyone, but all of you here are trash. If you weren't trash, you wouldn't have come up with such a stupid plan. Ling Xiao looked around. Among the crowd, Yulwan had the highest cultivation. There were also 2 late Heavenly Core warriors who were over 50 years old. Their combat ability was probably not any weaker than Yulwan. Among these 2 men, one of them had the same aura as the man in black who had ambushed him in his residence. He was sure it was the same man. Therefore, this group of people was really trash. Even if they attacked him together, they would still be no match for him. Perhaps Yulwan was relying on Chen Yin. Chen Yin was an ultimate core warrior, but he was knocked out by Ancestor Scarlet Flame with just a slap. It would take him some time to wake up. Look at how arrogant this guy is. He looks down on everyone. Yulwan didn't expect Ling Xiao to still be so arrogant even at this moment. Right now, he felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He couldn't leave. If he left, these trash would scatter like birds and beasts. But Yulwan was really puzzled. Why hadn't Chen Yin appeared yet? Yulwan, you're waiting for Chen Yin, right? There's no need to wait. Chen Yin is sleeping over there. Ling Xiao mocked. You're a peak Heavenly Core warrior after all. It took you so much effort to set up a trap for me to fall into. Aren't you going to do anything today? If you don't have the guts to do it, then I'm leaving. Anyway, I've gained a lot today, and I'm in a good mood. He had obtained the demon core of the Radiant Tiger and the demon beast energy within his body. No matter if it was his cultivation, body, or martial skills, they were all great help. He wasn't greedy, he was just satisfied. Of course, if these guys didn't want to let him go, he could even fight them. It was a good opportunity for him to practice the 23 dragon subduing swords. You trespassed into our Yu family's forbidden area, and you want to leave so easily? Do you really think there's no one left in our Yu family? Yulwan took a deep breath. He walked out. Following behind him were 2 other late Heavenly Core warriors. The 3 of them formed a triangle, and they were getting ready to attack Ling Xiao. The rest of the men didn't stay idle either. All of them were condensing their true yuan. They were getting ready to attack Ling Xiao once the battle began. They didn't care if it was fair or not. They couldn't defeat Ling Xiao anyway. Of course, this was the best outcome. A group of people besieged Ling Xiao. If they killed him, then so be it. These young men never thought about the consequences of their actions. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4250. Being surrounded by so many people, Ling Xiao still felt some pressure. After all, Yuan was a perfect Heavenly Core warrior. The others could pose a threat to him as well. But pressure was just pressure. In the end, they couldn't pose too much of a threat. Ling Xiao's current strength had greatly improved compared to a day ago. Not only did he have a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had also cultivated the 23 dragon subduing swords to the minor completion stage. The reason he came out this time was to fight. Now that his opponents were going to attack, he was happy in his heart. Set up the formation. Yuan braced himself and shouted. In the next moment, the crowd dispersed. They formed a strange battle formation in a disorderly and picturesque manner. A battle formation was different from an ordinary formation. It was formed by the cooperation between the warriors. However, the effects were similar. Ling Xiao, in order to defeat you, I have been racking my brain for the past few days. Fortunately, I found this heavenly dipper earthly fiend demon subduing formation in my Yu family's library. After the formation was set up, Yuan stared at Ling Xiao coldly. He finally revealed a sinister smile. He was considered one of the more cunning among Yu Dingtian's children. He knew that he might not be able to win in a one-on-one battle. But if they formed a battle formation, it would be a different story. Good formation. Ling Xiao carefully observed the battle formation and couldn't help but nod his head. The profundity of this formation was indeed different from those he had seen before. He entered the peerless heavenly rat-beast soul transformation. He took out the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Devil Sword. He had to be serious about this battle, or else he would fail miserably. The domineering aura of the Eastern Victory Sky Sword was combined with the demonic energy of the Eastern Victory Devil Sword. The current Ling Xiao was like a fiend that had merged with a fiend god. This Ling Xiao is really as scary as the rumors say. So what? He will still be defeated in our heavenly dipper earthly fiend demon subduing formation. That's right. The battle formation that senior brother Yuan created will definitely defeat this arrogant guy. There were still people who were watching the battle from the outside. They couldn't participate in the battle. He could only be a substitute. Therefore, their words were filled with mockery and sarcasm towards Ling Xiao. Kill. Yuan waved her hand. 108 people attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. However, the battle formation did not fall into chaos. It could be seen that this was definitely not a hastily assembled group of 108 people. They must have trained together for a long time. Ling Xiao even suspected that Yuan had already started this kind of training on the day he returned from Fengdu Devil Forest. It was all for the sake of being able to deal with him. I don't care what battle formation you have, I'll kill you all the same. He sneered and thrust his two swords at two of them at the same time. This attack was meant to test the waters. Therefore, he chose the two weaker people in the battle formation. However, what surprised him was, the moment the two swords pierced out, he was actually intercepted by Yuan and another late heavenly core warrior at the same time. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He chose another target, but it didn't matter how he chose. No matter how fast his attack speed was, every time an attack landed, it would be a complete disaster. All of them were facing the three strongest people in the group. He would never be able to attack the weaker ones. But when the opponent attacked, they could attack together. When the strength was gathered together, the destructive power was incredible. What a good formation! Ling Xiao exclaimed. You don't have to praise it. This is the Yu family's formation. Of course it's good. Yuan sneered. Hee, but do you really think this kind of battle formation can do anything to me, Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao sneered. He suddenly changed his style. 23 dragons subduing swords. He finally used it. This battle formation of yours relies on the three of you. Who are the strongest, the most? Then I'll defeat you. This battle formation will collapse on its own. Ling Xiao sneered and thrust out both swords. Because of the characteristics of the battle formation, he didn't need to aim. As long as he attacked casually, he could hit his target. The first style, Double Dragon Eyes. Using both swords to perform the same style, it would help increase his proficiency. Two divine dragons broke through the air. They turned into sharp sword energy, directly piercing the eyes of Yuan and the other man. What a powerful attack! Yuan's face changed, and he was very shocked. The day before, when Ling Xiao and Yufeng were fighting, he used an earth-shattering move. But it was completely different from today's. But today's attack was not inferior to the attack of that day. What kind of martial skill was this? He couldn't think too much. The attack was already coming. Yuan released the demon shadow martial spirit. The long spear in his hand shook and went up to meet the attack. The battle formation could bring him more powerful combat power and more sustained fighting time. Immortal breaking spear. Kill. Demon explosive fist. Kill. Darking finger. Kill. This Tiangang earthly fiend demon subduing formation had 3 attack points. At this moment, it exploded at the same time. It attacked Ling Xiao. Boom. Boom. 2 consecutive dragon eyes attacks directly defeated the opponent's attack. Yuan and the other man were forced to retreat. They retreated this time. The entire battle formation had to move. The other man's attack had to be cancelled. They retreated together. Ling Xiao sneered. Holding two swords, he continued to fight. His whole body was exuding a terrifying, murderous aura. There was even a roaring dragon's fighting spirit. He displayed the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords to his heart's content. The second move, Destruction Dragon Horn, this move was even more powerful than the previous one. Because the combo was not interrupted, the opponent did not put Ling Xiao in danger. Facing this attack, Yuan and the others could only work together to resist. The 3 people's attacks converged together. But even so, they were still shocked by a dragon's roar and retreated again. Ha ha ha, awesome. Breaking dragon scales, wearing dragon skin, grinding dragon bones. It was another 3 moves combo, each stronger than the last. Yuan and the others were completely unable to resist and retreated. Although the general martial artists were better at close combat, but facing Ling Xiao's continuous attacks, as long as you are suppressed and unable to fight back, you will always be suppressed. Unless you can suddenly erupt with a martial skill that is even stronger than Ling Xiao's martial skill. Otherwise, they could only blame themselves for their bad luck. He allowed his opponent to finish his chain of attacks. The so-called Heavenly Dipper Earthly Fiend Demon Subduing Formation was truly in a sorry state right now. However, Yuan did not dare to disband this battle formation, because he knew best in his heart. If it wasn't for the existence of this battle formation, he simply couldn't block Ling Xiao's continuous attacks, not to mention the others. Haha, is this the battle formation that you painstakingly created? The battle formation was not bad, but it was a pity that the person commanding the battle formation was trash. Next, I'll let you all be finished. I want to see how many moves you can last. Dragon Tendon Extraction, Minced Dragon Meat. Finally, when the 7th style of the combo, Dragon Shredding, a late Heavenly Core warrior was impaled by the sword. He flew out in pain. This person was none other than the man in black who had escaped earlier. 3 feet 3 inches, Xiao, Shu. Superscript 1. 3 cubed carat x carat m is worth collecting. Chapter 42:51. After one of the main fighters had fallen, the Heavenly Dipper Earthly Fiend Demon Slaying formation became even more meaningless. Dragon Slaying Filth. The 8th style was unleashed. Another man's heart was pierced through, and he fell to his knees in pain. Final style, Dragon Slaying. Yuan, you're going to lose. Ling Xiao combined his swords. They both unleashed the same style. A roaring dragon fiercely leapt towards Yuan. At this moment, Yuan was scared. He had chosen to give up on the formation. In an instant, the dragon jumped into the crowd. In an instant, dozens of men were killed. Not even a single piece of them was left. This was a style that could even severely injure a perfect Heavenly Core warrior. Most of the men who set up the formation were only at the Earth Core realm. How could they withstand it? What a shameless guy. You even betrayed your own people. But do you really think you can escape like this? Heaven covering great palm, suppress? From the sky, a huge palm suddenly fell down and pressed Yuan onto the ground. Yuan's body was crushed under the pressure. Only her inner core was left crying in pain. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. But I hope there won't be a next time. If not, don't even think about keeping your inner core. Looking at Yuan, who was crying in pain, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Then he put away his swords. He was in a good mood today, so he was too lazy to kill those useless trash. All the onlookers were stunned by what they saw. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao was actually powerful to such an extent. They couldn't even defeat Ling Xiao with the help of the formation. In the end, they were the ones who lost miserably. A bunch of trash. They can't even arouse my interest. But for the past few days, my hands have been itching for a fight. If anyone thinks they are qualified to fight me, then come and give it a try. It's really boring to play these kinds of tricks. Oh right, Ultimate Core Warriors, don't come and join in the fun. Anyone below the perfect Heavenly Core realm, come and fight me. I, Ling Xiao, will take them all. After saying that, He flew into the sky and returned to his own place. He was indeed in a good mood. In battle, it was obvious that he could directly discover the problem with a martial technique. In the midst of battle, they were constantly adjusting, tempering, and transforming. It could make martial techniques even more outstanding. The proficiency would also increase greatly. From the Sky Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had always been a person who loved to fight. It hadn't changed even now. It wouldn't change in the future. Perhaps there was someone in this world who didn't like fighting, but that person was definitely not him. Ling Xiao's words were spread everywhere by the children of the Yu family. Soon, it was only limited to challenges from the Yu family. Instead, it became a challenge to the entire Fengdu city and even the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom. As long as they were martial artists below the extreme realm of Dan, they could do it. The Yu family's thoughts were actually very easy to understand. His goal was to create as much trouble for Ling Xiao as possible. If an outsider killed Ling Xiao, then the Yu family wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Furthermore, the matter of the Radiant Tiger had almost driven Yu Qilian mad. Although his father and great-grandfather had told him that Ling Xiao was not someone to be trifled with, he was still a man of great power. But he couldn't take it lying down. Tell Tu Hu to come back, Yu Qilian coldly said to his subordinate. Tu Hu? Was he the peak Heavenly Core warrior who had killed an ultimate core warrior with brute force? Was he Tu Hu, that savage and cruel tiger slayer who killed the innocent? His subordinate's expression changed when he heard this. That's right, that's him. Tu Hu is a wanted criminal in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Tell him, if he can kill Ling Xiao, his arrest warrant will be revoked. Yu Qilian coldly said. Although the method Tu Hu used to kill an extreme realm of Dan warrior was a little shameless. But as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, who cared if it was shameless or not? He had had enough. He had raised the Radiant Tiger for so many years, but before he could enjoy it, Ling Xiao had snatched it away. No one would be able to tolerate such humiliation. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to ruin the situation, he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao himself. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. Right now, he was waiting for the challenge to come to him. It would save him a lot of trouble. No matter what, he wouldn't leave the Yu family's front door easily. He still had lingering fears from the previous incident. Ling Xiao, get the hell out here. Do you really think there's no one left in the Yu family? We're here. Don't be a coward. Half an hour after Jiang Chun returned to his place, some people had come to him. And there was more than one of them. Hee, they're fast. Ling Xiao sneered. Then he lifted his foot and was about to leave. Young master, you can't do this. They are here to challenge you, but you can't leave without rest. Therefore, you have to decide the time of the challenge. In addition, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can challenge us. We must strictly select the challengers. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus suddenly said, Sister Azure Lotus is right. How about this? We'll accept an hour of challenges in the morning. We'll accept an hour of challenges in the afternoon. We won't wait until the appointed time. Also, we have to be strict. Only late Heavenly Core and peak Heavenly Core warriors are allowed to stay. We don't want those who are low or high. Ling Xiao was still aware of his own limitations. It was still too early to challenge warriors at the extreme core realm. Late Heavenly Core and peak Heavenly Core warriors were more suitable for him. It's morning now. I'll go out and select the challengers. Ancestor Scarlet Flame volunteered himself. Thank you, Big Brother Scarlet Flame. Ling Xiao nodded his head. After that, Ancestor Scarlet Flame left the house. He saw a dozen men outside. They were all warriors at the extreme core realm. This group of old men were shameless. They actually came here to pick a fight. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was furious. He punched out and sent all these men flying away. Let me tell you, late Heavenly Core and peak Heavenly Core warriors are priority. Those below the Heavenly Core realm, those above the Heavenly Core realm are not welcome. You old men, come again. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of the young master. Although these old men were angry, they couldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao's men were just too strong. Unless the young master fought personally, it would be very difficult to defeat them. They had no choice but to leave with their tails between their legs. They had to find someone who had the ability to defeat Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, somewhere in the Yu family, Lu Ling was staring at them with a cold gaze. His cultivation was not weak, but his combat strength was not as good as Ling Xiao's. But he wanted revenge. During the alchemy competition, he had lost all his face. All of this was caused by Ling Xiao. Now, the chance had come, and he wouldn't let it go. In Ling Xiao's conditions, there was no age limit. He only said that a heavenly core warrior was required. Coincidentally, he had a martial uncle, Chen Zhou, who was also at the peak heavenly core realm. But in terms of combat experience, he was definitely stronger than Yu Feng and Yu Wan. On the other side, Yang Zhan had also heard the news. I have inherited my master's legacy, but I can't find a way to break through to the extreme core realm. I can use Ling Xiao to practice. Yang Zhan was an old opponent in the Fengdu Devil Forest. He was a warrior at the same level as Yu Feng and Yu Wan. But Yang Zhan was the eldest disciple of the Red-Robed sect. He was qualified to be taught a secret skill by the sect leader. He was even luckier than Yu Feng and Yu Wan. 3-3 Xiao Shuo. Superscript 1. 3 cubed x m is worth collecting. Chapter 42-52. No one's here yet? This is so boring. Ling Xiao secretly leaned against the window and looked outside. Although there were a lot of people outside, none of them met his standards. Did I set my standards too high? My hands are itching for a fight. Ling Xiao, get out here. Finally, a voice sounded out. Ling Xiao looked towards the direction where the voice came from. It was a late heavenly core warrior, about 100 years old. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he looked like an experienced fighter. Perhaps his martial skills weren't weak. Interesting. He immediately rushed out, looked at the man and said with a smile, I haven't learned how to get out of here yet. As for you, I'm afraid you'll have to get out of here. Young master, why did you come out so quickly? I haven't even checked him yet. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a bitter smile. There's no need to check. This guy is qualified. Ling Xiao said, Good kid, you're really arrogant. I heard you defeated Yu Wan and Yu Feng. Those two brats were really too inexperienced. Let this old man take you down a notch. Fighting is not a game for kids. Your cultivation is weaker than mine, and your experience is weaker than mine. What are you going to use to defeat me? The old man said with a sneer, Are you here to spout nonsense? Hurry up and do it. Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword. This time, he only used one sword. There was no need to use two swords. Fine. The Patriarch told us not to provoke you, but you've gone too far recently. How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the Yu family? Now, you've even set up an arena in the Yu family. You're obviously looking down on the Yu family. If that's the case, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. I want to let the people of Golden City know that the Yu family is not someone you can bully. Damn it. Old people talk a lot of nonsense. Can you do it? There are still people lining up behind you. Ling Xiao let out a sigh and said. His disdain and carelessness caused the other party's anger to surge. Good kid, if that's the case, then take my attack. The 100-year-old old man roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't make a move at first. Instead, he chose to hide. These older generation ancient martial art practitioners might not be too strong. However, this fighting style still had its merits. His Taiji eye was analyzing everything. He had learned something useful. The old man attacked 3 times in a row, but he still couldn't touch Ling Xiao. However, it could be seen that his combat skills were not weak. Once again, although Ling Xiao managed to avoid the attack with his speed, he was still almost hit. The old man's judgment was very accurate. Old Mister is indeed amazing. You are no match for me. Leave. He didn't dislike this old man. After learning some things from the old man, he decided to give the old man some face. There's no need for you to pity this old man. Use your true abilities. Even if I lose, I'm willing to accept it. The old man roared, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. The demonic shadow transformed into a giant bear and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao no longer pretended to be pretentious. He raised the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand. A sword chi transformed into an ancient hell dragon and tore through the air. It was the first move of the 23 dragon subduing swords. Bang! Although the old man had good combat experience, his combat strength was still a little weak. He wasn't even much weaker than Yu Chon. Ling Xiao was able to defeat him without even transforming into a beast soul. Of course, it was also because the 23 dragon-subduing swords were powerful enough. The old man flew backward and fell into the crowd. His weapon flew to the side, and blood flowed. This is too much. Even an old man is fighting? This Ling Xiao is simply inhumane. That's right, that's right. Doesn't he know how to respect the old and love the young? The onlookers followed suit. They were desperately looking for reasons to belittle Ling Xiao and mock Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only treated it as a group of dogs barking there. He didn't go in and sat at the door, drinking tea while waiting. Just treat it as entertainment. The onlookers' faces were a little ugly. Ling Xiao clearly didn't take the Yu family's warriors seriously. Damn it. If senior brother Yu Qiong made a move, he could easily defeat him. But senior brother Yu Qiong's cultivation is in the extreme core realm. It doesn't seem appropriate to deal with an earth core realm warrior, right? I know, but I just can't stand this kid's arrogance. The old man got up from the ground. Thank you for showing mercy. He knew that if Ling Xiao was more ruthless, that blow just now could have killed him. It's just a spar. There's no need to kill. You can go, Ling Xiao said indifferently. There were some admirable people in the Yu family. This old man was not bad. Before I leave, I need to remind you, I'm just a lowly person in the Yu family. In the entire Fengdu city, I'm nothing. You're on your own. This time, the matter was too big. All the warriors in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom are rushing here. After the old man finished speaking, he left. Who else? Ling Xiao looked at the onlookers with a smile and asked, Don't worry, I'll show mercy. I won't let you suffer the same tragedy as Yu Feng and Yu Luan. Of course, as long as you follow the rules, I won't be ruthless. His arrogant and condescending attitude made all the Yu family's warriors angry. But for the people here, they were either at the extreme core realm or below the heavenly core realm. They weren't qualified to participate in the competition. Therefore, they could only wait. Another moment passed. Lu Ling appeared in front of the crowd. Ling Xiao, do you dare to accept my challenge? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Ling. Then he smiled and said, You better go back and concoct pills. Although your pill concoction skills are strong, but your strength is too weak. If I hit you, I'll be bullying you. It's not me who wants to fight. It's my martial uncle, Ghost Fire Qinzhou. Green Spirit held back its anger and gave up a spot for him. A blue willow, the wisp was burning there. After that, a middle-aged man appeared. He was in his 70s or 80s. He was holding a strange-looking staff in his hand. There was a skull inlaid on top of the staff. Underneath the staff was a black ebony staff. It gave off a gloomy aura. I know him, Ghost Fire Qinzhou. Although he's from the Green Vine sect, he walked the path of evil. He's good at some secret offensive skills, and his soul force is extremely strong. Not only that, Ghost Fire Qinzhou is said to be invincible under the heavenly core realm. Although I've never seen him with my own eyes, I think there's some truth to the rumors. Although he's not from the Yu family, as long as he can defeat Ling Xiao, that's enough. Ghost Fire Qinzhou, we support you. Ling Xiao put down his teacup. He stood up. He looked at Qinzhou, who was standing next to Lu Ling. This person looked sinister, like a barbarian who lived in a rotten forest all year round. He was emitting a rotten smell from head to toe. His eyes were cold. He looked like a dead man. Invincible under the heavenly core realm? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. It's all because the people of the world love me. Actually, I haven't done much. I've just killed a few peak heavenly core warriors. Qinzhou looked at Ling Xiao and said with a faint smile on his face. End of chapter. Chapter 42-53. Qinzhou had a faint smile on his face. Saying that he was invincible below the heavenly core realm was a compliment from the people of the martial world. It was just that this smile really made people feel uncomfortable looking at it. I think so too. If you want to say that I am invincible below the heavenly core realm, it should be me, Ling Xiao. Not you. Ling Xiao laughed. Arrogant. Suddenly, Qinzhou waved the staff in his hand. A pale blue flame turned into a skeleton and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The move was very simple, but its lethality was not weak at all. This bastard's attacks seemed to have been specially honed for killing. Ling Xiao's face lit up. His Tai Chi eye was absorbing the opponent's strengths, although he had a lot of combat experience. But he was still too young. Luckily, his Tai Chi eye could analyze his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Ling Xiao could absorb his opponent's experience, and after accumulating it for a long time, he would become powerful. Child's play. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into his peerless heavenly rat beast soul. He raised the heavenly sword of Dongsheng. He blocked the pale blue flame with his dragon's eye. After that, the two started fighting from a distance. Ling Xiao wanted to get closer, but Chen Zhou had a lot of skills that could prevent him from getting close. Obviously, Chen Zhou was not good at close combat. That was why he wanted to increase the distance between them. Ling Xiao knew what he was thinking. He didn't try to get closer. He wasn't afraid of a mid-range battle. He could use the dragon-subduing sword energy with his dragon-subduing sword. It was a good opportunity for him to practice. The battle between the two began. Flames and sword energies kept flashing. The front of the building was in chaos. Although they had been fighting for a few minutes, there wasn't a single close combat. But those who knew how to fight understood. This mid-range battle was just as dangerous. Senior Disciple Green Spirit, do you think Shinzhou can win? The battle was too intense. Therefore, no one could tell who had the upper hand. Don't worry, Uncle Shinzhou has the upper hand. Ling Xiao is good at close combat. Once he loses this advantage, he won't be far from defeat. Green Spirit said with certainty. But Senior Disciple Green Spirit, I feel like the situation is different from what you said. Ling Xiao's mid-range and long-range attacks have always been strong. He is just putting up a desperate struggle. Green Spirit snorted. Green Spirit's mind, he was confused. Ling Xiao's specialty wasn't being cautious. What this guy liked the most was to rely on the strength of his physical body to win battles. Why did he suddenly seem so familiar with mid-range and long-range battles? Although he was confused, he had to admit this battle was exciting. It was also very exciting. The previous battle ended in just a few minutes. But this time, it Chinzhou. Both sides seemed to be tireless as they went back and forth. Ling Xiao had already used the 23 dragon-subduing swords several times. His proficiency level was also continuously increasing. This opponent really made him feel very satisfied. Ghostfire Chinzhou was said to be invincible amongst all warriors below the heavenly core realm, and that wasn't just for show. Chinzhou Chinchins. Every time Ling Xiao made a mistake, Chinchan Chinzhou would take advantage of it. Chinzhou had been hit by Chinchanzhou's attacks a few times. Luckily, Chinzhou had the ability to resist fire and water. Plus, he had a strong body. That was why he wasn't seriously injured. Of course, even if he was injured, he would gain a lot. He had gained a lot of experience from the battle with Chinzhou. He had tried all kinds of fighting methods that he had never thought of before, and now he was trying them out. The things that had puzzled him for a long time about his martial skills were now solved. I admit defeat. Suddenly, Chinzhou jumped out of the battle. He said, Admit defeat? But you didn't lose? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. No, I have lost. You have been treating me as your training partner since the beginning. You have been absorbing nutrients from my body to strengthen yourself. Even if I win this battle, I will be at a disadvantage. So, I give up. Chinzhou said in an indifferent tone. If that is the case, then get lost. You don't even dare to fight, and you still talk so righteously. Ling Xiao sneered. His attitude was not good. That was because he did not want the onlookers to know his purpose. But he really admired Chinzhou in his heart. He actually saw through his purpose. That was rare. Martial uncle, are you able to tolerate this? He asked you to get lost. Lu Ling was anxious. He did not see how Chinzhou lost at all, so he could not understand. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then go by yourself. This old man is leaving. Chinzhou did not talk nonsense and directly flew into the air. Ling Xiao, I hope we will have a chance to fight in the future. You have gained something today, and so do I, this voice echoed in the air. Ling Xiao smiled and said, If you miss today, You will no longer have the qualifications to spar with me. Chen Zhou, who was flying, almost fell to the ground. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him, but he did not know that Ling Xiao was just telling the truth. Ling Xiao's strength was called changing with each passing day. It was not wrong at all, because he was improving virtually every day, and the improvement was extremely fast. If Ghostfire Chen Zhou looked for him again in the future, he would probably only be insta-killed. Damn it. Lu Ling gnashed his teeth and also left, but he did not chase after Chen Zhou. Instead, he went to contact other experts. Ling Xiao was undefeated. If Ling Xiao was not humiliated, the resentment in his heart would absolutely not be able to be vented. Seeing this scene, many people in the Yu family were somewhat discouraged. Damn it, this Ghostfire Chen Zhou looks like a coward. That's right, a famous, weak coward. They didn't fight for long, and he actually gave up? Really looked forward to him in vain. Useless guy. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of tea and then said with a cold smile, "Don't just talk about others being useless. You guys are useful. How about sending someone out?" "Kid, don't be arrogant. Ghostfire Chen Zhou is a trash, but I am not." A fatty flew over from afar. His body was fat, but his movements were agile. He was wearing a loose robe, and when he walked, he looked like a tiger. He was holding two broad axes in his hands. He looked like a ferocious butcher. Hee, are you saying others are trash? Come. Ling Xiao sneered. This fatty looked fierce, but he wasn't that strong. He was only a late heavenly core warrior. He was even weaker than the old man from the Yu family who was the first to fight. There are more and more people coming in the past half a day. Isn't an hour a bit too short? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked. It's not short, and I'm not an Iron Man. After an hour, I'll definitely be tired. How can I let these bastards take advantage of me? When I'm tired, I naturally need to take a rest. Ling Xiao smiled. He lifted his foot and walked out. The fatty waved his pair of broad axes and slashed at Jiang Chun. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Your combat skills are so crude. There's nothing I want to learn. So lose. Jiang Chun suddenly spat out the tea in his mouth. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 42-54. The tea was like a sword, stabbing towards the fatty's head. The fatty was so scared that he hurriedly blocked with his axe. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao kicked out. The fatty's fat body was kicked a few hundred meters away, and he crashed into a stone lion statue in the distance. Damn, that fatty is so pitiful. Is Ling Xiao really that strong? The fight hasn't even started, and it's already over? Everyone sighed. They now had a new understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Next, many people dared to fight. In fact, they all hoped that Ling Xiao's strength would decrease when he was tired. This way, they could take advantage of him. However, how could Ling Xiao be tired so easily? An hour passed. He had defeated a dozen people. However, Ling Xiao was still in high spirits. The Yu family warriors' faces became uglier and uglier. They became more and more depressed. Let's call it a day for this morning. We'll continue in the afternoon. Ling Xiao turned around and walked into the house. He said an hour, and it was just an hour. He still had other things to do. The battle was about absorbing. The rest of the time, he still needed to digest. You want to go back after winning? We don't accept this. If you don't accept this, then die. Ancestor Scarlet Flame sneered and waved his hand. The flames rolled, scaring those people into running away. While Ling Xiao was resting, the news of the battle in the morning had spread quickly among the warriors. For a moment, the entire Fengdu city was stirred up. Because of the alchemy competition, people already knew about Ling Xiao. Now, people were even more interested in Ling Xiao, an alchemy grandmaster with such strong combat strength. In addition, the Yu family warriors spared no effort in spreading the news. Ling Xiao's great name also became more and more resounding. Therefore, in the afternoon, there were even more people who came to watch. Not only were there people from the Yu family, there were also people from other places in Fengdu City. Similarly, there were fewer people from the Yu family who came to challenge in the afternoon. Most of them were heavenly core warriors from the outside world. These people just didn't believe that Ling Xiao was just an earth core warrior. There were no heavenly core warriors who could defeat him? What the hell? The more people didn't believe it, the more people challenged it. In the end, disbelief turned into astonishment. In the end, he left in a sorry state. Someone else had discovered it. Ling Xiao seemed to have become stronger after each battle. His cultivation did not break through. However, his combat experience was getting richer and richer. Often, it's a battle strategy that you've used before. In the next battle, Ling Xiao used it, and it was even better. This left many martial artists dumbfounded. It was simply unacceptable. Even though Ling Xiao had only practiced up to the 9th move of the 23 dragon subduing swords, he was still able to do so. However, these 9 forms did not have to be used consecutively. He didn't have to use them in order. They had a myriad of ways to use them. Ling Xiao fumbled around in battle after battle. His mastery of the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords had also become more and more adept. He was becoming more and more proficient. He could do whatever he wanted. It could be said that it was a piece of cake for him. As a result, his mastery of the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords had improved from minor completion to master. Not only did it become more powerful, his speed of testing each move was also getting faster. His consumption was also decreasing. Today's battle ends here. We'll continue tomorrow. You can team up and attack me. Warriors below the late heavenly core realm, you can only fight at most 5 at the same time. As for peak heavenly core warriors, you can only fight at most 2 at the same time. When Ling Xiao announced this news, everyone was boiling with excitement. Not excitement, but anger. Damn it, this was too crazy. He wanted to fight 5 late heavenly core warriors at the same time. 2 peak heavenly core warriors. This guy was crazy. It looked like today's consecutive victories had made Ling Xiao feel a little proud. But this was not a bad thing. With this, they would have a chance to defeat Ling Xiao. Many people had the same thought. Therefore, the next morning, basically it was 5 at the same time, 2 at the same time. Ling Xiao was having a hard time fighting. He was even injured because of it. Once again, he almost lost. But it was just almost. He didn't lose, so he didn't lose. Ling Xiao was coughing up blood as he defeated his enemies. Many passers-by were cheering for him. In Fengdu City, many warriors didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao because of the Yu family's slander. But after the 1-hour battle this morning, many people had become Ling Xiao's fans. There were even many female warriors who were secretly throwing flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you're injured. Are you still going to continue this afternoon? Someone asked. Of course. I've said it before, this battle will last for 3 days. Therefore, those who haven't fought yet, hurry up, or else tomorrow will be the end. Ling Xiao wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although it was tough, he was excited. After disappearing this morning, the first 9 forms of the 23 dragon subduing swords had broken through from the master level to the great perfection level. He was almost at the great perfection level. This speed of improvement was extremely fast. During the afternoon, Ling Xiao had been cultivating and digesting what he had learned from the battle. As for healing his injuries, there was no need for that. A single healing pill would have healed his injuries. When the afternoon came, he was still full of energy. The battle in the afternoon was just as exciting. Ling Xiao had encountered 2 big troubles. The first time, he had encountered 2 perfect heavenly core warriors who had teamed up. These 2 were husband and wife. They were quite famous in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. This time, they had come to Fengdu City to challenge Ling Xiao. They wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's prestige. Because they were husband and wife, they had great chemistry. Ling Xiao was in a miserable state at the beginning. Later on, he had to rely on the special effect of the bloodthirsty plague. He had defeated this couple with brute force. The battle was difficult, but he had gained a lot. From the battle between the husband and wife, he had actually grasped the technique of cooperating with his falling plum shadow clone. Their cooperation in the past was just the simplest kind of cooperation. It was like 2 strangers teaming up. But after this battle, he had finally understood the secret of teaming up. The second time was dangerous. It was when he was facing 5 delicate female warriors. These 5 female warriors were all at the late heavenly core realm, but they were all good at the art of seduction. The 5 of them teamed up. Even the surrounding cultivators were muddle-headed, willing to die under their pomegranate skirts. But Ling Xiao was an exception. He activated the demonic eye. The 5 female warriors were devoured by their own seduction techniques. They did some unsightly things on the spot. In the end, they ran away with their tails between their legs. Although it wasn't hard to win this battle, but it had made Ling Xiao realize something. In the martial world, there were all kinds of warriors. You could meet any kind of people. Therefore, it didn't mean that you would win just because you were strong enough. If you weren't careful, you might fail miserably. You might be defeated by someone else. 2 days later, the challenge ended. Ling Xiao had basically fought all the heavenly core warriors from the Yu family in Fengdu City. He had beaten up all the men from the Yu family. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 42:55. On the morning of the 3rd day, the number of challengers had lessened. It wasn't because there were no challengers. It was because they didn't have the courage. Most importantly, as the battles continued, Ling Xiao could feel that his gains were getting smaller and smaller, and he wanted to end this boring arena as soon as possible. Therefore, he became more ruthless. This caused those who weren't confident to back off. Losing a battle with Ling Xiao wasn't a big deal, but being beaten to the point where they couldn't get out of bed for a month. If they lost an arm or a leg, it wouldn't be worth it. Even if they could recover, it would take a long time. For a warrior, time was very precious. For the past few days, because of Ling Xiao's ruthlessness and strength, he had been called the crazy man by many warriors. Crazy, because he had done something no one else could. He had completed a mission no one else could. He was a madman because of his arrogance and ruthlessness. No matter who his opponent was, he would beat them until they cried for their parents. This was why, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Ling Xiao's place was surrounded by a large group of people, but no one dared to challenge him. There were at least tens of thousands of spectators. But, because of their fear, none of them dared to challenge him. As for those warriors at the extreme core realm who wanted to challenge him, they didn't meet the requirements. Ling Xiao sat there drinking tea as he said in an indifferent tone, "Looks like I can end this challenge now. I don't think anyone below the heavenly core realm can be my match, at least in Fengdu City." He wasn't the only one who thought this. Those who were watching the show basically had the same opinion. Invincible below the heavenly core realm. He was actually a late Earth core warrior. This caused countless heavenly core warriors to lose face. Alright, if no one wants to challenge me, then let's end this. From tomorrow onwards, I won't accept any more challenges. If anyone dares to bother me again, I'll kill them all. Ling Xiao's cold voice made many people sigh in their minds. They weren't convinced. But what was the use of being unconvinced? If they couldn't defeat him, then they couldn't defeat him. No matter how much they weren't convinced, it was useless. This guy is really strong. He can even defeat 2 perfect heavenly core warriors by himself. You can say that he is a legendary existence below the heavenly core realm. That's right. I've traveled all over the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, but I've never seen such a monster. It seems that not only the Yu family, but the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom is going to lose face. They were actually defeated by a little fellow from the Golden Heavens region. Sigh. Could it be that our Fengdu Devil Kingdom has no one? It's not that there's no one in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. It's just that the younger generation can't compare to him. If this brat hadn't set up a restriction, once an ultimate stage core realm martial artist made a move, he would have been dead for sure. This just shows that he's smart. He knows his own standards and won't overestimate himself. His 2 subordinates are said to be terrifying existences in the core fragmentation realm. Unless young master makes a move, I'm afraid it will be difficult to subdue them. Hearing everyone's discussion, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. She stood up and prepared to return to her room. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Brat, your challenge hasn't ended yet, right? Are you trying to run away so quickly?" This voice was filled with killing intent. Just by listening to it, one could tell that it was an extremely vicious person. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. One of them was about 3 meters tall. He had a ferocious-looking face. The young man, whose body was constantly emitting a crazy killing intent, was walking over with large strides. Along the way, all the martial artists opened up a path for him. It was as if they were afraid of angering him and getting killed by him. Tuhu. It's Tuhu. Why is this guy here? He is a wanted criminal. That's right, and he is an extremely dangerous wanted criminal. Rumor has it that he can only kill ultimate stage core realm martial artists. I don't care what kind of wanted criminal he is. As long as he can defeat Ling Xiao and bring honor to our Fengdu Devil Kingdom, this group of people had lost all sense of right and wrong. In other words, the humiliation that Ling Xiao brought to them was even worse than this Tuhu. The people Tuhu killed were all innocent commoners, those martial artists who had no money or power. They didn't care. But Ling Xiao had slapped the Yu family's face. This was what annoyed them the most. Listening to these people's discussion, Ling Xiao couldn't help but become interested. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could tell that this Tuhu was a peak heavenly core warrior. But he was able to kill ultimate stage core realm martial artists, even if they were just early stage core realm martial artists. This was very frightening. Interesting. Jiang Chun was already bored. But now, with the appearance of this Tuhu, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was reignited. Because this kind of person could help him improve. Kid, I heard that you are invincible under the heavenly core realm? Tuhu stopped when he was 50 meters away from Jiang Chen. He stared at Ling Xiao coldly and asked, "It's not a self-proclaimed title, it's a compliment given by someone else. But I can accept it. After all, if I don't have this much confidence, then I am not me." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "What an arrogant kid. I, Tuhu, love to kill so-called geniuses like you. Do you dare to have a life and death duel with Daddy?" Tuhu said with a cruel smile. He didn't come here to challenge Jiang Chun. He had accepted a mission from someone, and he was here to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, a life and death duel was a must. Young master, don't agree so easily. This man is not an ordinary peak heavenly core warrior. Ancestor Scarlet Flame reminded Jiang Chun. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus also said, when he is in his normal form, he is already stronger than Yu Feng when he is in his devil form. If he is in his devil form, I'm afraid he will be very close to the early stage of the extreme core realm. Young master, although you can defeat a peak heavenly core warrior now, it's not easy. But it's not easy. If you meet an extreme core warrior, you basically have no chance of winning. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Tuhu sneered and said, "If you are afraid of death, then kneel down and admit that you are a piece of trash. Daddy won't force you." Trying to provoke Jiang Chen? But what he said was true. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile, "I've said it before, if a late heavenly core warrior or peak heavenly core warrior wants to challenge me, I won't refuse." Afraid of death? If you can really kill me, then I can only blame myself for not being strong enough. You can't blame anyone else? Good kid. You have guts. Tuhu was startled. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to accept the challenge. But this made things easier. He had to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. Hee, when it comes to dealing with you, I don't have guts. Because you are no match for me. Invincible below the heavenly core realm. I don't just say that for fun. Ling Xiao stared at Tuhu coldly and said, "Enough with the bullshit. Come." Tuhu knew that he couldn't scare Ling Xiao. If that was the case, then he would use a battle to prove himself. Wait. Tuhu and Ling Xiao were about to fight. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. "Yang Zhan." Ling Xiao looked at the man and furrowed his brows. During the battle in the Fengdu Devil Forest, there were 3 peak heavenly core warriors who could be considered his opponents. Yu Feng, Yu Wan, and Yang Zhan. The first 2 had their bodies destroyed by Ling Xiao. Only Yang Zhan was left. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 42-56. Ling Xiao was wondering why Yang Zhan didn't come looking for trouble with such a good opportunity. But now, it looked like this guy was just waiting for an opportunity. When he saw Tuhu fighting, he walked out. "Ling Xiao, you said 2 peak heavenly core warriors can fight at the same time. Am I right?" Yang Zhan laughed. "Of course I'll keep my word. If you want to fight, then let's fight. No need to talk nonsense. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Get lost. Ling Xiao agreed, but Tu Hu didn't. This guy's life is mine. You want to steal my credit? Not a chance. Brother Tu Hu, don't underestimate this Ling Xiao. Once he unleashes his full strength, even you might not be his match. Yang Zhan said with a frown, just get lost when I ask you to. Be careful or I'll kill you as well. Tu Hu roared. He wouldn't allow anyone to say that he was weaker than Ling Xiao. Yet, Yang Zhan's words seemed to be belittling him. This made him really unhappy. You'll regret this. Yang Zhan gritted his teeth and returned to the crowd. He had lost face, but he believed that Tu Hu would definitely ask him for help. During the battle in the Fengdu Devil Forest, Ling Xiao had shown more combat strength in order to fight for the Heavenly Devil Epiphyllum. All right, there are no more outsiders. Let's fight. Tu Hu looked at Ling Xiao and roared. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he immediately transformed into the infinite heavenly rat. The true yuan in his body kept rising. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Tu Hu. This Tu Hu didn't come on his own. He must have received orders from someone. He could sense a few powerful auras from afar. Yu Qiren, Yu Dingtian, Yu Wentian, and Yu Lianhua were all here. But Yu Shangtian was nowhere to be seen. Where did that old man go? Fine. I'll kill this Tu Hu and make you all regret it. He could feel the true yuan in Ling Xiao's body rising. Tu Hu furrowed his brows. I didn't expect you to be so strong, but it's useless. Confusion took out his weapon. It was a Zamadeo. The huge Zamadeo could cut a demonic beast in half with a single slash. As a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact weapon, it also belonged to the top. Black True Essence rolled and jumped on the Zamadeo. Gusts of strong wind appeared. Sharp saber chi continued to be released. Cracks appeared on the ground. They were all shattered by the released saber chi. Tiger Slayer held his saber with both hands. The sharp blade gave off a cold glow under the setting sun. Their auras continued to rise. The surroundings of the battlefield instantly became quiet. People stopped making noise. Instead, he carefully observed the battle. Most of them naturally supported Tu Hu and hoped that Tu Hu could bring honor to the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Even if he was a heinous criminal, he would not be able to escape punishment. There were also some who supported Ling Xiao. This was because they admired Ling Xiao's talent and character. So glorious that they became Ling Xiao's diehard fans. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled. A murderous glare shot out from both of his eyes. It was chilling. Even Tu Hu was startled by it. This guy, how many people did he kill? How did he cultivate such a terrifying killing intent? Kill. Before Tu Hu could react, Ling Xiao had turned into a blur and charged towards him. Who is invincible below the heavenly core realm? Let's find out in this battle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the blur appeared. It was like a ferocious demon beast that just came out from hell. The Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword in Ling Xiao's hand was extremely domineering. Wherever it went, the ground would crack. The terrifying sword chi caused the ground to tremble. Many warriors who were watching the battle quickly moved away, fearing that they would be hurt. Tu Hu stared at Ling Xiao, who was charging towards him. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When others saw his huge and muscular body, they would always think that he was a strength-type warrior. Actually, this was not wrong, because his strength was indeed very strong. But what he excelled in the most was his movement skill and speed. All these years, the reason why he was able to kill and escape was because of his terrifying movement skill. Although he was only at the peak Heavenly Core realm, but he had cultivated a peak Ninth Order Emperor realm movement skill, the Nine Heavens Imperial Wind skill. It was a coincidence that he had learned this movement skill. There was an idiot who wanted to possess his body, but he died as soon as he entered his body. His soul was devoured by Tu Hu instead. Originally, with his cultivation level, he shouldn't have been able to cultivate a peak Ninth Order Emperor realm martial skill. But now, he was able to. Too bad. His talent wasn't good enough, so he could only learn this one skill. Otherwise, he would have been much stronger. When Ling Xiao appeared within 5 meters of him, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Tu Hu sneered. His body turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The terrifying Zamadeo brought with it a gust of wind. It charged towards Ling Xiao. It aimed directly at Ling Xiao's neck. The blade was about to cut off Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao sneered. His body that was moving forward at high speed suddenly stopped. Using inertia, he held the Eastern Victory Sky Sword with both hands. He didn't dodge. He swung the sword down. Clang! The blade and the sword collided. Tu Hu and Ling Xiao's bodies were both pushed back. The strength of these two men was actually on par with each other. The instant he leaned back, Ling Xiao's reaction was a step faster. He stabbed the Eastern Victory Sky Sword into the ground, stabilizing his body. Then, he threw out a palm with his left hand. He immediately used the heaven-covering palm. A violent aura rushed towards Tu Hu. It was so strong that Tu Hu's muscles were distorted. Feeling this powerful aura, Tu Hu furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao was stronger than he had imagined. For so many years, there had never been a warrior with the same cultivation level who could react immediately after colliding with Tu Hu. Ling Xiao was the first one, but Tu Hu was not a weakling. After countless battles, he learned how to save his life in the most dangerous situation. He also learned how to kill the enemy when he was at a disadvantage. He changed the way he held the blade with both hands, from holding it forward to holding it backward. Although his body was still pushed back, he swung the blade. The huge blade that was shining with a metallic luster left a black shadow in the air. The violent blade aura seemed to tear the air apart. Bang! The blade hit the palm wind of the heaven-covering palm. It tilted violently, as if the violent palm wind was about to hit Tu Hu. It was enough to show how terrifying the power of the heaven-covering palm was. This scene shocked all the onlookers. There was no doubt that these two men were geniuses in fighting, but Ling Xiao was obviously better. Tu Hu's Zamadeo was so terrifying. One could go out and ask around, but Ling Xiao's palm wind was able to block the Zamadeo and push it back. Everyone knew what would happen if the palm hit Tu Hu. The Zamadeo didn't hit Tu Hu, because at that moment, Tu Hu twisted his body. The Zamadeo circled around him. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 42-57. With the help of the Nine Heavens wind-controlling art, Tu Hu was able to counterattack. Once again, the blade collided with the palm wind. Finally, the palm wind of the heaven-covering palm print was completely destroyed. But he was still knocked back, and he was forced to take a few steps back. His expression was solemn. Not only did Ling Xiao's strength and speed exceed his imagination, but Ling Xiao's strength and speed also exceeded his expectations. Even his combat skills weren't any weaker than Tu Hu's. Tu Hu finally understood why Ling Xiao dared to call himself invincible under the heavenly core realm. This guy's prowess was really no joke. But this was not all Tu Hu was capable of. He shook the blade in his hand and injected a huge amount of Zhen Yuan into it. Around the Zamadeo, a series of afterimages were formed. It's here. Tu Hu's signature skill. Bloodthirsty Shadow Blade. Looks like the rumors are true. This Bloodthirsty Shadow Blade is a peak 8th level Emperor-ranked martial skill. Many peak Heavenly Core warriors gave up because they thought it was too difficult. I never thought he would succeed. Although this guy is a murderous maniac, his comprehension and strength are really admirable. Looks like Tu Hu is really pissed off. If not, he wouldn't have used this peak 8th level Emperor-ranked martial skill. I think the winner is about to be decided. Heh, that Ling Xiao is finished. When the crowd saw Tu Hu unleash this martial skill, they started whispering to each other. Although they didn't have a good impression of Tu Hu, as long as Tu Hu could defeat Ling Xiao and break Ling Xiao's spirit, they were all willing. Some even supported Tu Hu. Ling Xiao held the heavenly sword of Eastern Victory in his hand. He stared at Tu Hu coldly. The fact that the heaven-covering palm imprint was unable to injure Tiger Slayer surprised him. After all, ever since he started cultivating the heavenly covering palm, once he unleashed this skill, even if his opponent didn't die, he would be severely injured. But now, not only was Tu Hu uninjured, not only that, the bloodthirsty shadow blade he unleashed contained a terrifying force. Even Tu Hu didn't dare to be careless. If he messed up, he would die here. No wonder he's a fugitive from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. He can use such a powerful martial skill so easily. Amazing! Ling Xiao was praising Tu Hu, but he was also mocking the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Many warriors gnashed their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Because Ling Xiao was right. Ling Xiao didn't care what they thought. He gripped the East Victory Heavenly Sword with both hands. Rich true essence began to pour into the Heavenly Sword of Dongsheng. His opponent's attack was very strong. However, it was impossible for him to show weakness. A murderous aura gradually emerged. There seemed to be a divine dragon burning with black flames circling above the Heavenly Sword of Dongsheng. The divine dragon roared. Ling Xiao suddenly dashed forward. His body was like a beam of sword light. It was extremely fast. The roaring sword chi on the Heavenly Sword of Dongsheng became more and more powerful as it sped up. Seeing Ling Xiao attack again, Tu Hu sneered. He suddenly brandished his Zamadeo. Then, he slashed out. Bloodthirsty afterimage blade. In that instant, all he could see in front of him was sharp blade chi. It turned into a whirlwind formed by blades and blasted toward Ling Xiao. Can you block it? Tu Hu roared. Child's play. Boom. A long dragon flew out from the Heavenly Sword of Dongsheng. The black divine dragon rushed into the whirlwind of the blade array. The saber array was completely shattered in an instant. Before it even touched Ling Xiao, it had already vanished into thin air. Of course, because of the obstruction of the blade array, Ling Xiao's attack also stopped. However, the roaring ancient hell dragon still pounced on Tu Hu. 9 Heavens Flight Technique. Tu Hu's figure flashed again. He avoided the ancient hell dragon with a cold light in his eyes. What a powerful martial skill. It's even stronger than my bloodthirsty afterimage blade. In that case, have a taste of my move. 9 Luminaries Black Sun Cut. Tu Hu's attack didn't stop in midair. In that instant, 9 black halos appeared behind him. Then, 9 black blades flew out from the halos. They pierced toward Ling Xiao below. Not only did he not give Ling Xiao a chance to continue attacking, but he also wanted to counterattack Ling Xiao and suppress Ling Xiao. The black blades pierced through the air, and even the space exploded with a shrill sound. They formed 9 angles and attacked Ling Xiao's 9 vital points at the same time. It was like a black star falling. Humph! Ling Xiao just snorted. He could see that the opponent's attack was stronger than the previous one. However, he had only used the first move of the 23 dragon subduing swords. At this moment, the second move was used. Another dragon subduing sword chi pierced through the air. It wasn't the ancient hell dragon from before. It was a dark green ancient hell dragon. The ancient hell dragon could cure diseases, but it could also kill. Boom! The black star and the divine dragon collided again. Heaven and earth trembled. Ling Xiao felt a little pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. Tu Hu was stunned. His attack was easily blocked by Ling Xiao. This was something he didn't expect. It was also because of this moment of shock. It gave Ling Xiao a chance to use the third move in a row. Although the web between his thumb and forefinger hurt, Ling Xiao's physical body was so strong. How could he be afraid? The third move of the 23 dragon subduing swords. Another divine dragon pierced through the air. It was the power of the ancient hell dragon that represented fire. Seeing this, Tu Hu wanted to use the 9 Heaven Imperial Wind technique, but he found that it was too late, because the attack that he dodged earlier didn't dissipate. Although it was much weaker, it was already very close to him. Damn it! He could only block it. He waved his Zamadeo, and saber shadows appeared around his body. They split in all directions. Boom! The attacks of the two collided again. There was a fierce explosion of energy. The sound resounded in the void. The dazzling light made many people close their eyes involuntarily. Tu Hu looked down. He found that Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. The next moment, he suddenly looked up. A black shadow came like a meteor. Tu Hu's face became very ugly. He didn't dare to take this attack head-on, because even if he took it, he couldn't. In a hurry, he couldn't mobilize his true essence so quickly. So he chose to escape in a sorry state. He used the 9 Heaven Imperial Wind technique, but he used it on Rolling Donkey. His body moved more than 10 meters in an instant. However, Tu Hu's sense of crisis still didn't fade. Subconsciously, without looking up, he raised the Zamadeo in his hand. He activated his true essence and attacked. Boom! Just then, Ling Xiao's attack fell. It directly hit the Zamadeo. Tu Hu's body was directly blasted into the ground. Gravel flew, and spiderweb-like cracks on the ground quickly spread to the surroundings. The fifth move of the 23 dragon subduing swords. After the fourth move, Ling Xiao didn't intend to stop attacking. He immediately used the fifth move. The roaring divine dragon bombarded Tu Hu's body. It directly hit Tu Hu into the ground. Plumes of black smoke rose from the pitch-black cave. This scene caused countless people to tremble in fear. Has Tu Hu lost? Those who were weak and had poor eyesight couldn't see what had happened at all. What they saw was that after a fight, Ling Xiao hit Tu Hu into the ground. Chapter 42:58. Most of the warriors were very surprised. Could it be that the murderous demon, Tu Hu, was defeated so easily? However, Yu Kilian, who was in the distance, was calm. Tu Hu was the person he found to deal with Ling Xiao. How could he be killed so easily? If he died so easily, Tu Hu wouldn't have been alive until now. He would have been killed by other warriors. Many experts were watching the battle. They looked at the deep pit where black smoke was rising. The expressions on their faces were different. Some were surprised, some were impressed, some were angry, some were unhappy, and naturally, some were calm. Hee, this kid is really good. The Flame Emperor watched the battle with a smile. How could he not come to watch such a big event? More importantly, he had promised Ling Xiao that he would protect Ling Xiao's safety for 3 years. He would not go back on his word. This was also his style of doing things. A person like Tu Hu was beaten so badly by this kid, but that attack was still lacking in power. In the end, his cultivation is not enough to cause any serious damage to Tu Hu. That Tu Hu, I can tell with a single glance that he has cultivated his physical body to a terrifying level. Mr. Hua is right. Standing next to him was old Demon Han. He had always thought that the Flame Emperor was a brilliant alchemist, so he was prepared to join the Flame Emperor and learn the art of alchemy. However, the Flame Emperor did not reveal his true identity. He only said that he was Mr. Hua. Tu Hu hasn't released his martial soul yet, but Ling Xiao has already used his beast soul transformation. Yu Dan said worriedly, Tu Hu is coming. He is going to use his true strength. Boom. Just as the Flame Emperor spoke, the ground split open. A figure jumped out from inside. It was Tu Hu. However, Tu Hu's body had become much thinner. Not only that, but his huge Zamadeo had also become a slender Tang saber. It was sharp and domineering. Beautiful. The members of the Yu family in the crowd cheered. As long as Tu Hu was not killed, they still had hope. They must not let Ling Xiao be too complacent. What a powerful secret technique. So this was Tiger Slayer's real body. He looked quite handsome. That ugly appearance should be the skin that he used to hide his strength. The Flame Emperor chuckled. Mr. Hua, do you really want Ling Xiao to lose? A young man in the crowd asked. This person was none other than Ghost Sword. How could he not appear when Ling Xiao was fighting? Whether he wins or loses, what does that have to do with this old man's hopes? However, Tiger Slayer was definitely not easy to deal with, unless he could become even stronger. Otherwise, this battle will be difficult. The Flame Emperor said indifferently. Ghost Sword frowned. Ling Xiao, how will you deal with this? Tiger Slayer emerged from the ground with a Tang saber in his hand. His other hand seemed to be forming some kind of seal. A handsome smile bloomed on his face. The Tang saber is a weapon created by the Tang Empire of the Shinji continent. It had the advantages of both a sword and a saber. He could stab and slash. I was lucky enough to obtain it, and it's a divine grade Heavenly King artifact. To be honest, I admire you very much. You're the first person who can beat me so miserably. I admit that you're very powerful, but that's all. Are you done? Are these your last words? Ling Xiao chuckled. Tiger Slayer was stunned. He had exposed his true appearance and even more powerful strength. Ling Xiao still had such an indifferent attitude. Was he really not afraid, or was he just putting on an act? Forget it. I don't care if you're putting on an act or not. It doesn't matter. I said that this is a life and death duel, so I won't show mercy today. You'll soon know who will die. The Tang saber in Tiger Slayer's hand suddenly flickered with a black light, and the black light was getting denser and denser. Extreme dance state. No. Although this makes people feel that it's the power of the extreme dance state, but it shouldn't have broken through that level of cultivation. However, to be able to create such a terrifying aura, you're really strong. Ling Xiao frowned, then calmed down. Young lord, do you think that Tiger Slayer can win? He might look strong now, but the battle has only been going on for a short while, and he has already exposed his true strength. That Ling Xiao, on the other hand, has a calm expression. I'm afraid he still has a trump card. Yu Dingtian looked at Yu Qiren and frowned. Do you know what I admire about Ling Xiao the most? Yu Qiren laughed. What? I admire his attitude the most. Even in the face of a landslide, his expression doesn't change. That's the kind of person I'm talking about. No matter what kind of trouble he encounters, he can always deal with it calmly. Even if he's panicking in his heart, he won't show it on his face. You guys should learn from him. No, I should learn from him too. Yu Qiren suddenly changed the topic and continued, but in a battle, it's not just about attitude. What's important is true strength. Ling Xiao might be a genius, but his cultivation is only at the late stage of the Earth Core realm. He's far from Tiger Slayer. But Tiger Slayer isn't just fierce. He hasn't used all his trump cards yet. Ling Xiao is destined to lose this battle. There's no other possibility. Since Tiger Slayer has already exposed his true strength, the following battle will probably be one-sided. Once Ling Xiao is dead, we won't have to worry about how to deal with this guy anymore. Yu Qiren, I know you're watching this battle. Do you think he can kill me? Before Yu Qiren could finish his words, a voice suddenly came from afar, giving him a fright. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was really too strange. Young lord, it's fine. Yu Qiren shook his head and said, this kid is more difficult to deal with than I thought, but I still believe in Tiger Slayer. Whether it's cultivation or martial skills, Tiger Slayer is above him. He can't win. Although he said that, Yu Qiren couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although the uneasiness was very faint, but it made him feel very uncomfortable. Hee, you're crazy. Tiger Slayer's figure suddenly flashed. His body transformed into a streak of black light, charging straight for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's words were not unpleasant to hear, but he looked down on him too much. This made him very uncomfortable. So he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, teach Ling Xiao a lesson, and let Ling Xiao understand his strength. The distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with, only less than 10 meters. Tiger Slayer suddenly launched an attack, which was a matter of a few seconds. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The tip of the Tang sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake. With a sword chi that could shatter the void, it directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. Tricky and ruthless, the tip of the sword rapidly enlarged in Ling Xiao's pupils. Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest bit of fear. He would never underestimate the enemy. Even when he had the advantage, he would not. So, the moment Tiger Slayer attacked, he had already reacted in advance. His feet gently moved to the left. Tiger Slayer's attack completely missed and did not even take a strand of Ling Xiao's hair. Bloodthirsty afterimage blade. Tiger Slayer was not surprised. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was normal for him to avoid his attack. So he had a backup plan. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.